I've been baptizing the chemicals, crawling through the catacombs of every sermon that you weaponize. Now every label that you hold above my head is just a noose made of the words that you memorize. You say I'm broken, say I'm blind, but you can't prove a God with a state of mind. You want my worship, want me on my knees, but you can't sell faith with a casualty. If your God exists, then show me all your proof. Burn his name into the sky and show me it's the truth. I'm tired of second-hand miracle with zero evidence. If your God is really there, then make him manifest. I've been screaming at the ceiling till my lungs both cave. If he's really in the room, then he can say it to my face. No more echoes in the dark, no more prophets.
What is up, guys? How's it going, guys? How's it going? Ooh, super excited for this one. What you guys think of these? You can yeah, like really bad job here, but happy Thursday, exactly. Yeah, I tried to do like a squiggle, and it didn't fucking work. Guess what else I got, guys? My first eyeliner. I got my first eyeliner. Super excited about that. I've got the under on right now. It's not as intense as last time, but it's a good cup of coffee. Black and white? No, blue and black, matte. I wanted to do black and gold, but for the life of me, I could not find gold. I'm so disappointed. I'm gonna have to go to like a actual makeup place. You get glow in the dark nail polish. With Blacklist? What is Blacklist? Trying to wake up, yeah, valid. Blacklight. Okay, got you. Yeah. The only thing about glow in the dark stuff is it starts out clear until it's glowing in the dark. So it would just be like clear. And I like to see it. As you can see, I made a mess. You can join the panel by clicking those two people at the bottom and clicking request. Yo, check your makeup with a black light. You will definitely find the mistakes. I don't want to do that. God, I'm seeing on your mind. Yeah, dude, we get that it's all psychology. People claim that their God literally exists and literally interacts daily. That's what we're here to debate. The idiots that don't have brains. Dude, I really wish that I learned the basics of philosophy that I have now 10 years ago. How quickly I would have deconstructed. Like, it's literally just stupid. It's genuinely just stupid. Given I can understand it, because perspective is reality. And when you study certain things, you're going to have cognitive biases that make that seem true. When you do believe in this God, then all the news agrees with you, all of the quote unquote research you do agrees with you, all the doctors you see agree with you. Like there's all the biases in the world agree with you. So I understand the struggle. I understand how real it seems. That's why Christianity wants to get children, not adults. Yeah, that's true. Have the before you have the intellectual capacity to defend yourself. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, literally. Literally. Quantum magic. Yeah, you believe in that, motherfucker. Yeah, I've been spending every night for the past like 3-4 months trying to see if there's any way to grant proof for, you know what I just realized? I wonder if this would work. What if I do this? Nope, that doesn't do shit. That's just muting the mic. Trying to get proof to like that people's realities change. Obviously, there's no demonstrable evidence for that at all. But based on like believing something and how biased you become towards it, it makes it seem very strongly like if you're a phenomenological epistemic person, like if you believe that experience is evidence, like if you believe that experience alone, not testing it, is proof for something, then reality does seem to literally warp to whatever you want, which makes all gods real, which makes all religions true, which makes like literally fucking everything true, because each person believing in that thing is going to find the research that backs up their idea, etc. So I've been researching that a whole lot, trying to see if there's any truth to it at all. Holy shit, does it fall short so fucking hard. Like so hard. Request. Evan Papa's here. Ooh.
Papa's here.
Mi muy
did you see this?
bonito, papá.
Why are you
Hola.
speaking Spanish?
Arrrr.
I didn't take Spanish, I took French.
Did I say that correctly, Artemis?
Yeah, Artemis knows what was happening last night in Discord.
Yeah, I saw some of the texts. I didn't obviously see what happened in voice chat, but
Yeah, it was a 5.
oh, yo,
5 rips.
Jose, do it. 5. God damn, bro. Jesus fucking
Of a
Mary.
2 liter
Ay, Dios mío,
Pepsi.
brother.
2 liter Pepsi.
What's up, Jose?
Hello.
Hello.
Can you do like a small research on the Eucharistic miracles?
Yeah, they're all debunked. What are you
Um,
talking about?
No, like they don't have like fully undebunked. We have
Yeah, they
many
have.
scientists, searching into the research too.
Those many scientists are handpicked by the Vatican churches.
They're not fully handpicked.
What
Most of
are
them
you
are
about?
actually-
What are you talking
most
about?
of them were
The
still handpicked
Eucharistic
by
miracles.
the
Dude, there's
atheists and-
literally
Oh, yeah,
zero
Eucharistic miracles.
external of the church science that is peer reviewed and agrees that these are miraculous by any means at all. Majority of the Eucharist miracles have been proven to be light refraction. Like
Can
the
you check the evidence? Or
yeah,
you-
go to Google Scholar, bro. Look it up.
And many of them are also anecdotal evidence and don't get tested.
Yeah, all you have to do is look up the fucking sources. Go to Google Scholar, look up
I'm much more
Eucharistic
familiar
miracle.
on the
Go
Shroud of Turin
to
one, so-
Harvard, look up Eucharistic miracle. Go to Oxford, look up Eucharistic miracle. Go to NASA, look up Eucharistic miracle. Go to a source and find that information. if you go to Answers in Genesis, yeah, you bet your ass the Eucharistic miracles are going to say it's 1000% true. Give us 10%.
What was that, Cody?
It's just stupid. Yeah, give me one Eucharistic miracle, Jose.
I can cite the name, but like I can give you like the one with the from Mexico. I think it was I believe it was in the 1996. I'm not really sure the date.
Lady Fatima?
But, which one?
Lady Fatima?
No, that was in France, right? That was in France.
Poor.
Fatima.
Yeah, Fatima.
Yeah, but like, can you still like send me like the evidence for the where they were debunked?
I'm sorry?
Can you cite me the evidence where they were debunked?
Yeah, go to even the ones where they said that this is God, and you can look up and see, yeah, there's a light refraction doing this. We know it must have been God because it doesn't make sense to us. That is a self-dunk.
Do you mean the one where it would turn into flesh and blood?
It didn't turn into
about
flesh
that.
and blood, dude. Read the fucking
Yeah, but, like,
citation. What the scientists
I
said
listened
is that there is
the scientists
blood.
did confirm.
What they said is that there is flesh. They did not say that fucking bread turned into flesh, you dumbass.
It turned-
Go look at the source.
did
It
turn-
didn't turn into anything, you idiot. The scientists
It did
literally
turn-
said that in the source, in the Eucharistic miracle source. It does not say that bread turned into flesh, you idiot. You absolute troglodyte mongrel. Go look at the fucking source.
I did look into the source and the.
No,
the
you
scientists
didn't. The
didn't-
fucking scientists did not say it turned from fucking flesh, from bread. They do not say
they
that.
really said.
No, what they had
No.
is flesh, and they had fucking bread. Idiot. What they
That's
said is
what
that the
they
bread
said.
had living cell, not the bread. They said that the fucking flesh had living cells in it. They did not say that the bread turned into flesh. You idiot.
Look it up right now. I'll look it up on the.
You're an idiot. Go look this shit up and come back when you have a brain. God damn, dude.
Also, that was a bit harsh, Cody.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I will say, Cody, that was a bit harsh.
He said it 5 times.
True. But I feel like you are being a bit harsh with the insults. The insults specifically.
I just called him a troglodyte
Yeah.
and a
But,
mongrel.
Mongrel, I feel like it's a bit worse.
Mongrel?
Because I think it can.
What does that actually mean?
Dog.
Mongrel. Is that what it means?
Yeah, dog, like a stray dog.
Do you think it's worse to be a dog versus a barely brain working human from 300,000 years ago?
Troglodyte's much more close.
Is it really?
Troglodyte's upper Paleolithic, I think.
Haven't we been around for 400,000 or
'cause
500,000?
troglodyte really just means idiot.
Well, yeah.
Cro-Magnon is someone from the upper Paleolithic.
Cody let Born up. He said you scared of him. Born is a fucking friend.
Hello,
Born?
my arch nemesis.
Oh my
Cody.
god, dude, yes, please, I'm shaking.
Born
Yes.
the ultimate troll.
I'm not trolling. I'm a Christian, as everyone knows.
Hell yeah,
Also,
as you
yes.
should be, because
As-
facts don't care about
Thank you.
feelings and God is real.
Thank you. Wait, hold on. Wait, Lester, you see that? Already a concession. I've already won. I don't even have to continue. Like, this is how good I am. Thank you.
So
Jesus.
good.
Whew.
So good,
Too
Daddy.
easy.
Jesus, you
Jeez.
are right in the name of that Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Hold your
Thank-
hand high, sister.
Thank you.
I mean,
for-
brother.
No,
I mean,
it's sister.
I mean, brother.
Don't fucking
Yeah.
assume my gender, you
Well, I'm
dickbag.
sorry, dude. Hold on. Fuck. Pride month. Okay, calm down. Whew. Yeah, am I gonna get me?
Yeah. W Pride Month. W Pride Month.
W Pro. Well, hold on. You think that actually humans are fish, so I don't know any gay fish out there. You might be Alex Jones. So, listen, I can't really co-sign any
Hey,
of your
those,
opinions.
those are the gay frogs. Those are
Maybe
gay
the
frogs.
water is making the frogs gay, because what is the
It
difference
was.
between frogs and humans,
I
realistically?
mean, it wasn't making them gay. It was making them go from one sex to the other.
Oh, was it?
Oh, Sober wants me to actually give an argument
It was
for
it was inducing that
Okay.
gene to occur.
Dude, I love when people say that it's not natural, and then we literally see it happen in nature all the fucking time.
Oh, I gave a really troll argument to someone the other day about why being gay is not natural. For context, everyone else, I am gay.
Okay.
But it was just a funny troll.
Okay, so you feel like you have authority on this.
Yeah. I was just saying it's supernatural instead of natural.
Valid. I do
yeah.
have Postman. What's up, man?
What's going on, bro?
You got a nice beard. You want to swap?
I just messed it up though, you know, the other day. I gotta go fix it. My barber, he screwed it up.
Dude, I need a
tried
barber.
a different
Oof.
style. Where you located?
Midwest, brother. We don't have. Yeah, that doesn't exist out here.
I'm in New York City, bro.
I'm too terrified of New York. I've been. I went out to Pennsylvania to seminary school, and I was about an hour away from New York City, and I was too petrified to go there.
Really?
You're scared of
Why was
becoming
that?
converted to
People
to
scare me.
Buddhism.
I hate crowds.
Okay, well
Yeah.
today, a lot of crowd in the city. You know, we got that parade today.
Dude, yeah. Well, I live right
And
next to
wait,
a
was
city.
it? Wait, yeah, it's the
Did you
next.
say
It's the
Knicks?
next parade, right? The next parade, I think,
Yeah.
right? Because they
Yeah.
won.
Yeah.
That's not football.
No, but it's basketball, and basketball in New York, I think, is way more
Oh.
celebrated.
Well, we've got FIFA
Yeah,
here.
man. It's been 50 some years that we
53
since we
years.
won the. Yeah. So, I got some
Hey.
evidence for God.
Hell yeah.
Sure.
And I tell you, God lives in the back of the believer's imagination.
Amen, sister.
Oh yeah.
That's where God
I
lives,
need
man.
I need to make my pilgrimage to Mamdanistan soon enough. You know.
Yeah. You know, it's amazing. It's amazing how these believers, especially the Bible believers, how they could just they always, you know, they always put God in the position where he needs to be, no matter how illogical it is, you know?
Well, God,
Yeah.
God does exist, though, right? We can agree on that.
Oh
at the
my
very
God.
least.
No, Born just post. Don't worry about Born. He's a troll. He is
No, I'm not a
atheist.
troll. I have genuine reason. God exists with me. I have argumentation and reason to believe in God. Am I
Except-
not allowed
I know,
to
except-
make that
except-
statement? Well,
Except,
Fishman,
except.
Aquaman.
Fishman. Wouldn't
No,
you like
it's
to know,
fine.
evolution boy?
Don't play.
I believe in Unga Bunga.
Fucking what?
What's that?
Oh, totally.
I believe in Unga Bunga.
Who is that?
You know, well, we could believe in anything we want, you know, so I decided to believe in Unga Bunga.
Do you
Amen.
think that we can believe in anything you want?
Oh God.
I mean, technically we can. I mean, we don't choose our beliefs, but technically.
Do you think that you can believe that like grape is okay?
For me,
Yeah.
for him?
if I could do it, if
What do you mean if you
if-
can
if
do
I-
it? You can think it's good if you can do it? What?
No, I'm asking you if you think
Oh.
asking me or you're asking if anybody in particular.
I'm asking
I mean,
if do you think that you should be able to believe that grape is okay?
I don't, but people
Okay.
do.
So you can't believe anything you want.
The Bible believers do. They believe grape
Do
is
I?
okay.
Do I? Well, I don't think grape is good.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
well, if you
God
believe in the
does.
Bible, you do.
God.
No, that's not my
Would-
god. But I mean, I'll clarify really quickly. Hold on. What's your name? I don't want to get your name wrong. Postman. What's up, Postman?
Yeah.
So,
Uh,
Post Malone, I've got a really basic view for you to take on. Okay.
all right.
Do you think that anything supernatural exists?
Oh,
Like
God.
something which is not a part of the physical?
I don't.
You don't. Okay.
No.
Well, what do
I
you-
used to.
Okay. What do you think consent is then? I'm just curious. Where in the world do we find consent? Like, what is the stuff of consent? What is the material of consent?
Well, I mean, you know, everything is not material. You know,
Oh. What is it then?
why is it?
No, what is it then? If things are not material, what are they?
It's just concepts. You know, like
Oh.
it's you know, because we got a brain that we could imagine things.
Okay, so
But we
just
can't
consent
really
is just an
demonstrate
imagined
it.
thing. Consent's just like imaginary, like abstract. We don't really care about it, right? It's just an imagination, like a unicorn. Like unicorns. Consent, right?
Well, I mean, I would say, right.
philosophy,
I
Born.
could.
Because
I could-
philosophy is also just something you make up.
No, because philosophy is engaging in truth and fact, and is the reason why we know what truth and fact is. So I think it's way different.
That was a
And
hell of a
I
fucking
could
thought.
demonstrate consent.
Huh?
I could demonstrate consent.
You can demonstrate it. I can demonstrate the thought of a unicorn. It's a horse with a horn on the top.
Yes,
That's
you
the
could
demonstration.
demonstrate that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, do you think that consent is as important as the belief in unicorns?
Is it as important?
Yeah. Like, why do I even
I'm
care
not-
about consent if it's just unicorns? You know, if it's just like the Princess and the Frog, like oh fantasy, why should I care?
No, but I think I could consent. You know, is like, okay, if I ask you to use your car, right?
Yeah.
And you say sure, right? Now I could
Oh, I got
Then
some
I
keep
could
coming.
see
Give me 1 second.
I could see that you giving me consent to use your car by you giving me a key and you allowing me, you showing me where your car is at. Here's your car, here's my car, you can use it. So, you know, it's like, okay, now I could see I could have that consent because now I could go in your car, I could drive it, you know, and use it. So how does
Where's
that
this
sound?
going? You guys want to
I don't
hear
know.
an argument for why God exists?
Yeah.
I have 6 questions that can prove God's existence.
Okay. How do questions prove things?
I'll show you. You want to play?
Oh. Let's go with it. Sure.
Let's do this experiment. Shoot.
Okay. Question 1. If we don't change the definitions, do you agree that a triangle will always have 3 sides?
Sure.
He's reading from the Idealist Handbook.
I'm sorry?
Continue.
Okay. Yes, my man. Analytical truths exist. That's the next one.
I know this is a pretty.
Are you
riveting
talking about
question.
analytical idealism, bro?
I
No,
just talk about
I'm not.
analytical truths in general, which is kind of super basic. But I mean,
Has nothing
analytics
to do
exists.
with analytical idealism.
You said it
You want to keep
does.
playing though?
You said it does go to analytic idealism.
This is not that.
Okay,
That's
cool,
this is
cool,
a
cool,
different
cool.
argument.
Continue. Cool.
So we can all agree a triangle has 3 sides.
Yes.
I know this is an easier the question.
Yes.
Yes.
So analytic truths exist. What's the next one?
Okay. Do you agree that Elliott's trichotomy is exhaustive?
What is the trichotomy?
I don't know what it is.
No clue what Elliott's trichotomy is.
Elliott's trichotomy deals with the law of existence. So
The law of existence.
it's an ontological. It deals with the ontological status of existence. So
Okay.
whether you're atheist or you
Just
believe in
present
God,
the
it doesn't.
trichotomy. We don't need the filler. Like, okay,
It doesn't
we're
aim
referencing
to-
ontology. What's the actual trichotomy?
I'm getting to it. Just relax, buddy.
Dog, give the
Well, I mean,
premises.
what are the premies?
I'm giving the premise. Just hold your horses. So whether you believe in God or not, it's not to answer whether it's not valid. It's
What's
just
this
to
called?
say either we were always
Elliott's
here.
trichotomy?
So either space and time always existed.
Mhm.
Either space and time came from pure nothingness,
Mhm.
or it came from the creator option.
Okay,
Space and
here.
time was
Premise
created.
1. A position which leaves you with only 2 incorrect options cannot be correct. Atheism is a position which leaves you with only 2 incorrect options. Therefore, atheism cannot be
Well,
correct.
yeah,
You're saying, is that
You're
exhaustive?
putting the carriage before the horse here.
I'm putting the
that's not
fucking premises and the conclusion, which is what we asked you for, and you were incapable of presenting, so I had to Google it because
But
you're
you have it
slow.
wrong.
That
Okay,
is what
so-
it is. Do you have a different
Okay,
form?
Just to be clear, really quickly, do you think that a brute fact exists?
Jeez, guys, this is hilarious.
Well, you gotta
Alright,
keep
so-
up.
Guys,
that's a good-
It's your
guys
argument.
Gotta, you guys
Think a
gotta
brute
go
fact exists?
one.
It's
one
your
question at a
argument,
time
dude. You
here.
got to keep up with your own argument. You got to keep up. So, your premise 1, premise 2, and conclusion I read. You don't agree with those ones. Present to us the argument you
We're
want
not.
to use.
We're not talking about the validity of anything. We're just talking
Did I
about.
fucking
the law
ask
of
about
existence.
validity? I'm asking if this is the one you're talking about, dumbnut.
Also, there's no such
Dude,
thing as the
you're-
law of existence
Dude,
in
you throw a
contemporary
lot of
philosophy.
you,
You're
you,
LARPing.
you throw a lot
like,
of
all the time.
insults around for a dude who wears nail polish. It's pretty
Yeah, what's
funny,
wrong with
bro.
nail
Very
polish?
interesting. Your name's
It's
Star,
gorgeous.
No,
bro.
bro.
What
If
are
I
you
was
talking
wearing
about?
nail polish, I'd probably mince my words a little bit more.
W Star?
But I mean, hey, that's you, bro. I mean, that's your thing. So anyway,
What kind of failure of an
So
insult was that, you
there's the-
insecure bitch?
what? I
All
mean,
right,
it's not
is
insecure,
what
bro. It's just
premises do
funny.
you want to present, or do you
It's
want to keep
just-
talking
it's
about how
funny,
much you
know,
have a crush
people
on
in-
me?
People in glass houses throwing rocks is pretty funny. You know what I mean?
Which argument do you want to present instead of trying to throw out stupid ad homs that have nothing to do with anyone's argument?
All right, I'm the one throwing around ad homs. Yeah, because I came out and I started throwing
bro.
ad homs immediately. You're right.
Yeah,
So, do you think brute
That
facts
wasn't
exist?
you.
I
were the
asked
one
you.
who
I read the
completely
premises
undercut-
to you. You said nuh-uh. I said okay. Present to us the premises you want to use, and
the
then you said
premises-
that I wear nail polish and my opinions
First of
are
all-
invalid. So basically, you did an ad hominem fallacy, which is where you attack me instead of the argument. So
Oh
yes,
my God,
dipshit.
dude.
I want you to present an
No,
argument.
dude, all right. Everybody who has a working brain.
Here's what you're going to do. You're going to shut the fuck up, stop fucking running like a pussy, and you're going to present the argument that you want to present. Otherwise, fuck off. You're boring as shit if you're incapable of presenting the argument that you want. All we're asking for, the first thing I asked was, is this the argument you're using? P1, P2 conclusion. You said no. I said, would you please present the argument that you would like to use? Which premises are you using? Which form of the argument are you using? To which you then said that I'm wearing nail polish. What the fuck does that have to do with this? Fucking present your argument or fuck off.
That was a completely.
You're
inaccurate
boring.
summary.
Fuck you. If you want to provide your argument, request up and provide the fucking premises. Stop running in circles. Jesus
I mean-
Christ.
I mean, I'll clarify.
Elliot argument I've heard.
There's no such thing as the law of existence.
I don't know.
To talk about ontology in that type of way, we're talking about explanatory features. I mean, you're referencing into a temporal sense, you're kind of fusing multiple aspects. So rather something comes ex nihilo, rather something comes from God, and it is created.
You couldn't get to a second question because you couldn't get your premises out, dumb nut. Jesus Christ.
The primary thing is that if brute facts exists, then the trichotomy is false. Because brute facts are not saying it comes from nothing. Like, there's a distinction from ex nihilo to brute facts.
Fox, you're the one that brought this up. You asked, do we know about this trichotomy? I said no. You said you'll present it. You, in fact, did not present it. We both asked you, can you provide the premises? You did not provide any premises. So I looked it up. I asked you, are these the premises you are using? You said no. I said, would you be willing to provide the premises that you want to provide? You then talked about nail polish. When you're capable of keeping up in a conversation, request up. Until then, stay in your lane, because holy shit, did I just fucking roll over you. You are incapable of having a honest argument. That was pathetic, dude. That was pathetic. You asked us if we know what this argument is. We both said no. You then failed to present the argument, to which I looked it up. I asked you, is this the argument that you are wanting to present? You said no. I said, present the argument then. You then again failed to do so. Learn to fucking communicate. God, that was pathetic. If someone has brain cells and believes in some sort of a deity, I'd love for you to request up. Now let's have that conversation.
Oh, Elliot argument. I've seen you a couple times. I've never bothered to watch your videos because you seem very pretentious.
I am a rainbow boy. What's wrong with that?
I just find it ironic how these people are in chat clearly just covering each other in cum, and then they're like, "Oh my god, rainbow boy, rainbow boy." Why? Meanwhile, like they're just like licking the tip of Elliot so viciously. I just don't understand it.
Yeah, why are
You
they
didn't
so
even
triggered
present
by
the
nail
argument.
polish? Did you guys even
You got,
notice that I
like-
have eyeliner on? Attack my eyeliner. Okay, here's an
But I
actual
mean, like-
argument.
Brute facts also don't collapse into the trichotomy. You know nothing about.
What's good, Yodi gang?
What's up, Matt?
What you guys think about the first law? It says cannot be created or destroyed, right?
About the first law of thermodynamics?
The first law does say that. I've discovered it. It
It's
does say
not,
that energy cannot be created or destroyed.
Yeah,
Well,
in
then
a
once it
closed
ex-
system, yes.
It says once it exists, it does not disappear, right?
No, it doesn't say that because we know that.
So say
So like we've learned
What does that-
recently. I want to say it's recently. Correct me if I'm wrong, Evan, but I believe we have observed recently red shifting of energy, in the
I
expansion.
would not know enough.
Yeah,
about-
we're
I don't-
losing energy through the redshift.
Yeah,
Redshift
yeah.
is-
But I do grant that in a closed system, energy cannot be created or destroyed.
So it says that once energy exists, it cannot disappear. So I'm saying, does it say whether or not that system itself can be created or destroyed?
I'm sorry?
No.
Does it say whether or not the system that it exists in can be created or destroyed?
No, it doesn't say that.
Okay. What if the system began?
We don't know if the universe began, but if it did, then sure.
Yeah, what if it did begin?
Because the first law just says, like, once energy exists, it cannot be created or destroyed. It cannot disappear.
It doesn't say that. It just says energy cannot be created
Wait,
or
what I'm-
destroyed in a closed system.
Yeah, yeah. Well, when you read it more in, well, I mean, well, yeah, it's basically
Yeah, when you read it more, it's due
you know,
to the
exists.
second law of
Well,
entropy,
yeah,
which
saying
proves
once it
the
exists, it cannot
first.
disappear is the same thing.
Well,
we
it's
don't
not
know whether
because
or not
when
it
you
always
say
existed.
energy cannot disappear, you're making a universal claim about energy.
Yeah,
we
the
don't know whether or not
disappearing.
it
For
always-
all
we don't
energy
know
that
whether or not-
exists, it can't disappear.
Yeah,
The
your
claim is just
disappearing
We don't know
claim is
whether or
within
not
not it
true.
always
systems it can't.
existed. I'm just saying we don't know whether or not it always existed. You have to like, it's just an assertion to say it always did. But it says once it
no.
exists in a system. It says once it exists in a system.
No, it doesn't.
cannot be.
What it says is energy cannot be created or destroyed in a closed
It
system.
says it's conserved.
Yeah.
It's conserved.
Due
within
to
the system.
conservation, it
It doesn't
cannot
say
be
whether or
created
not
or
that
destroyed.
system itself.
Do you
The
understand
law
how
is called
entropy
the
works, dude?
Conservation of energy.
It's
Matthew.
due to entropy. It's due to the conservation. Do you know how this works? You keep on saying you looked into it further and learned this, but obviously you haven't looked
Give me
into
an
it very
entropy
depth.
equation. Give me an entropy resetting mechanism. Sorry.
Fucking what? An entropy
you mean?
resetting mechanism? What?
Yeah. Give me a equation that resets.
In what
entropy.
world has entropy resetted? What?
Exactly.
Exactly.
Bingo.
Maximum.
What do you,
Bingo.
what's your argument?
The
So an
maximum
eternal
possible
energy
entropy.
model contradicts the second law.
No, it doesn't.
No, well, the
Okay, so as
maximum.
entropy increases, exergy does decrease. Yes.
Hold on,
Huh?
Matthew. Can I just can we just get something like really straight? before
Can
we
you
go?
try and run
actually
this with
genius.
Blitz and
No,
he like
I'm already-
destroyed
I'm
you?
already-
Hold on,
already
wait, Matthew.
conceded.
We
You
have to
just
get something
conceded.
straight. Do you think
You just not
that
conceded.
the claim
You
is
just not
that
conceded.
universally for energy that this is true?
I don't care. He just not conceded.
You don't care, so you can't engage
He
on
said-
the
he said
argument.
entropy-
Burden of
he said
rejoinder.
entropy doesn't
burden of
reset.
rejoinder. If you're gonna do the
So what is
debate shit,
exergy?
then you've already lost, bro. You need
What
to
is
understand.
exergy?
What?
W pivot. What is exergy, sir?
Extra G?
What are you talking about? I just asked you a basic
Exergy.
question about whether energy conservation or whether it can
Okay,
be destroyed,
exergy is
created
the
or destroyed
maximal
is universal.
useful work.
Whether that's a universal claim or not. Can you
Let me
answer the
explain the
question?
term. Okay, this is.
Can you answer the
exergy is
question, Matthew?
Exergy is the maximum useful work of a system,
Stop stammering and answer my question, Matthew.
and I'm
It's
defining
not difficult.
work as energy.
You're
as
really
entropy
powerful, but
increases,
can you please just answer the question?
Matthew, are you
exergy
still in your
decreases, he
first
just not conceded.
semester of your
So if we have an
bachelor's
infinite
in
path, we
philosophy?
should
Is that
already
what's
be at
going on
maximum
here?
entropy.
Did you just get out of school or something and learn
An
about
eternal
entropy
energy
today?
model
And
contradicts
you
Are
wanted
you
to bring
just
it up?
like constantly just like
He has a
like, you're not
script.
engaging in the argument?
He
Eternal
literally
energy
has a
model
word-for-word
contradicts
script he
second
can't
law
get
of
off of.
thermodynamics. He just now
Matthew,
conceded.
like,
Matthew, can you engage in the
you tried
argumentation
to
or are you
run
not
this
going
argument
to?
against
Okay, I'll
Dr. Blitz,
engage.
and you got cooked.
Okay.
I just wanted
The
to. What's it
question.
called?
Hold on.
No, I
Okay,
didn't.
Matthew.
He
The question.
conceded that his
Oh,
Matthew,
that his
put the
model
script
is
down,
not
dude.
Topic,
true
can you
fault.
please listen,
He
pay
literally
attention?
conceded
Do
that
I
his
have to like
model is
jingle
just
keys,
a
driving the keys
concept for
around me?
toys. Like what?
Bro,
Matthew,
hold on. What?
put
where
the
are my
script
keys
down,
at?
dude.
About him right now. Anyways, but go ahead.
Okay, great. So the question is, do you think that's a universal statement about energy?
What's a universal statement about entropy?
What you made.
of thermodynamics.
The laws of thermodynamics shows that in an isolated system.
Can you answer the
energy-
fucking question? Is that a universal claim about
Yeah,
like
I'm
when you say energy
demonstrating-
cannot be
I'm
created or destroyed?
demonstrating
Is that universal? Yes or no?
When I say energy cannot be created,
Matthew,
do I
Matthew,
think
stop
that's
stalling.
universal?
We know you're typing your fat
No,
little
I don't
fucking
think that's
fingers into
universal.
Chat
You
GPT.
guys,
Okay.
you guys think that's
Into
universal.
Chat
Not
GPT,
me.
you're a
Wait,
fucking savant.
why do you think that we're saying that's
Oh
universal?
no, yeah, it could be universal.
You
like,
trolling?
I don't know. I think that time, space,
Bro,
and
come on, spit it out. It's
matter
not difficult.
can.
You can make one statement without stuttering. I believe.
Okay. I'm
Okay,
talking.
good
bro.
shit.
Oh my days.
You guys
Damn.
just don't be quiet. That's the thing. You guys don't let people talk.
That's
This is
ironic.
real.
Did you not just
Nobody cares about
overspeak us for
anything
the
that you're
past
saying.
like
You're not
5
saying
minutes
anything.
straight?
Give me one entropy equation, big guy.
What are you
Please.
talking about?
I'm
Do
waiting.
you think? Okay, here's
Where's
the
that?
question, because the question isn't about
Is time
energy. The
infinite
question
into
is
the path, or is it
realistically about
finite?
space time. Do you
Is time
think it is
infinite into the
coherent?
past or
Hold on.
finite?
Do you think it is
No, I'm
coherent
gonna leave.
to
Is
make
time
the
infinite into the
statement
past or
prior
finite?
to time? Do you think that is
I'm
a
gonna leave.
coherent statement to
I don't
make
need
prior
to
to time?
talk to you. You're
Hello?
low tier.
Hello?
I don't need to
Hello?
talk
We're
to you.
low tier.
Can you please engage with the fucking
I
statement,
talk
dog?
to physicists and
No, you
people
don't.
that study thermodynamics.
You talk with the stutter.
Talking
That's
to
what you
your
talk with.
mirror
You
does
talk with
not
the
mean you're
stutter.
talking
You
to
don't
a
know
physicist.
anything at all. Zero.
He cooked you.
You don't
in
even
this
know what
exact
exergen
argument.
means. You don't know anything.
Dog,
You're a low tier.
oh my god, can you
I-
please
I-
just
What do you think
engage
you are?
on the point?
Dr.
Do you think
Who
it's
do
a
you think that you are?
coherent
You,
statement?
you debating him on
Do
his
you
channel.
think
Everybody
it
in
is
this-
a
everybody in
coherent
these
fucking
comments
statement?
know who I
Matthew,
am,
Matthew,
bitch.
wait.
Everybody
Oh
in
my
these
God,
comments
this
probably know
guy,
who I
bro.
am too. That's the
Only
only
because of
guy.
Matthew,
Who are
Matthew,
you?
you
Literally,
run
who are you?
ChatGPT
Bro,
with
what
Dr.
is this
Blitz.
goofy
You run
stuff?
ChatGPT with me. You run
You guys are
ChatGPT with everyone. Bro, you're a
I've been
fucking
doing
no
this
Stop
for
tier.
a
that cringe
while.
ass
Oh
fake
my
laugh,
god,
dog.
you're
That shit is
blundering.
not
Let's just skip.
rhetorical.
Let's just cut
Do
to
you
the
please
chase.
just
Okay?
respond? Do you think it makes sense to say prior to time? Yes or no, Matthew? My good bitch.
What do you mean by prior?
What do you mean by prior
Do
to
you
time?
think it
Oh
makes
my
sense to
god.
say prior to time?
Are we talking about logical priority?
What the fuck are
Or
you talking
temporal.
about?
What the
Do you think
fuck?
Why
it
do
makes
you
sense-
keep pivoting?
Or
Jesus,
temporal
dude.
priority?
What? Okay, when you say logical priority, what are you actually talking about?
Do you not know the distinction between
Do
temporal
you not know the
priority and
distinction
logical
between? I'm asking
priority?
you to define
Temporal
logical
priority.
priority.
Ontological
Suck
dependence.
your mom, bro.
You
What do
stupid
wanna
What is
bitch.
watch?
ontological dependence? You
Ontological
haven't even told me
dependence.
whether or not time is infinite in the
Oh
past.
my god.
dependence.
How are
You
you
haven't
talking
even
about
told me if
logic
time
and then
is
you're
Ontologically
making
infinite.
depend on
elements to
ChatGPT,
You
bro.
haven't
ontology
What
that
are
even
you
you
told me
didn't
if
saying?
time is
explain?
infinite
What are
into
you
the past or
saying?
not.
Do you think
You haven't even
ontology
told
is
me if time
distinct
is
from
infinite into
logic,
the
you
past or
fucking
not.
muppet?
You haven't
You
even
understand
told
that
me
Did
logic
your mom
talks
use
about things that have no
ChatGPT when she
ontology,
gave
right?
birth
Is
to
time
you?
infinite into the past or is it finite?
To say
You don't even
time's
know.
infinite into the past
even
is
know.
not
Give me
even a
one
you're-
cyclic
All
model.
that you're making statements about is that
You
time
don't even know
exists
what you're
for all time.
arguing.
It's just not even a
You don't even know
coherent
what you're
statement.
Matthew,
arguing.
Matthew,
What
what's
is
the
the standard
definition of
model in
atemporal?
cosmology, sir?
What
Matthew,
the
what's
fuck
the
are you talking? We're talking
definition of
about metaphysics.
atemporal?
What is
Shut
the
the fuck
standard
up about
model in
cosmology. We are talking about
Matthew, what's the
metaphysics. You fucking
We're
definition of
talking about
retard.
atemporal?
cosmology,
Stupid.
goofy.
Dropped on your head as a
Matthew,
child.
about
what's the
Lame.
cosmology.
definition of
Bitch ass.
atemporal?
Fuck. Okay.
We're talking
Matthew,
about
what's the definition of atemporal?
cause.
Matthew, it's really not difficult, buddy.
All right, everyone, quiet down.
So
No,
anyways,
V,
Give it a
let him
second.
give the
Everyone make it
definition
like
for
This time in-
atemporal.
5
No,
seconds.
hold on.
time
Wait, we're
infinite
not.
into
Hold
the
on.
past
No,
or is
5
it
stop.
seconds,
finite?
everybody.
Oh my god. Okay, listen. We're talking about metaphysics.
No, I'm not gonna keep
okay?
doing this. You guys are little boys. You guys don't know shit. It's time
Are you
infinite
gonna
into the
are you
past
gonna
or
run
is it
then?
finite?
Are you gonna run because you're getting pressed about?
I already talked to the
Holy
host. You guys don't know
projection.
anything.
Oh,
Self
no.
You guys
projection.
are like little kids.
Oh, no. How was that for a little
This
kid?
guy's laughing.
Stupid bitch.
This isn't funny. This isn't funny.
Matthew, we are the same
This
age.
is why you have
And you
30
go
This
kids.
is
through
why.
twin
This is why.
flips.
This is why you can't speak.
Matthew,
You
can
do
I
have a
just
stutter.
This is why
imitate
you
you and your
fell off.
laptop when it comes to
This
ChatGPT?
is why you fell off.
Who fell off? What are you talking
This is why you
about?
fell off.
Who are you?
Okay. All right, everyone, quiet
I mean,
up.
listen. The point
Matthew,
is
you're
just
you
stunned.
use this
Matthew,
exact same
Matthew,
argument
when you're
against
talking
us.
about status of time and you're talking about existential qualities outside of time, there is serious debate of whether you can even have existential qualities outside of time.
Holy shit, he lives in the project. What the fuck
Dog,
is
where
this?
do you live? Bro, you're out literally out there with like fucking.
Oh
Bro,
my
you're in
God.
like the slums of Jamaica.
Matthew,
Holy shit,
Matthew,
bro.
I'm sending
God,
prayers
you
from
can't-
Gaza.
stop turning
I'm
camera
saying
on.
prayers from Gaza.
Holy fuck, bro.
What is this, man?
Your camera froze because your
No,
internet
but-
is fucking dog shit. Get a better service provider, you broke bitch.
Sorry, Matthew. You tried running this exact. The only physicist you talked to has been Dr. Blitz. You tried using this exact same argument
I'm
against
standing
him.
on a property
And
at
he cooked you.
2.7 acres and worth
Like literally
$700,000.
pulled it out, okay,
That's
slipped it
right,
in his ass and just unleashed
All the
a
cars in
load
my
of
yard are
fucking
worth
scientific
$200,000, and the
Little,
property
like-
by
Did you
itself
just
is
say
about
each
7
one of your-
acurs, and it's $700,000.
Did you just say each one of your
And
cars
his
is worth
grandfather did.
$200,000?
You guys don't do anything.
I
at all.
saw a
I
Nissan
have 200 cars in my
Altima.
yard.
Yeah,
I
this
saw a
is good
Nissan
pivot.
Altima. That is
I have
not a
200 cars in my yard.
$200,000 car.
W pivot.
I have 200 cars in my. I have a Harley Davidson
We heard
truck
you say that
that's worth
stupid bitch.
12.5.
W pivot. No one cares.
I have a Harley Davidson Ford F-150.
Why is your
that's worth
internet so
12.5.
bad then? Why
Of course
is
you
the
have an
quality of your internet
F-150.
so
Of
awful?
course you have an F-150.
No, I don't drive it. I don't drive it. I sell them.
Matthew,
So-
if you have have so much money. I'm curious
I
as to
sell
why your
them.
parents didn't put you in speech
And
therapy
by the
because
way,
you have
what's
an
wrong with having an
outrageous stutter that
F-150?
needs
What the fuck?
addressing.
What do you drive? A RAV4? Like what? The fuck is this?
What's wrong with the RAV4?
Honda
You ever
Pilot.
This
seen
guy
the
just
fuck?
laughed at his
Have you
own
ever seen the
joke.
hybrid?
What the
Who do you
fuck?
think you are, bro? Bro's driving a
Yo,
RAV4.
this guy just laughed at his own joke. What are you
the hell
doing,
is
bro?
that shit?
You think you sound
But
good,
anyways.
Randall?
Pilot, baby.
Okay, back to the
Anyways.
argument.
Mine.
I only see like fat short guys driving up.
Okay, hold on. The argument that's being made is very
I'm
simple,
not fat.
right? The argument that's being made is just when you talk about like
Which premise one?
to talk about priority to time, you could talk about ontological ground.
You guys
and
aren't
just
ready for
paint
this
it
I just need to
conversation.
pull up
why.
something real quick.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
This guy
Okay.
pulled up
Anyways.
ChatGPT, bro. Like, come on, let's be
Bro,
serious.
I'm
Bro,
walking around right now.
Bro,
what are you talking
look
about?
like
I'm
a
helping
Yeah,
donkey.
that's
you.
what they
Every
all
time you
say.
say something,
Okay,
it's a
I'm
lie.
we
walking
can't.
around.
I don't want to.
Yo, I'm not
I don't
gonna,
need to
I'm not
dox
gonna
him.
throw you a bone. I'm not gonna talk to you so you can learn off of me.
What?
Matthew.
Okay, so you're dodging.
Matthew,
You're
the-
running. Okay, you're dodging. That's fine. Get the fuck off
Matthew,
the
the
panel.
No, I'm not.
only.
If you want to
Yes,
sit,
Matthew,
sit,
the only
sit,
Dog,
let
wait,
me teach
Matthew.
you.
Wait, hold on. I just want everyone to say, just
Sit
I
down
want-
and let me teach you.
Sit down, bitch. You're my dog. Be quiet. Anyway, like I was
Be
saying.
quiet.
Yo, Cody, I'm just
anyway.
curious. Does this sound like dodging to you? I'm not gonna
Yo, this
target
guy
you.
sounds like
I'm
he
not
plays
gonna
Grow
target
Hard.
Definitely
you. No, I'm
dodged.
actually
I'd
not
love
gonna
to
talk
get to
you.
the argument. What
That's
about
dumb, bro.
entropy proves God,
Both
Matthew?
of you.
Do you play
both
Grow
of
Garden?
You calm down.
Matthew, what
Both of
part
you
of
calm
entropy
down.
proves God?
All right. Let's both of you calm down.
So
It-
yeah,
Give it 5 sec.
I'm saying.
No, we're having 5 seconds of silence. 5,
Okay, there's no
4,
empirically observed cyclic that currently
5,
exist.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Now we're good. Calm down. All right. Cool. Why are none of the gifts going to
I think
me
it's time
and
for
go
you to shut your
Vaughn?
mouth. This guy literally just now asked me a question. What the fuck is this shit?
Okay. Let's
Matthew,
hear
I'm
it up,
keeping
Matthew.
this conversation
Be
civil.
quiet.
But yes,
Why are you
now
doing
we
a
can have the
countdown? Like, what is
conversation.
this?
Matthew, shut the fuck up. Okay.
Because I'm having to teach you like the
He
toddlers.
asked me a question. and he's
Okay,
doing a
Matthew?
countdown.
I'm having to teach you like I'm
Everybody
having to
calm.
treat you like a freshman when I tutor freshmen. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, what is
Matthew,
extra G?
we shut up.
You guys don't know shit, little.
We are now
Little
going
boy.
to go back to your argument.
Watch
Provide
me
us the argument. What is the
Okay.
argument?
So, the argument against the eternal past. Okay, so this is the case.
What do you mean
So,
eternal
if
past?
if time has no beginning and no end, then that means it's infinite. Yes or no?
Yes. Why are you
Okay, so what
assuming
is the
that we
definition
believe
of the
that?
universe? The totality of space-time physical reality, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so does anything exist outside of it that's physical?
No.
Or anything? Like what? A
I
quantum
said
vacuum?
no.
Oh, okay. Anyway, so if there's nothing outside of it, right, that's physical or anything like that, then that means that by definition, if the universe is all that there is, it's the totality of space-time physical reality. And if there's nothing beyond it, then by definition, it's isolated. And this is a standard assumption in physics, by the way. This is just common knowledge.
Are you just arguing for a closed
but-
universe?
No, I'm just telling you how we should already. By the way, you already conceded that entropy does not decrease. Is one of the most well-established law in physics.
Entropy,
Okay.
the maximum amount of
What about the
Um,
Tolman
Dr. Bliss?
no-go?
what?
What about Tolman no-go? You guys know about that?
No, not a physicist.
Okay, these are equations and all these things. Okay, the Bekenstein-Hawking entropy equation.
I
There is
mean,
no
what
equation
about it?
that resets entropy. Okay.
Sure,
So
whatever.
If I've established, okay, so far that the universe,
but I
we've
think the
established that the
maximum
universe
amount
is
of
all there
entropy-
is.
I'm pretty sure the maximum amount of entropy does change, though.
What do you mean?
Like
Energy
because
redshifts,
the universe
brother.
expands.
Yes. Okay.
Because the universe expands,
But
I
entropy
think
doesn't
that the
reset to
maximum
zero.
amount can change.
Entropy doesn't reset to zero.
No, it does not,
It
correct.
increases overall.
No, of
It does not
course.
increase. It does not reset to zero. It increases overall. Correct.
Correct.
Sure. Yeah.
So yeah, if it has gone through an infinite amount of cycles,
Are you a flat earther?
it could. No,
Okay.
No, he's a young Earth creationist, but not a flat earther.
no, I'm not. I'm an old Earth creationist.
Well, you were
I don't really know. I
disagreeing
gotta do
with.
more research.
I mean,
think
anyways.
I'm more of an old Earth creationist, but I gotta do more research. And,
Sure,
You know,
sure.
Yeah,
That tells me
figure
you're
that-
open-minded.
figure that out.
That's chill.
Doesn't
That's
pertain to the
chill.
conversation.
Okay, so yeah, entropy.
figure that out. But yeah, it's pretty simple. I mean, even if entropy does decrease at like a bounce or whatever, the BGV theorem doesn't prove a beginning. It could either be a beginning or like a gravity regime or like
Yeah, we don't
a
know.
bounce. But either way, whatever it is, the entropy at each bounce.
We don't know if it'll bounce.
would event if it's going to be cyclic, and that's what you would, you know.
Well, it may bounce. It
Really?
also might have heat death. Like, there's so many options.
Well, if it does bounce, if it does infinitely cycle into the future and into the past, then overall, each cycle, entropy would increase.
Not necessarily.
Overall. This is the Tolman no-go. Search it up.
Sure. That's called that thing.
This is
Cool.
for the
So
there's
what about
Bekenstein, Hawking? These are the formulas for Roger Penrose, loop quantum cosmology,
Brother,
ekpyrotic,
I hear
Carol
you.
Schenneberg-Grattan.
Pause. Naming off 30 different mathematicians doesn't make something accurate, by the way.
No, these are cyclic model.
Okay, not everyone holds to that. So let me explain why
I know, I'm naming
I'm
them
not
all.
saying it's false,
All of these.
idiot. Fucking listen.
I know,
Jesus.
I understand. I'm just saying, I understand.
It is
Oh, yeah.
also possible for it to be cyclical, bounce back, and the entropy be low and or restart to where it was, not from zero, but still go back to that point of like a Planck, for instance. It's what it did. If it is cyclical, if it is bouncing, if it has bounced, then it already did it, and we know that. So saying that that is impossible or the only option is just not true. I'm not saying what you're saying is false. I'm just
No, I
saying
understand.
there's multiple options.
But if it bounces and decreases, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't decrease. It doesn't reset to zero. It might decrease or whatever you want to say, which is very, very
I can grant that.
speculative. I could even try to grant maybe it decreases, but even if it does decrease, okay, it's still going to increase overall. It's not resetting to zero. Over each cycle, it's increasing overall.
To a degree, I can grant that to some degree, but like, what's the point of this?
The point is, as entropy increases, exergy decreases, and
Define
exergy
exergy.
is the maximal useful work of a system. And I'm defining work as, listen, I'm really getting into it right now, so this is what it is. So look, as entropy increases, exergy decreases. I'm defining exergy. This is what the definition is: the maximal useful work of a system, and that I'm defining work as energy, usable energy. And I'm defining the system as just an isolated system, the universe, the totality of space-time physical reality. Okay, so as entropy increases, exergy decreases.
Okay, which
So-
model of physics is this on, brother?
Which model of physics? This is for, what do you mean by that?
Is this classical? What is this?
This would just be our current cosmology, physics,
Which is?
and also classical space-time too, I guess you could say.
Which is?
General relativity.
Okay, cool.
We got Richard Tolman, Bekenstein, Hawking. These are the ones that I'm currently. We got the
BGP
Gibson-Hawking formula too, I think it's called. The Clausius inequality.
I still don't get how this gets you to a god.
So what I'm saying, it gets us to understanding that there couldn't. That it's not. It's more of favoring a finite past. Even Dr. Blitz would hold to.
I hold to a finite
it
past,
not being
brother.
infinite. Yeah. Okay. If we have a finite past, and that's okay. Then what I can say is that we have the BGV theorem then.
Boo-hoo. Where's God?
And if we have the BGV theorem, then that means that the past there's a boundary because it's geodesically incomplete.
Yeah, define that word, buddy.
Geodesically incomplete means a boundary, no begin. I mean a beginning.
You know what you're talking about? No, you don't. Cool. So don't use that
Yeah,
word again.
geodesics is lines through space and
BT is what
time.
I'm doing.
Lines
Okay.
can't go. No,
Again, so
this
what
is
part
very
of this
simple
gets you to
ball
a god?
knowledge. So what I'm saying is the BGV theorem gives us a past boundary, and if we have the past boundary, that boundary I'm
What is the
defining as
past boundary?
I'm defining the boundary as a spatial boundary and a temporal boundary. That's what the BGV theorem shows us. Geodesics is just lines through space and time, and if we have the BGV theorem, it shows that the past is geodesically incomplete, which just means a boundary and the boundary spatial boundary and a temporal boundary. And what I'm trying to say is if it has a boundary, then that means that there's a beginning, okay? And if there's a beginning to space and time, okay, then that means that it must have had a cause. Because
That does not mean that it
it's
has a
not
beginning
infinite.
of space-time.
If there's a boundary, then what does that mean?
That there is a beginning to the expansion of said boundary.
No, that's not, no, what? No, that's not how that works.
Well, the Big
If
Bang.
there's a boundary, then that means there's something outside of it.
Well, the Big Bang.
Well, I mean,
from our current knowledge was the expansion of the universe.
If there,
from a
that's what I'm saying.
hot
Yeah,
dense
if there's a
state.
boundary, then at the hot dense state,
Oh, I found it.
that's where the
Past
universe
the
is
hot dense state,
expanding
we
from.
have multiple multiple
Like when you
quantum
mathematically
vacuums.
trace the expansion backwards, you reach, which classically defined as a singularity.
Yeah,
you
that
don't
was
have to push
proven
too hard on
false.
Well, you don't
That
have to
was
push too hard on
proven
that. It's
false.
either way. It's the,
Okay,
'Cause
so
we know
here,
that
I
singularity
found
can't
this. Let,
exist.
let me read it out.
This
I
is under
found what he's
general
talking about.
relativity.
I
Those
found
are
out what
proven
he's talking about.
postulates.
So it is the Borguth-Velenkine BGV theorem. The
Yeah,
key
Velenkine.
points are going to be it applies to classical general relativity without assuming a specific matter content. What it's going to say is if the average expansion rate over the universe's history,
By
then
the
the
way, general
space-time
relativity
is
is our
geodesically past
theory of
incomplete,
gravitation, large
meaning
scale
all
structure.
time like
structure,
geodesics, paths of
large
free
scale
fall
spatial structure.
observers reach a boundary or a singularity within finite proper time into the past. So this literally proves or tries to prove a singularity, which modern cosmology doesn't even agree with. Just so you know. So
I'm not appealing to a singularity. I'm just
no, that's
saying,
what the
that's what
GBV
classical
is.
say.
The BGV is appealing to a singularity, dude. I just read it. Meaning
No,
all
no,
time like
the-
geodesics reach a boundary or singularity within finite proper time into the past.
Yeah, a
Modern
boundary or a
cosmology does
singularity,
not grant that.
The boundary does not equal singularity. It says boundary or singularity. It
It's
says
saying
so.
boundary, which is the
Uh-huh.
singularity. When it's using
No,
or
okay,
there
show us
with the
that. Where's it say that
context,
at?
yeah, meaning
does it say
all
that?
time like geodesics reach
me.
a boundary or
I don't
singularity
see it.
within finite proper time into the past.
I don't see that on my screen.
Brother, I
What
just
does it say that
Googled
the
it,
boundary is
so
a
obviously
singularity?
you can too.
We'll show us.
It's the
like, what?
meaning of or in the sentence,
What'd you
dude.
search up? Let me see. What'd you search up? I'll go check.
I searched up BGV theorem. Period. That's it. It brought up the Borguth-Velenkine BGV theorem. It's going through the key points named after scope, condition, implication. And then it talks about the completeness of it, the mathematical formula of it, the derivation, interpretation, the debate. Scientific view, the BGV theorem is taken seriously as a mathematical result in classical GR, but it does not prove the existence of a Big Bang singularity. As I just said, only that a classical description cannot extend infinitely into the past, which I can grant. Like, I don't know. We don't know.
What is the sources on that you're looking at? What's the sources?
I mean, this is just the first fucking Google search, bro. It's going to have
Here, put my
scienceandculture.com,
screen
physics
bigger.
gurus, Wikipedia. Like, it's
Put
just
my
the
screen
first
bigger.
Google
I
search.
got the
This is
I got
AI.
the
It's Copilot.
ARXIV in Wikipedia.
Oh, AXR. Yeah,
I
this
have the
is Wikipedia.
ARXIV and the Wikipedia.
This is Wikipedia.
I have ARXIV.
I don't give a fuck, dude. I'm just explaining it.
AR
What part of this gets you to
ARXIV.
God?
Put it on the screen. It
No.
doesn't say that a boundary is a singularity. It says
I
a
was just
boundary
saying
or a
that that's what the
singularity.
or means, dude. If you
The
don't
boundary
agree,
does not mean
cool.
a singularity.
If you don't care about that, cool. It doesn't mean a singularity.
I understand,
Cool.
but a boundary does not mean a singularity.
Cool. I'll concede on that. Did you hear me the
Oh,
fourth
okay.
time? Jesus,
Okay,
motherfucking
okay.
Christ. Where does
bad.
God come into play? Jesus.
So yes. So if time is finite into the past, then we also have the fine tuning also.
Where is God?
Hold on, really? Can I just ask?
Sorry, where,
is
how do you
God
get? Sorry,
atemporal?
before that, how do you get to fine tuning?
Wait, hold on. That's not
Because
how
if
we can
time
get
is
into
finite into the
after.
past, that means that we don't have an infinite amount of cycles to reach how perfect.
That's not what that
everything is.
means.
Yeah, that is.
Okay.
The fine tuning means the
the-
fine tuning of the universe.
For fine
Well,
tune,
can you
the only way
explain- Can you
to
explain how everything's so perfect on the first cycle?
yeah, hold
It's
on.
not
When you say
perfect.
everything's so
Astronomically
perfect,
low.
This is-
it's
first of
not.
all, it's not
I
perfect.
can grant the
we have a
constants.
third generation star.
No, let's grant his
Okay,
argument.
yeah,
The
grant
constants
fine-tuning.
are seemingly perfect. Let's grant that.
Wait, hold
Where's
on,
God?
hold on.
No,
Andrew,
wait, hold on.
no, we are
That's
keeping
standard.
on
I just
this.
wanna-
We got to keep
That's
this
the
simple as
standard.
shit.
It's called
Matthew, what
That's
part
standard.
of the constants show that a God made it this way, dude?
Yeah. Okay, let me show you. So if we are on the first cycle and there's not an infinite amount of cycles, that means that we did not have an infinite amount of time for everything to be so perfect. So this is the first cycle, according to what we currently know, according to if we have a finite past. But that means that we don't have an infinite amount of time for everything to be so
Wonderful.
perfect. And
Don't
also,
give a
if there's
fuck. Where is
boundary-
God?
also,
Stop pivoting.
I'm getting to the conclusion. If there's a boundary, then that means that there's a spatial boundary and a temporal boundary. And if there's a spatial boundary and a temporal boundary, that means that there's something outside of space and time.
That means that your God exists outside of time, therefore has no causal relation with time. Dude, you just debunked
Okay,
yourself. Where is
wait,
God?
Wait, so change can't happen outside of time, right?
No. So your God cannot make anything.
Exactly. Okay, let me explain. So if there can't be a change outside of time, then that means that the cause of the universe
Is
cannot
changeless,
change.
timeless, and immaterial. No, it doesn't.
No, that
What it
means
means is
the
that we're
cause of the
missing
universe can't
information.
change. If there is a cause of the universe and there can't be
You're
a change
saying
outside of
if.
time,
You're saying
that
if.
means
Can you
well, we already
demonstrate to me?
established that there's a boundary. We already demonstrated there's a boundary.
No, there's a boundary of our
boundary is outside of
physics,
space and time.
numbnuts. We don't even
because
know
the
if it's a
theorem
singularity.
gives us-
We don't know what the boundary is. We don't know
Matthew.
what it's made of. We don't
Yeah,
know.
but, our physics
Matthew,
breaks down. Yeah, that's yes.
Matthew,
okay,
is
but
God atemporal?
our physics breaking down points to a limit. You idiot, not an eternal past.
It points to a
Is God
current limit
atemporal?
in physics of our understanding
yeah,
of physics.
exact-
It doesn't
our
point
best
to a
confir-
limit of the
Exactly.
universe, brother.
Our best confirmed physics models all point to a limit. Thank you for thank you
Yes.
for agreeing with me.
Yes, we're not
Wow.
able to see past a certain point. Correct. Where's God?
Oh yeah, all our best confirmed.
Yeah,
physics models point to a limit.
correct.
We can see.
Good boy.
Oh,
Now where's
okay.
God? What the fuck, dude? This is the whole point of your argument is God.
Wait, hold on. If energy is eternal, and the past is
Yeah,
finite,
define eternal. Define eternal.
Wait, so the past is no beginning, no end, and the past is finite.
Define
so what's
eternal,
going
dude.
on? And there's a spatial and a temporal boundary.
Oh my God, Matthew. Are you, okay, here's what we're gonna do, Matthew. Here's the deal: the energy can't be created. You know what does have a beginning? The expansion of space-time. We know that part. Goes back to Planck. Prior to that, we don't know jack shit. You have proven that you're incapable of demonstrating any deity causal mechanism to any of this, except for your own God of the gaps argument. Literally, all you have said is, we don't know
There's a
something,
boundary
therefore
that
God
could be-
must have... Shut the fuck up.
That's the beginning of space and if there's a boundary. That's the beginning. That's of space and time. It's simple.
Matthew,
Can something come from nothing?
obviously not.
Actually,
Okay, so if there's a boundary, then like what's going on here? Like, is that the
Bro.
beginning of space and time or no?
There's a boundary due to our limits in physics.
Yeah, you're really straw manning physics, aren't you? So you're undermining our physics?
Yes.
The BGV theorem proves all your cyclic models geodesically in complete lines through space-time. We know,
Cool.
okay, through geodesics that there's a past boundary, you idiot. This
Cool.
has nothing to do
Where's
with general
God?
relativity singularity.
Cool. Where's God?
There's a beginning to space and time because there's a boundary.
Cool.
There's a
Where's
beginning to
God?
Space and time, and that means that it has a cause. Something cannot come from nothing.
Cool. Why is it God?
It's God because there can't outside of time there can't be a change, and if there can't be a change outside of time, then that means that if there was a cause, then that means that the cause couldn't change unless it's personal.
That's completely false. You need to demonstrate that.
Okay, so if it's personal, then that means that it has a will, it has an act. But when it acts and wills, nothing
Right,
pushes
so
it to
now,
change.
Matthew-
Nothing
Matthew.
prior changes it.
Matthew.
Okay.
Matthew. Pause.
If the cause
Matthew.
is not personal, then it
Matthew.
has,
Matthew.
there's no when to act, and there's no
Matthew.
change for there to be an automatic change.
I have
so
a
no
question,
time equals
Matthew.
no
I'm not
automatic
listening
change.
anymore. I'm stuck on the first fucking thing you said.
Okay,
Okay.
you guys.
You
like,
need to
just listen.
demonstrate how you know that a personal God with intention intentionally created this boundary. Go ahead.
So listen, if the cause of the universe,
Did I ask
Uh,
if? I said you are claiming it's true. You need to demonstrate how you know. This is called
Okay.
epistemology.
No, I'm telling.
I know you haven't learned it
no.
yet. So now you need to
Yeah,
demonstrate how you
you're
know that a
conflating.
personal
You're
being
equivocating.
with intentions
I'm gonna say
made
if
this.
it doesn't have intentions on how it cannot be, there's an alternative.
Yeah, it
and I'm
could
giving
be
you
a
both
deeper mechanic
to
in
show you which
physics
one
that
is
we
more
haven't
rational.
learned about. The most
Okay.
rational one is going
We
to
have
be
an
the
alternative.
Matthew. Stop over
Natural
talking.
laws are causally inert.
Matthew, stop over talking.
Physical laws are causally inert.
Is your
As follows.
only way to win debate to
Physical
gish
laws are
gallop
causally
and
inert.
talk over?
They're causally inert. I'm trying to tell you.
Learn to be
there's a
quiet.
Cause outside. You be quiet.
I'll be back,
Demonstrate.
okay.
Let me demonstrate it. Okay, I'll go.
Are you done?
Are you gonna let me talk and demonstrate? Pretty simple.
Are you done?
All your friends left. I took over this bitch.
Are you ready to have a conversation?
Yeah, go ahead.
Your claim is that there seems to be this boundary. Your further claim on that, there must be a cause. Your claim is that the cause is an immaterial, personal being with intention. Correct or false?
Correct.
You need to show us that it is this personal God that created this instead of the most likely scenario, a further, deeper mechanic in physics, which is the most likely scenario. Why is it most likely? Because it's natural. It's not supernatural. Supernatural breaks the laws of physics and logic. By the way, something being atemporal has no causal relations with time. It's not possible. So you have a burden of proof to show that your God can do the impossible act of creating change or A to B causation when there's no
Okay,
such
these are
thing
just
as
a
A
bunch
to
of
B
assertions.
possibility.
Nice gish gallop. So yeah, God cannot do the logically impossible, like lifting up a rock that's too heavy for him, but he can do all that's like saying like a square circle. But anyways, what were we saying before? So yeah, if there is a beginning of space and time, then there's a spatial boundary, temporal
If.
boundary. That means that there's a cause.
No,
And
it doesn't.
obviously, if there's a cause
Pause. If there is a beginning to space
said
and
there's some
time,
type of
why does there
deeper
need to be a cause for that?
thing. If there's a beginning to space and time, can something come from nothing?
No.
Ooh. Okay. so
Time
there's not
is a
cause?
measurement of change. You want to know what the
Oh
cause
my
is?
god, what is that, bro? I don't care.
You want to know what
What?
the cause is? The change, that of energy fields. So again, demonstrate to me why I
energy
should
fields.
believe that a
But
magical
there's a
unicorn.
boundary. There can't be energy beyond space and
Was
time.
there a point when energy did not exist?
Was there a point where there's energy beyond space and time?
I asked you a question.
No. And even if it was, it couldn't change. It would
Okay,
sit
so
there forever
energy
doing
therefore
nothing.
always existed for
It would
all of
sit there
time.
forever doing nothing because it couldn't change. It's outside of time. It can't change, right? Goofball. W concession.
No, time is change.
Yeah. No, time
Energy
is not change.
existed.
Time is a set of all change. Not time is change. You
Time,
can't have change without time.
A, B, cause,
A,
effect.
B.
If
cause,
energy
effect.
exists and is always constantly
B.
doing this,
Okay, so
then
A
this
is
comes
cause,
about
and
from
then B
it.
is effect. So A is cause, B is effect. What else? B, C. D, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P.
so we know that energy can't be created. Energy exists
No,
for
we
all
don't
of
know
time,
that.
which is the
we know that
definition.
once it exists, it does not disappear.
Can
within
you
a system. We don't know
demonstrate?
whether or not that system itself had to be.
Cool. Can you demonstrate that outside of the system exists?
It has a boundary.
Demonstrate that there's anything outside of that boundary. Go ahead.
Okay, so if it has a boundary, then that means that there's a spatial boundary, temporal boundary. If there's a spatial boundary, temporal boundary, then that means that there's something beyond.
Nope,
space
that
and
doesn't
time.
follow.
Because there's a hole in the manifold.
That doesn't follow. You're saying that there's a boundary. Congratulations. Which part of there being a boundary shows that there is
What
anything
is that
beyond the
Is
boundary?
that boundary nothing? Is the boundary nothing?
Why are you presupposing things that physics hasn't learned?
What is it?
I'm asking you. You're the one with the claims.
But does space and time have a beginning?
No. We have Planck time.
Do they have a beginning at the boundary?
I hold that there is most likely a beginning
We've
to
already
time.
established there's a boundary. If there's a boundary to space and time,
A
that means
boundary
that there's
does not
beginning to space and time.
equate to therefore something exists outside of a boundary. A boundary
If
just
there's
shows you a
to
boundary.
space and time, then that means that there's a beginning. And if there's a beginning, that means it needs a cause.
Why can that... I have two things. A, the first question I asked you, which you still have not answered. Why does that cause need to be a magical unicorn instead of a further mechanic in physics we haven't learned? Because all we know about the hot dense state is that it existed and that there is an expansion of space-time, of which space-time was at Planck, not zero. It didn't begin. It began to expand. Time did exist.
So
We
was
know
there
that.
a first moment?
I don't
First
know.
moment? You would have to say that.
No, I
If you
don't.
think time is finite. If you think time is finite, then yeah.
I don't know, dude.
Either which way, you said time is finite, dude.
I'm saying
There's
I
a-
can
there's a-
hold to
There's a
that.
boundary, dude.
Listen,
There's a boundary.
I can hold
said
to
time is
that.
finite.
We don't know prior to Planck.
Time is finite.
Prove it.
If you mathematically trace the expansion backwards.
Yeah, what source
everything
shows that there
converges
is
to an
something prior to
extremely
Planck?
hot dense state. At that hot dense state,
Which is
it's not
Planck
a
time.
literal point in space. but it's space itself expanding.
Yeah. Show me what's
Okay.
prior to Planck and how you know this.
So if space itself is expanding and it has a boundary and it expanded from the boundary, then that boundary is the beginning of space and time, and it needs a cause if it begins.
You're just saying the same script again. Can you show me how you
It's
know
not a
there's something
script.
prior to Planck time?
If it has a cause, it has to be personal because you can't have change outside
You
of
have
time,
gish
right?
galloped again. Can you show me?
Does anything
Stop pivoting.
change in you when
Can
make
you
that
show
choice?
me what is prior to Planck time and how you know?
What do you mean by prior? Temporal priority or logical priority? Sure.
Period. Give me an answer.
Logical priority does not require time, correct?
What is prior to Planck time and how do you know
Does
this?
logical priority require time?
You're the one claiming that there is a start to time. Show me the 0 time.
I don't know. You're the one who's on the live. I mean, I thought you would know. what
You're the
logical
one with the
priority is.
claim. So provide the demonstration for your
Cool,
claim.
What claim?
You need to epistemically justify your claim for me to grant it.
What claim? Confused.
That there is a beginning of time.
We've already established that.
No, we haven't. I have asked
And then
you
you told me- and then
repeatedly,
you told me I keep saying the same script over and
repeatedly,
over, but it's just that
repeatedly,
you don't understand what I'm saying.
repeatedly, I have asked you what is
Or maybe
prior
it's
to
just a blunder.
what I have
Oh
asked
yeah,
you.
now you know what the question.
What I have asked you repeatedly is what is prior to Planck and how you know
There
it,
you go.
and you have not responded.
Yeah, if there's like I said, if there's a spatial boundary, temporal boundary, then that means that there's something logically prior. And if it's finite, we just have ontological dependence.
If. Wonderful.
And-
Demonstrate the if is true.
Well, the if I've already told you it cannot be infinite. The alternative is less rational. We already established that.
A, demonstrate this to me and how you
Do you
know
what
this.
the alternative is?
And
What is the
B,
alternative?
demonstrate the second claim that it has to be a personal God instead of the most likely scenario of a deeper mechanic in physics.
Yeah, so if it's just a deeper mechanic in physics, I don't even know what that would. Are you trying to say like something like?
Before general
Quantum
relativity
cosmology?
existed, when all we had was classical physics,
Trying to say like.
we didn't know about general, and that was a deeper mechanic in physics. And before quantum, that was a deeper mechanic in physics.
General relativity
So
is our
we
best
don't
theory of
know.
gravity and large
So
scale
we don't.
structure.
So we don't know if there is another
We
deeper.
know that general relativity.
Jesus, you talk too much. Go troll someone else. I'm done with it. It was boring. I'm in the middle of asking you questions and you just keep talking and saying the same script over and over. Hello all, true and no name. You guys over the age of 18?
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, true dropped. All right, what can I call you?
Call me good content.
What can I call you?
Christ.
You can request up when you want to have a conversation.
You should have just let me bitch him on metaphysics, bro.
That Matthew guy needs some serious communication help.
Yeah, I mean,
Talking
Wait,
over
I-
people does not make you win.
not just that. It's just all of his points were just fucking awful. Like the whole idea about like, bro, every single point he made, you could be attacked like reasonably. So I don't know. It's just a very, very silly argument. They kept like just making claims like, oh yeah, will for some reason is not change, or when there is a change of will, that is somehow not a type of change. Like, bro. it
I
was
mean,
just
I
absolute
agree with him that
contradiction.
if there is proof that there had to be a cause, cool, demonstrate that it's a god and not another physics. I mean, another mechanic in physics.
Yeah, but the issue is that like if you want to turn around and be like, oh, there is a cause, you can maybe like make reference to like physics understanding of cosmology, but you're like ignoring all of the metaphysics surrounding the subject of whether the universe or space or time itself can have like origination or cause or anything like that. Like, because the thing I was going to ask him is just, is God atemporal? And if that's true, does the statement God never existed follow? And the answer is yes. Because never is just a temporal term. So if God never existed, then I don't know what work he's doing.
Well, he's incapable of shutting the fuck up and listening, so I don't think he ever would have got them there.
Yeah, I had to give him some lashings though, so it's okay.
Good God, that kid knows how to talk. Diarrhea out of the mouth.
Have I got a fucking echo?
A little bit.
Ow, my bad.
Only when I talk. No, it's good. You're good. I barely notice it.
Alright, but
That kid is rough. He's been up a few times. I know that Blitz has absolutely decimated the shit out of him. I
Well,
kicked you
I
because you were
only-
incapable of giving an honest answer. I told you after I kicked you when you were ready to have a conversation that you can re-request up. Would you like to have a conversation? No, it's not. Christ is a label. Dumbass. Would you like to request up and give me something I can call you? Yep,
Or
wow.
just call yourself like Son or something, dude.
You can
like, it's not
literally
difficult.
request up and say, call me John, call me, I need a name. I'm not calling you semicolon. I guess he's done.
What a shame. What a shame.
I was
'Cause
hoping you'd
he
request
had
up.
something incredibly profound to say.
What's up, Aja?
Hi, good
Hi.
morning.
How you
How are
doing?
you? I'm doing great. I'm at work. I'm at school. I work at a school. The kids are doing great. I was gonna ask. I was gonna tell the guy who say his name is Christ. If it's true, if he's a true Christian, why is he berating his God's name? Why is he trashing his name, calling himself Christ? Isn't that blasphemy?
That's
Like
true.
if
Semicolon,
you are
request
a
up and give me a name and then we can have a
if you
conversation.
are if you are a true Christian, why are you committing blasphemy against your freaking God? Like it's just so stupid. That guy.
All right,
it's just
semicolon, give me a
I
name.
can't.
You can call me John. You can call me John.
Okay, thank you. Jesus motherfucking Christ, was it that hard? All right, what's your argument?
Why don't you believe in God?
Because there's no evidence. What's your evidence for God?
You can't, bro. Every time y'all be saying that, bro, you can't. There's no evidence, bro.
Exactly.
Oh,
John,
that's
do you
awesome.
believe in
You
magical
exist, but
unicorns?
you exist,
John,
though.
pause. Do you believe in magical unicorns? Yes or no?
What do you mean?
Magical unicorns, the fucking fairy tale metaphysical unicorn creature.
Nah.
Why not?
Because they don't exist.
Why
Like that.
do you, how do you know that? How do you know that?
Because that's made up.
No, it's not. It's true.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
I've had
Do you see the point? I can
But-
say a magical unicorn, i.e., I can say a god exists. You can say, no, it doesn't. Your explanation, you've never seen fucking evidence to justify the belief in this magical unicorn. Your god is the magical unicorn.
No, it's not, bro.
Wait, hold on. Wait, Cody, I had a dream last night, and I remember in my dream, I saw John here actually beat his own mother, right? I saw this happen, right? So I've got my experience of it, right? I just know it's true. So why did you beat your own mother, John?
Bro, that what I want to say when I say there's no evidence is like I can't prove I can't prove the God does not exist like a math equation or something.
I can prove God doesn't exist. I can prove your God doesn't exist right now in one sentence.
But you know that
I know for a fact your God does not exist. I know it for an absolute objective fact. You want to hear it?
everything I've
You don't want to hear it?
Everything
Everything has a
Everything
cause,
has a
including
cause?
God?
Yes.
Including God?
No.
So that's called
not
a
everything,
logical
man.
fallacy.
Bro, he's outside, bro. He's
John.
not like the same thing as
John, that is called a logical fallacy called special pleading. All things adhere to these rules except for my thing. You have no demonstration for your thing existing in the first place, let alone being able to break the laws of physics.
Man, bro.
This is called logic and critical thinking. When you learn it, you'll stop believing in Santa Claus. If you'd like to demonstrate why I should believe in Santa Claus, I'm here to listen. But if you're just going to sit here and, man, you just need to believe, man. You just need to believe. Shut the fuck up. If that's your only argument, go fuck yourself in someone else's stream.
I have a question for John. John, do you believe in Jesus Christ, correct?
Yes.
And do you believe his story it's unique?
Yes.
Like the birth from a virgin and the resurrection, crucifixion and resurrection. You believe that story it's unique and it's true?
Yes, it's true. Yes.
You think it is? Well,
Yeah.
have you? Okay. Well, have you ever heard? Have you researched that other ancient beliefs before Christ also have the same story? They were born from from a virgin. They did their thing. They got crucified, and they also resurrected on the third day. It's the same story. It's not unique. Christ, the story of Jesus Christ was copy and paste from other beliefs. It's not real. It's not real. So I'm
Bro,
gonna
where
give
did
you.
you get that, bro? Like, where did you
Give
get
me
that?
1 second. Give me. I'm
Where did
trying.
we
If you
get
be
that from?
quiet,
Did
No, he
Jesus
has no proof of that.
did
if you
Jesus
be
turn water to
quiet,
wine?
if you be quiet and you listen
All
for
right,
a
keep going,
second.
keep going, keep going.
Okay, let me finish. Let me finish. That way you can say, listen, just research. Do your research before you like blindly just believe of something. We have done our research. Like it's not a unique story. Jesus, he did not die for your sin. He died for your sin. He didn't die for nobody's sin. That story of Jesus is copy and paste. It's all I'm saying. Do your research.
But you have
Find
no
out for
proof of
yourself.
that, bro. You have no proof. Like you just saying that
I
just
have
from
proof.
Okay, show me the proof then. Show me.
Yeah. Do you believe the claim that Jesus turning water to wine is not copy paste?
It's not copy paste.
Dionysus, the myth of Dionysus, the Greek god who turned water into wine. What about the global flood? Do you think that's copy and paste or not?
It's not.
Okay, well, it is because it appeared first in the very first story ever written called the Epic of Gilgamesh, where a man made a ark, exactly the same thing, put all the animals, etc., his family on it, and survived a global catastrophe flood. Every single story is copy and paste. Virgin births, turning water into wine, walking on water, resurrecting. This is all taken from Greek and other pagan mythologies.
Also, John, don't you think it's a little ironic that you're saying, well, you don't have proof for this, but not like 5 minutes ago you said, well, I don't have proof for God. Don't you find that slightly, just the slightest tiny bit ironic?
You didn't get it when I said there's no evidence. Like I can't prove it.
Correct. Same as I can't prove a magical unicorn exists in my backyard. It doesn't exist.
Can't prove that he doesn't exist.
Yes, I can. Your God cannot exist outside of time and have causal relation with time. There you go. Debunked.
That's not.
It is
Hold on.
100% true. That is absolutely objective fact. You cannot have causal relation, cause and effect, which are 2 points in time if time does not exist. So therefore, your God could not have created anything if he exists outside of the possibility of being able to have cause and effect relation with anything. Therefore, untrue, because that's what the story relies on. The idea that this mythological creature exists without time, exists without the capability of cause and effect, therefore exists without the ability to create anything. It's false. It's 100%, 1,000%, 1,000,000% debunked. It's untrue. It's false. It's bullshit. It's indoctrination.
Okay, so if there's no time, there can be before and after. You know that, right?
No, there is time that exists. God just can't be outside of time.
He can.
Okay, so here's a question for you,
he
right?
create time.
Wait, John.
He
John,
doesn't.
hold on, John. Well, listen. I'm gonna give you a really basic analogy, and I'm gonna walk step by step through how it means it doesn't exist. Okay, so if let's say there's a video game character, and suppose that I try and put the video game character in the game for 0 seconds, how long will it be in that video game for?
What do you mean?
The video game character would be in the game for no time at all, correct? Because it'd be in there for 0 seconds, right? Okay. If something exists for no time at all, that's the same as saying it never existed, right?
Okay.
Okay. So if something exists with no time, it's equal to saying it never existed. Do you think that something can exist if it never existed?
Bro, you're not getting me what I'm saying.
Wait, hold on. Can you just go follow the track with me? Okay. So, do you think that something can exist if it never existed?
Bro, that's not how you gotta see it, bro.
No, can you go with the? I know you're trying to defend your beliefs in real time, but you have to kind of go through the logic. Otherwise, you're just jumping to conclusions and saying, "Oh no, well, my God exists," right? go through the logic. If you want to be logical, if you want to be rational, then we can do this. Okay, I believe in you so much, buddy. Okay, we've got this together. Okay, holding hands. So,
Bro, you know, I
do
believe
you
in
think?
God.
Well, hold on. Can
We're
you
not
just
gonna
answer
have
that
the
question
same
for me
answer.
though? Like,
We're
if
not gonna
something
have the
exists.
same answer.
Sorry, say again.
We're not gonna have the same answer. You don't believe in God, bro. You don't have no
Well,
reason.
no,
to
it's
believe.
irrelevant whether I believe in. I actually do believe in God. I just think God exists within time. Okay. All right, great. So, just to make sure, okay,
Nah, bro.
we
Hey,
have
trying
to
to
walk through. Hold
explain.
on. Hold on. Stop, John. We have to walk through this. Like we're leading through the Red Sea. Okay, like Moses. Okay, follow me, my Israelite. So, you understand that if something never existed, it just doesn't exist, right?
But it
Like
did
if
exist.
I say it, like if someone said to me, "You beat your mother," I go, "That's never happened." I would say it just doesn't exist. There was never a time where that happened, right? It doesn't exist.
Bro, he created everything, bro.
Wait, I understand that's what you want to say. Just can you go through? Okay, yes or no to the question? Okay, you know the yes or no. Can you
Yes.
say yes for me? Can you say no for me? Just so I can make sure you're capable of saying them.
Bro, why are you trying to clown me, bro?
John, because
Hey,
I'm asking
listen.
you a yes or no
Hey,
question, and every
bro,
single
I
time you
do
haven't
understand what
answered
you're
it.
trying to
It's
say.
like I don't know how
John,
many times I can ask you a yes or no question, dude.
But
John,
you
we are not trying to clown you. You're doing all that on your own by yourself, like saying the things you're saying. Just answer his question. No one is trying to clown you.
John, okay. The question, I'll repeat it again. If something never existed, it doesn't exist, right?
I'm not
Or is
gonna
that
say
wrong?
that. I'm not gonna say that, bro.
You can't agree to
Okay.
basic logic, seriously.
So this is the issue, right? This is why Cody was saying you have some level of indoctrination because you're experiencing something called cognitive dissonance. You can see the obvious logic, and the reason why you're not answering the question is because you know it has ruinous implications on your view, right? You know that if you accept any of this, it's absolutely finished for your belief, which is okay, okay? Life is good even if God doesn't exist, buddy. So we have to understand that you answering one question, literally just one tiny little yes or no question about something incredibly obvious, by the way, which is just if something never happened, then it doesn't exist, which is just obviously true. You won't answer that question. So let's try it one last time. If something never happened or never existed, it's accurate to say that thing doesn't exist, right?
Yeah, that's true, but it's
Okay,
not.
good. Okay. See, look, the world didn't end when you said that, okay? The world just didn't end. We're all still here. We're all still talking, okay? Good job, all right? Genuinely, that's not me condescending. Good job, okay? So now the question becomes, does God exist in no time? You think yes, because you think he exists outside of time, right? You
Yes.
can't have time with time or time without time. So God exists with no time. So then the description that God never existed is accurate. And if God never existed, then it is also true that God doesn't exist. This is really straight linear logic, okay? And I know you can track that.
Now read Genesis 1 now.
Okay, so
Beginning,
I've read Genesis. Yeah, in the beginning,
no,
God
go
created
read
the
it
heavens and
again,
the
bro.
earth,
I think
buddy.
you don't
That's
get it.
fine.
He's the
I've read it.
beginning.
I've read it, but
Okay, I'm gonna
so
cut in here
started
now.
everything.
John, have you read the first sentence of the Quran?
No, I'm
Do you
not
believe in
Muslim.
Allah?
No,
Okay, well, the first sentence of the Quran says that their God created the universe. Is that true or false?
I'm not interested in the Muslim religion. I don't know nothing
Okay, the
about.
Hindus have a creation story too in their book. Is their book true?
Obviously not.
Okay, so your book has a creation story. What makes your book more true than the other books?
Bro,
Was your book written by human beings
yes,
and supposedly under the impression that the Holy Spirit told them to write it?
and I said that because I experienced the Holy Spirit myself.
I've experienced a lot of things. I've experienced Klombadrov.
Yeah,
You guys,
I've experienced the giant spaghetti monster.
Does that make the giant spaghetti monster real?
Yes.
no, but you guys are lying. But me,
I'm lying?
John, can I ask you a question? I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I ask you a question? When did God created the sun? Do you know? Since you started reading Genesis, when did he create the sun?
What do you mean?
According
what do you
to
mean? Is it,
Genesis, when did he make the sun? What day?
when did he make the sun? When did he create the sun?
What day he created the sun?
Right.
In
When? When?
Shit.
So wait, I have a question. Do you literally believe the Bible? Because this is a
Yes,
whole
I do.
nother.
You say what day he created the sun?
Okay.
Like,
Okay. Let me just be
Wow.
simple. Let me just be simplified. Which one is older, the Earth or the sun?
he created the sun on the fourth day, I think.
False.
So why did
Yes,
he
actually,
say on
that's
the
true.
so in the beginning of Genesis, why did he say, "Let there be light," and there was light? Why did he say that if he created the sun on the fourth day? So which one is older, the sun or the earth?
What do you mean?
Which one is older, the sun or the earth? Which one? What do you mean? What I mean? That's what
Here,
I mean.
John, I'll help you out. So on day 1, Genesis 1:1, God created the heavens and the earth. Correct or false?
Yes.
Genesis 1:14, God created the sun, moon, and stars. Correct or false?
Bro, y'all got me confused, bro.
That's because you've never
No,
read your book,
that's
and we
your
have.
Bible. Your Bible is confusing.
We've read your book, buddy.
No, you don't.
Want to bet, bitch? Can you read minds? Are you that bad at reading minds? I have 3 right here.
I ask you a simple question. Which one is older, the sun or the fucking earth? Answer the
I
question.
think the sun is older because he said, "Let there be
So
light."
That's
why?
according to
So if
science.
you believe,
According to the Bible, that's not true.
so if you believe that your Bible, if you believe your Bible is the real word of God, don't you think there shouldn't be no contradictions? Because that's a huge contradiction right there. The sun is
Scientific
older.
contradiction. Yeah, scientifically, the sun is older than the Earth. Also, do you believe Deuteronomy and like some of the claims in Deuteronomy and Leviticus?
I don't think he's ever read the Bible before. I'm gonna be honest.
Well,
man.
in the Bible, it says that although rabbits chew cud, they don't have cloven hooves and therefore are unclean. Rabbits don't chew cud. So the Holy Spirit was wrong.
You're just saying things that you don't.
He's a biologist, dipshit. Stay in your lane.
Yeah, I've worked with rabbits directly since I was 14.
They don't have a stomach to be able to do that. They're literally missing
Yeah.
the fucking biology
They
to
are-
be capable.
They aren't even actually wait, I don't think they're not even pseudo ruminants. They're modified monogastrics.
Bro,
Ruminants
I
have
think-
4
I think
stomachs.
Bro, back then, bro, the way they write the Bible was not like the same
Your
thing.
claim is the Bible
Cod
is
is cod.
objectively true, and
God
that
did not write
God,
the Bible, bro. Like,
you
trying to
No,
agreed
we're not saying
that
that.
God helped and told people to write these words. So the Holy
Maybe
Spirit
so.
lied if that is true. If
The
it's
Holy
not true, then the Bible is not true.
I'm
Yeah.
talking about the way they
Because
wrote
the only thing because while yes, rabbits do, they do eat their poop to get more nutrients. They eat the hard pellets. They don't eat cud, which is formed in the stomach of a cow or other ruminants that have 4 stomachs. Rabbits only have 1 stomach.
bro. They don't have a stomach though.
They have 1 stomach.
Fucking
Rabbits
what?
have 1
Fuck?
stomach.
Rabbits don't have a stomach.
No.
Is that what you're saying?
Oh.
You're saying rabbits don't have a stomach. How do they digest food?
They do have a stomach.
Dude, you
Yeah,
really
they do. He
need
just said rabbits
to-
don't have a stomach, though.
You need to put your
Yeah.
Bible down, go outside, walk,
Yeah,
throw a
the-
rock. You'll find this building that says LIBRARY. I want you to walk into there. There's going to be these things made out of wood. Okay, wood is made out of these things called trees that grow from the ground. We chop them down and we process the wood into things called planks. And we're able to put nails, which is this sharp piece of metal. We pierce these nails into the wood to hold different pieces of wood together, and we build these things called shelves. And these books made out of more wood have these things called words written on them with this stuff called ink. And these words have a lot of information about the world around us, and it provides evidence as well, because when it says stomachs exist, it shows diagrams, and then you can also take that diagram and you can go to your local community college and look
Or
at
you
one
can
for
just buy a
free,
rabbit and cut it open.
Or go
and you
or
can
go
learn
to a
these
vet.
things.
Okay, so now
Go to a
okay,
vet.
wait.
Anything there's only one animal that I mean maybe echidnas too, but there's only one animal that I know has no stomach, and that is the platypus. And
Okay,
that's
so
specifically due to their diet. Okay.
I have one question for the atheists. I have one question.
Yes, our
Why
brain
do
is
Being an
bigger than
atheist.
yours.
why do y'all don't believe in God? Like, what
We've
exactly
answered that.
is that?
Holy
We've
shit! I
answered that, John.
debunked
We've
your
answered
Just
that.
god.
disproved God for you. He's disproved, like both of them.
I
Disproved how
debunked your
God
god,
cannot
dude.
I was
exist, does not
disproving the
exist.
Bible, not specifically God.
John.
Yeah.
If
So I'm
something doesn't
so I'm gonna
exist, why should I believe in it?
right. So I'm gonna ask you that questions why we atheists don't believe in God, because you supposed to be a Christian, correct? Have not told us had not answered all of our questions. Therefore, either A, you don't read the Bible and you don't know what's in it, or two, you have no evidence that he exists. Therefore, which is the reason why we're atheists, because we don't have the evidence
I wish
that
I could
he
prove that
exists.
he exists.
Well, you just said earlier that you know you have proof, but you haven't proved
I
anything.
wish I could prove you that he exists. Cause you
Well,
guys
Okay,
then
how?
you're
How?
here.
How?
things that make
Hang
things
on,
Okay,
hang on, hang on,
work.
hang on.
so
Hang on,
stop
hang on.
wishing,
Prove how he
stop
exists.
wishing,
Everybody knows.
stop wishing, and start, like believing what we're telling you.
I
Look,
mean,
look, how can he
I'd rather
exist?
believe in God than believe in nothing. Like,
We don't
Okay,
believe in
okay,
nothing,
okay,
idiot.
okay. Wait. We do believe in things. We just don't believe in a God. You believe in this maximally great agency, right, or entity that created everything as we know it. We disprove to you how that's not possible and things are independent. And if God, doesn't exist with these things, then he just can't do anything. He can't exist whatsoever. So why should we believe in God? We believe we're going to wake up tomorrow. We believe that life might be good or something like that. We just don't believe in a God, right? We've explained to you why we don't believe in God. We've disproved your God as well. So tell us, why should we believe in your
do
God?
not disprove anything, bro. Not
Here,
gonna
I'll
lie.
do it again. Your God exists outside of time. Without time, you can't have any causal relation with time. Therefore, the entire story surrounding your God being outside of time and creating the universe is 100% objectively false.
But he created time, though.
That's not
Okay, wait,
possible.
what the fuck are you saying?
Yes.
Okay, listen.
It's
Let
possible.
me
Nothing
treat
is
you like a
impossible.
5-year-old, okay? Because this shit is boring. Without a yesterday, would there be a today?
Bro, what kind of logic?
Without a yesterday, would
What
there
kind of
be a today?
logic? It's called linear logic. That's the answer. You'd learn this
Answer
in
the
a book.
questions, John. Answer the questions. Don't go around it. Don't dance around it. They're asking you a question.
Yeah.
Just do your best to answer it.
It's just a yes or no question. Without a yesterday,
honestly,
there wouldn't be a today.
Yes.
Okay, so if there was no yesterday, then there would be no today. So what I'm implying by that, if there was no time, there would be no future. So there would be no point where you would exist in.
But he's not.
You
in
couldn't
the
exist
Bible.
yesterday, so you couldn't exist today. So you would never exist.
Bro, that's not how you gotta see it, bro.
No,
He's not like
how am I
a
supposed to
human,
see?
like
Should I
a
spread my ass open for Jesus to penetrate me? What do you want me to
trying to
do,
make
bro?
God look like just a human in the sky. He's not just a human in the sky, bro.
We've just
He's
explained to you a
everything.
metaphysical relation as to why an atemporal entity would have zero causal power. I could even get into it deeper, but your little note here wouldn't understand what it's like to go from point A to point B. Okay, let me just give you an example. How can you create anything if you live in a state of nothing to creating something? So God went from a state of just existing and then choosing to decide to create the universe, then creating the universe. That is point A, point B, and point C. And then point D is when he created the universe. You need time for that change. Cause and effect. Without time, you can't do anything. He exists outside of time. He just doesn't exist if he does so. Do you have like a counter argument? Can you present how like we can even conceive of an entity that exists outside of time?
Everything. Bro, don't you get it, bro? He created everything, bro. That's what I'm
You're
trying to
making a fucking okay.
Wait.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you this.
Yeah,
Wait.
no, he didn't.
I'm just gonna equivocate real
Wait.
quick.
Sorry,
Okay, so your name is
I
good
had
content.
to. I had to. I'm sorry. We were getting
Yeah,
nowhere.
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
was getting very close to it too.
Yeah, that's
Dude,
fine.
literally,
Alright.
nuh-uh, he made everything. Nuh-uh.
Yeah, I was remembering
Yeah.
why I left for like 15 minutes apart from just to get my breakfast. Oh well,
Yeah,
brunch. But
that's a good reason.
Oh well,
Yeah.
we know damn well you went to go get your breakfast.
Look, at this
Hey, shut
point,
it.
like,
Jaden, I can kick you if I want. You know.
Yeah, Bible boy,
Let's
who
not
said your
start this
opinion
again.
matters?
Okay, boy. Okay, Bible boy, shut it.
You know what's
Hey,
ironic? I did
hey
want to
guys,
bring up 1 Samuel 15.
sorry to interrupt. I have to go. The bell is about to ring. I'm at work. I need to exit.
You have yourself
I
a
will
good day.
talk
See
to
ya,
you
Joe.
later. All right. Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
yeah. At this point,
I
like equivocating to their arguments would just be enough to defeat them. Like, oh, he just does. Okay, so then a flying, unconceivable dragon dildo created the universe with the same omni properties.
Yeah, you know, I feel bad for letting him stay up as long as he did because the majority of people are going to be like, he didn't know what he was talking about. You need to get someone here that actually has brain cells. Guys, that is the majority of theists.
Yeah.
That's what the majority.
Because
I
most
was that.
people-
in their vocabulary.
That is what
in
I
their
was.
ontology.
You just need to believe it. I said that shit. I said you just need to have faith. I know it doesn't make sense. You just need to. That is why it's okay to converse with people like that because they are the majority. They're the majority. That's the majority of them. They're indoctrinated. Dude, keep your butt down.
Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna bring up fun evolution thing. Yeah, platypuses don't have stomachs, really.
What?
What about jellyfish?
Yeah.
Did you say
Jellyfish-
what about?
Well, I don't know about jellyfish. I'm pretty sure they do have stomachs. I'm pretty sure. I mean, they have a digestive system.
How?
Like,
Well, a stomach is a digestive
I
system.
don't know enough about jellyfish. But yeah, no, platypuses don't really have stomachs.
Jellyfish have a stomach. Nope. Instead, they digest food in a central gastrovascular cavity that functions as both stomach and intestine. Yeah.
Yeah.
They have a digestive system.
Platypuses have intestines, but because they eat shellfish whole, and shellfish has calcium carbide
Damn.
in the shells, which is extremely alkali, it basically nulls their stomach acid to the degree that from that now they don't have stomachs.
Speaking of alkali, a great song by Sleep Token is Alkaline.
Of course, you listen to
You know what I
Sleep Token.
think?
I fucking love Sleep Token. They're my favorite
What
band.
do you call a female platypus?
It's a platypus. It's a male. I mean, I'm sure there's like, I mean, I don't know if there's even a
What do
male
you-
and female term for it.
I was gonna say, wouldn't it be like platypussy?
Yeah, there's the joke.
That's a bad joke. But you know,
Okay,
you know,
okay.
the young.
Yeah, you just made me laugh.
The offspring of a platypus is called a puggle, actually.
That's cute. That's
Why
actually
do you know
cute.
so much about
That
platypuses?
actually sounds tough, bro.
Because I'm autistic.
W
also,
autism on
I should have known sooner.
W autism. Also, the name of a baby pterosaur is called a flapling.
But what are these names?
It's like the umbrella term, because you know we have geese and goslings, and then we have pterosaurs and flaplings. Yes, it's a funny
I'm
name.
gonna pretend I know exactly what a flat plane means.
Flapling. It's a young.
Oh,
it's a
flapper.
baby flapling.
Okay.
It's a baby pterosaur. I don't know if I'm pretty sure. I'm almost definitely sure we have fossils of baby pterosaurs.
All right, since you guys are on that tangent, I'm going to go get a cup of coffee.
All right. If anyone has questions about evolution, ask them either in the chat or request up. And also, you know, regular scheduled programming of God debates.
Yeah, sure. I have a question. So about endogenous retroviruses, Well, how exactly do they work, right? Do they leech onto stem cells? Or are they part of the genetic code
Oh, I think
that
they're probably basically scars in the DNA.
scars in the DNA?
Like I don't know too much about them. But
Oh,
the
that's where
simplest
we need
explanation.
Fayborn.
Yeah, Fayborn. He actually I'm pretty sure he studies ERVs a lot too, specifically.
He made a fucking virus.
Well, no, he studied a new
Whoa.
virus.
Whoa.
I sent him
He-
over. an
but they had
invite.
to do-
Wait,
well, he
you know what I
wanted to
just
study
thought
it,
of?
but
Who
they made
are
him
you,
destroy it.
Truth Cud? Wait.
True
Who-
true chud.
True chud.
I'm
Yeah,
a true
who are
chud.
you?
That's what I am. That's my nature.
I don't.
I'm a chud. I'm a
we
chud.
just-
I'm a fat little
I'm a
chud.
Just
chud.
let
I'm a
him-
chud. A little chud playing League all day till the sun comes up. I'm
Yeah,
a chud. Okay.
scars on the DNA is basically the easiest explanation of what an ERV is.
Right.
I mean, also we have like
Dude, Freya's such a puppy. She literally follows me everywhere I walk.
Huh.
I just accidentally stepped on her. Feel bad.
Fucking hell.
All right.
I'm
Looks like we
British for that.
deconstructed all the
I
theists.
feel like I have hay fever. Oh.
I feel like
Yeah,
Evan's
what the fuck
delicious.
was that?
I've had actual hay fever. It's fucking awful. It's just like lots of sneezing. Have you been around? I mean, it's springtime, so pollen.
Oh.
Spring. Man, where the fuck are you? Where it's still spring.
True. Well, yeah, it's the beginning of summer, but still lots of pollen is around. Also, pollen is the reason why there's lightning. By the way.
What? Explain.
So, how does lightning form?
The summer equinox is this month on the 21st.
Oh, nice. So
Are you serious? Wait.
So
You
so
really had it-
well, also because of the sun too, radiation from the sun too. So pollen, this is going back to junior physics. So lightning forms by molecules of water rubbing against each other, right? However, that doesn't generate enough static electricity. You know what's a couple things that's really, really statically charged? An object or like a thing that's really statically charged sticks to everything. Pollen. Pollen flies up into the air, and also I think also radiation from the sun also causes it. That's why lightning is a way more common in summer. Also, you can have heat lightning where there's no water. It can be a completely cloudless day, and there will just be lightning.
W. Okay, is there any
Yeah.
theists who want the fuck to come up? Like, this is the one time I feel like debating after so long, and there's no
Yeah.
fucking theists.
Dude, Jaden, your stories, bro.
What?
Look, I can give a troll argument for God.
What's up with the stories?
Wait. What's wrong with my stories? I like that music.
They
bro.
are really sad.
But I like the music.
Didn't you just get broken up with?
Oh.
Yeah, I did. But
That's why you
I
like the music because they're really sad.
No, I like
Unlucky,
it before.
bro.
Sad romantic
I love
songs.
songs like
Hypergamy.
that. I love
They're
songs
sad
like
romantic
this. I always have.
Yes, but you like them especially more right now because they're making you feel good.
No, I just like music.
Yeah, bro. Sure.
How about
That
you
might be the
stay out my
intention.
stories, you nosy bitch? God
Don't make
damn
them
it.
public. Don't make them public. Yeah. Put them on private. Actually,
What,
even if
you
they're on
Yo,
private.
I
What?
post every single day videos explaining everything about everything. That way people can watch them, but how dare you watch them?
What, you gonna start looking through my reposts next?
Let's go see your reposts.
Let's not do that. Let's not do
Let's
that one.
let's do that. Let's.
Three of
Let's
Pentacles.
not do that. You trying to do my tarot reading again?
I don't know how a pentacle got in there though.
All right, so who the fuck just let me down?
Jaden.
Was it me? No, it wasn't.
So that
Isn't
first
that no proof?
post, is apparently about.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what is going on?
It mentions
You
the
done?
like AI Love Island thing.
AI Love Island. What? What? Wait. Wait. Well, what you talking about? Wait, what?
I was only looking through them and then I got kicked, so I didn't even watch them.
What? Wait. Now I gotta go look at my own repost.
It's like crazy how people will like watch AI fruits touch each other, but
I'm sorry?
I don't have that on my repost. Yeah, there's been like this. Yeah, I'm sure.
Wait, I just have a question. How do you know what that is? Have you been watching it yourself?
Spotlight.
We got him. We got him.
It was all over the internet like 2 weeks ago, bro.
No, it was all over you, and the only way you can keep reoccurring specific type of content on your For You page if you interact with it or watch the whole video.
It's true.
Looks like we got him.
It's true.
First of all, it's only 16 minutes of it, and usually it's a commentary about those videos.
Well,
not
if we
bad
don't,
things.
if we don't get another requester in the next 5 minutes, I'm gonna go ahead and end.
All right. Yeah. No, trust me, I do not watch AI Love Island. I think AI is horrible for the environment because it is.
Silva, we have had a couple of very, 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 very slow theists.
Also, that Matthew guy, I also just had to leave. Like,
yeah, he's been on Blitz and others, and
he was. I mean, we could just do a reaction to Blitz's video. It's like an hour long though.
I've debated Matthew probably like 15 times and I've stopped because the guy's genuinely a demented troglodyte. Like, you cannot get anything through his thick skull. All he does on his panels
at least he's an old Earth creationist now. I think that.
Oh, but on the topic
Dr.
of
Blitz got him
AI,
to change
tell
that.
that to Nestle, bro.
What?
Like I've had this debate, right, about AI being bad for the environment.
Well,
If I'm
data
honest-
centers specifically.
Yeah, data centers. Okay, they're bad to like certain local communities, and they're bad in certain circumstances, right? They obviously contribute to global warming. They take up a lot of water.
But obviously Nestle
then-
is so much more evil. And Nestle's
my
genuinely
mother
an
doesn't
evil
believe in
company.
global warming. Like, I have to listen to her call it liberal bullshit.
I don't know.
That's rough.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't really accept much more when your mum did like literally just drop the hard R when you were driving with her
Dude.
once.
Oh my god.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, his mum's like hella
fairly
racist.
consistently.
Your mom's racist?
Yeah. White Christian
Oh.
nationalist conservative MAGA.
Wait,
Oh,
wouldn't
what
she
the
like disown you if she found out you're atheist?
No, she hasn't disowned me. She talks about God a whole bunch. I don't try and
But you do
debunk it.
magic. But you do magic in
Yeah.
front of her.
No, I
Or
have
you
to
ta-
like put everything away. Yeah.
But hey, maybe you'll be able
Would
to move
make
to
an
an apartment
attempt
soon.
to yeah, wait. So Evan, you're a fucking dumbass. If you would have actually read the full goddamn sentence,
Yeah,
it was about
sorry,
a dude
you kicked me before I
who's-
could.
Wait, no, because you tried accusing me of something that I did in my repost. So listen, now we're
Hey,
gonna go ahead and
I'm
explain
just
it.
going off of what I
It literally
saw.
said people will watch AI videos of touching each other, but won't sit there and listen to the music that I made. So I reposted it because
I
it was
didn't-
music that he made and I liked it.
Yeah,
Oh,
I didn't get to
what?
read it because you didn't, because you kicked me before I could.
Bruh. All right. Oh,
I
drop
would've
down.
read
And yes,
that
it's
entire thing.
it is very rough.
Yeah, I gotta drop down. Got
Yeah,
a fucking
I'll-
restriction.
Get dropped.
Oh damn.
Yeah, it's funny because
Can we please get some religious people in here?
when my
Or
mom
even
would
people
come
who
over
don't
to
know
my
about
apartment,
evolution.
I always in my own houses, I had my altar set up, and she'd be perfectly fine coming over and seeing my altar and whatnot. Would never say anything about it, but the second I came into this house, it was like, nope, not allowed to have that out. So I just
Wait,
like
what
take it
kind of
out whenever
altar?
I do something. I practice witchcraft.
Oh. Do you actually think it works?
I wouldn't practice it if it didn't.
Placebo, that wise.
Yeah, it's all physiology and psychology.
Yeah, not the actual,
Yeah, there's no
magic.
like magic. I mean,
Oh.
okay, so like the phenomenological aspect of like holding a crystal, for instance, is this crystal. When I hold this crystal, I feel better. The crystal has feel better properties. That's the magical,
Oh, yeah.
metaphysical, phenomenological explanation. The scientific explanation is every time you hold that, you focus on joy or positivity, and you primed your brain that every time you grab it, it automatically kicks into that positivity idea.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
get
it's
what
like
you
clicker
mean.
training.
Pretty
Like
much.
Eventually.
jade bracelets, onyx bracelets. It's just kind of like, yeah. When I think of witchcraft, I typically think of like voodoo and shit like that.
Voodoo's fucking awesome. Curses are actually really cool in the psychology behind them. So you have the nocebo effect, which is basically the placebo for someone else.
Oh. Well, I wish voodoo would actually work, because I'll just be cursing everyone.
I mean, there's truth to it. Like, you're not going to put a stick in or a pin into a doll and that person literally immediately feel that. But you can, like, for
Yeah.
instance, put a pin into a doll, the person knows, and they placebo the feeling. Like, that does work. And then, like, if you give someone a curse or you just walk different, like, let's say you do a curse or whatever, and you're going to have very tiny micro micro expressions. Your personality is going to be different around them. They're going to know something is up if they know that you practice these things. Like, all these tiny little bitty things add up, and then eventually they trick themselves into doing things that harm them.
Voodoo is just bad energy, don't do it. What's going to be the argument for that? What is bad energy? Could you just define that?
In
Because we only
phenomenology,
have
bad energy
energy,
is
right?
going to
Energy
be
is just the
emotions.
Energy is an amoral.
capacity or ability to do work, right? So how
Yeah.
can you have bad ability to do work?
Yeah, like energy is amoral.
Yeah, and then maybe you could say, oh, energy could be used in a harmful way, like the energy on a knife could be used in a bad purpose, but that's just gonna go into a different morality argument.
Yeah.
So, bro, before you say some, do research. Can you just research what the definition of atemporal is? Wait, can you just
Yeah,
debate
John.
like ChatGPT?
Yeah, honestly, the people who use ChatGPT to debate.
Sometimes that's
John
me,
is
sometimes that's not.
so
Well, you
indoctrinated.
can use it to like help with like forming arguments. I think you definitely can use it for that.
You know what? As a matter of fact, John is so gullible and indoctrinated. John, I curse you in the name of Lady Hecate. Your day is now officially going to be bad. You will stub your toe.
I curse your entire existence and ontology in the name of Darren Watkins Jr.
And I curse you in the name of the Lord of Fire, Lord of Flame from A Song of Ice and Fire.
Oh,
Well,
and LeBron
technically-
James as well.
I curse you in the name of Mum Danny.
Yeah, ChatGPT is pretty sweet to like get some sources. Obviously, you have to check the source. Like, ChatGPT is just Google, and you have to Google to get sources. So if you know how to use ChatGPT and you use it correctly, like it's a Google, you can find really good
I just
information.
use it to
Just
like
use Gemini.
break
Gemini
da-
is low-key kind of better.
Yeah, Gemini honestly is better. For a lot of things, I use just ChatGPT to like break down. I use like ChatGPT V1 because like, or like earliest version.
I pay for ChatGPT.
Don't. It's not worth it.
Oh, it's so worth it. I
I tried a free
I have
trial,
5
not worth it.
years of memory on the bitch.
It's not actual memory though.
So
It's
not
just
how
like
an
5
act-
years of search history and responses. What do you mean? It's like actual.
It's
That's
Wait.
all that matters.
not the same way.
Wait.
It's not the same type of memory.
How?
As like, yeah, ChatGPT is not a
I
source.
mean,
We're
look,
not
if you
using-
didn't
we
know,
can use it to
OpenAI
fix it.
sells like user data and information, even with Plus, to like
Yeah,
you know
I just
intelligence agencies, Palantir, you know. So
there's a lot of big issues with ChatGPT and like just AI in general, especially with the data sensors. But I would like to ask the TikTok gods if you could stop fucking punishing me. I
well, you were
just joined
punished
the
the
panel.
first time you left.
I know, but why?
Then you have to wait.
This is
10
my
minutes.
first time. But why?
Well, I mean, we're not getting
don't
anyone
wanna-
in here, so it's not a big deal.
But yeah, this is literally the longest I've stayed on a panel in weeks now.
Okay.
And my first sentence, I get a fuck ass restriction. Oh,
Yeah,
man, when I
Bible
go
boy.
live, it's gonna be hell to play.
Womp
Yeah,
womp,
how about
Babble
you
boy.
fuck off?
Wow, wow, Babble boy. Wow,
Not
wow.
this fucking nickname again. God damn it, I
Whoa,
thought y'all
okay.
forgot about it.
Yeah, I thought he said something else too.
yeah,
I was like, damn,
It sounded
Jordan,
like
I did
it.
not know you were.
It was very close.
it was very.
He said, yeah, that was so close actually, because you said fuck this, and then N started coming out.
yeah.
Oh, I'm
I
black,
was,
white,
I
and
was
Puerto Rican.
getting ready to
Wait,
kick you and
wait,
block
no,
you.
motherfuckers. I'm black, white, and Puerto Rican.
Are
I
you
can
actually?
say it if I
I
want
thought you
to.
were
Yeah,
like super
My
white when I
dad-
saw
turn
your
your
face.
camera on
Yeah.
and prove it.
I'm.
Turn your camera
My
on.
dad's
you look
black
like
and Puerto
Evan.
Rican.
I feel like you look a lot like Evan. When I saw you last, you and
Oh,
Evan
God.
have extremely similar facial structure and skin tone.
What the
Oh, God, don't compare me
prepubescent
to
child?
Evan.
the
Evan's
prepubescent
gorgeous.
Child.
Whoa.
I'm one ugly fucker.
If you're comparing
You're
me to
pretty
him, you're calling me
too.
ugly.
Yeah, you guys are both really pretty.
pretty. Whoa.
No.
Ooh, shit.
I have I have
Okay.
the potential to be a femboy.
100%.
Oh, wow.
100%.
That goes for
Yeah.
anybody, though. That
Autistic
goes for
No,
anybody.
fanboy,
no.
Loki,
Jason
No.
Momoa cannot
Toad-
be a femboy.
Fair. But yeah, no,
he's
my
just
dad
too
is
masculine.
black, white. My dad's black and Puerto Rican. My mom's white. So the
love
reason I look so white is because Puerto Rican and white. This is the outcome.
Yeah.
Anyone
I'm
who wants
so
proof,
white,
I'll send you a
dude.
picture of my
I'm
dad.
literally 70% European,
I bet you.
and then the rest is Native American.
I'm like 90% British, and then
So you're
10%
30%
Caucasian.
local.
When I did my test, I'm like 27% Native.
When I did
What
my
is
test, it
the
basically came down
3%?
to
I don't know. It's all from
around-
Europe. So like I know that like the majority of the DNA came back to I can actually look it up.
yeah, mine is like 90 to 85% British. That includes Scotland, England, Wales, and Ireland. And
Oh no.
and then the other 15% is a mix of Caucasian and Indian. So
You know, Evan, now I need to know what you look like, because now if I'm being compared to you, that has brought my curiosity.
right now I
To the
look like
maximum.
shit. Because right now I look
Listen,
like shit. Because
I
last
have
night
long curly ass hair, so
I have
I
curly
don't.
hair, but I have long hair.
Long
I have
curly
long-
ass hair.
Eng-
Whoa.
okay,
Whoa.
England and Celtic.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
that makes
So
perfect sense.
Ireland and northwestern Europe. So Ireland is like literally my family came here from. So we've got 4 generations here.
Jaden. How tall are you?
Yeah,
I'm
Jaden, how
five-
tall are you?
You're 5'9", I'm 5'10". How heavy are you?
I'm 5'10".
Oh, you're 5'10".
Oh,
Okay,
you
cool.
guys will grow up one day.
Yeah, shut the fuck
you
up,
guys are
Cody.
short.
Shut up in your
You guys are
6'4"
short
ass.
kings.
All right,
Short
Dude, I have
Jaden,
a friend that's taller than your bitch ass.
That's so
He's
cute.
6'7".
Oh.
how heavy are you?
He's what?
Oh my god.
He's 6'7".
Oh my.
God, no.
God,
Yeah, it's
shoot
time for me
yourself.
to rope Max.
I'm sorry. God damn. That
That's
went over my head
that's
for a
mad.
solid 3 seconds. It wrapped around yours,
Well,
but that was bad. I'm
so
sorry.
The
So wait, Evan, what were you asking me?
That was bad.
how heavy are you?
180.
Are you about 40 pounds heavier than me, bro?
Wait, can we stop using pounds? Like, what is this outdated
Yeah,
fucking
but I
endogenous
look.
common
They're called
ancestral level
freedom units.
metrics?
Yeah, I
No,
like,
they're
I
called,
li- I've
they're
lived in
called the
America for 10
empirical
years.
system.
I've lived in
The
America
true
since I was
metrics just
10.
mog yours.
But yeah, I look really skinny. It's hard for me to gain weight. My weight is very infrequent. Like I'm probably gonna lose at least 20 pounds by the end
I'm
of this month.
140. I'm 140.
Wait, that's Loki. Wait, 140 pounds?
Yeah,
Damn.
Holy shit.
at 5'10".
Damn.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I mean that makes
hey,
quite sense.
Femboy.
He
Not really, unless he's like pretty like jacked.
I am.
and
Oh, he's
built.
pretty.
I'm pretty, and I'm
turn
also
on your
jacked.
camera,
I'm also,
Evan. I need to
I'm
see
not-
you now.
No, I look like shit right now. My hair's all
Do
greasy.
it.
Do
No,
it.
That's like saying
Do
Johnny
it.
Depp
Do
could
it.
look like shit. It's just
Do
not
it.
possible.
There's only
no,
26
my
people
hair
in
is
the
like
live.
legit awful right now, and also I
I
still
don't
look like a
wait.
pubescent child.
Cody may have just
Do
done a
it.
bad take. I think
Do
there's
it,
been a
trust
moment
me,
where
trust
Johnny
me,
Depp
do it.
is looking bad.
Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. It's okay.
I'm not. No, I look like shit right
Just
now.
do
I
it.
need to
You
get-
do it.
I
I'll
need
do
to-
it.
Just do it.
You
I
do
need
it.
to
I'll
have
do
a
it.
shower. No.
You do it. I'll do it.
Wait, you need to
No.
take a shower. Wait, how bad do you look and smell?
Well, I smell. No, I don't smell
When's
too
the
bad.
last time you took a shower, dude?
Oh god, you're
Like
getting
2 days
flamed.
ago.
Oh, what
Jesus.
the fuck? Holy
Yeah,
shit, bro!
exactly.
You need to be
I've been
showering
studying.
every day,
I usually shower.
He
every
is
day.
I don't
studying,
shower,
bro.
bro.
A shower,
I
a shower
like,
can
I
take
shower
you
He's
every
in
up to
other
30
college.
minutes,
He's
bro.
in
You don't
col-
have like 5
Wait,
to 10
wait.
minutes to spare.
How many bachelor degrees do you have? Chud?
3 actually. Well, yeah.
Chud,
God
Chud. How
damn.
many bachelor degrees do you have, Chud?
0.
That's right. Sit the fuck
How many
down.
degrees? How many
I
degrees?
mean,
Period.
like-
I mean, that's because I'm married. Get it? Okay.
But yeah,
that's funny.
I take a shower every other day.
I have.
Taking them every day is fucking hair ruiner.
Yeah, exactly. Like I
Nah,
take,
it
I take
depends.
one every other
Oh,
day.
yeah.
You don't need to.
when
You
you
don't
have-
need to wash your hair.
You're
when
not
you have
supposed to
public
wash
shower.
your
Wait,
hair
what?
every day. You're not supposed to wash your
Yeah, you
hair
don't-
every day.
no,
So look.
yeah,
I
that's
wash
why.
my hair
That's
every
why
other
I
day.
don't.
I wash
I
my hair
have
every
Okay,
other day.
washing your
hair
hair
because-
does not mean letting
You
water
guys-
run down it.
No, like I actually wash my fucking hair. But
Right.
You guys, I have longer hair than all of you fuckers, and I can guarantee it. So yes,
No,
I
you
have to
don't.
wash my hair
No, you don't.
quite frequently.
I literally have
I wash my
5
hair every other day.
ponytails. What are you on about?
Yeah, I call bullshit.
I wash my hair every other day, usually.
Yeah,
No,
I have
but
long
I-
ass hair.
And I usually shower
when I
every
take-
day, but I haven't showered because I've been a chud.
Ever
I'm
heard of a
chud-maxing.
shower cap? Ever heard of a shower cap?
I have heard of a shower.
Ever
cap.
heard of hygiene?
Yeah. Wait, do you use deodorant?
Yes, I use
Like how
deodorant.
often do you? Yeah.
Every
Do you
day.
spray
Once a
or roll
week?
on?
Holy shit.
What?
Wait, what do you mean?
What?
I wash my hair once. It's a
I wash my
chat.
hair once
Oh,
a
you
week.
bastard.
Oh
That's-
my god,
You
you're
nasty bitch.
Well,
Nasty.
hey.
Wait, okay.
Damn.
Look,
This is a
look,
friendly.
look,
We
look,
can't
look.
be mean.
Let's not judge, okay? Because with different
Oh,
types
no,
of
I'm a
hairs
judger.
and different hairstyles, it depends. See, I have oily hair. I wash my hair every single day, or sometimes every other day.
Thank you.
Right,
Thank
rarely
you, just
though.
precious.
Yeah, every other
Okay.
day for me.
When
That's
you
what I do,
have when you
Zephyr.
have like straight unoily hair, you don't need to. You shouldn't be washing it every day. If you have like braids, dreads, cornrows,
yeah.
waves, anything like that, you should not be washing it every day, every other day. You should be washing it like once a week.
Well, I think like the only exception to that is like wigs.
Showering 2 to 3 times per week is sufficient for many people, dependent on activity and skin type.
Well, I do a lot of activity. I work out
Showering
decently.
3 days out of a 7-day week?
Yeah, that's
Nah, that's-
disgusting. Honestly.
Bro, I
That's
also
nasty.
shower because I just feel disgusting when I get into my bed. I just feel oily
Exactly.
and
Like
fucking
I
need to shower.
yeah I usually have, you know,
Aim
maybe
for
shower
3 to
every
5
day.
minutes in your
Wait.
shower. Your shower is supposed to be
3 to
3 to
5
5 minutes. That's according to WebMD
thi- That's if you're not
the
washing
fuck?
your hair.
and
definitely.
university hospitals.
Well, Yeah,
I think that's
the
just for your
reason for
body.
that is
My
because
shower takes
yeah,
30
it
minutes.
it depends. It
Mine
depends if
takes
you
tops
take
15.
colder or hot showers. If you take hot showers, I can understand that because it really dries out your skin. But if you take cold ones, then I don't really see why 5 minutes
It was
is what's
talking in
recommended.
about it's saying keep showers short and use hot water. But hot water strips natural oils and causes irritation.
Mm-hmm. But we do have a guest.
Oh.
Let's hope they're.
Oh, they left.
Oh, they're gone. God damn it.
Fuck.
Wait.
I think we scared them away.
Yeah, talking about
You know, aren't
Nah,
you
you
a
just
hard
smell.
determinist,
You just
Cody?
smell.
Not strictly, but yeah.
Well, according to Ultra, in your view, if you hold hard determinism, you have to hold that rape is okay.
That's
Great.
objectively not true. What?
No.
Yeah, hold on. Let me go read his message. I'll take a screenshot
so
of it for you.
Yeah, that's an
Wait.
argument that people
Determinism
don't
is a
have the free
worldview where
will.
all set of events or constraints are determined by the laws of physics, quantum fabrics,
yeah,
etc., and
has
so on.
nothing
Just
to do with
laws of nature.
morality.
It has nothing to do with morality. Determinism just means all sets and events, right? Or like, well, not events, but all actions and your life and your choices. Your choices are essentially determined. When it comes to morality, right, they can be determined, right, but they would still be wrong, right?
I'm gonna go put some highlighter on.
Nice.
Highlighter on.
Yeah, I need to. Honestly, I need to start wearing more makeup. But honestly, I won't be for
Determinism
the next
include
few.
events as well. That
for the
wouldn't
next,
make it objectively right, though. Yeah, sure. I'll agree. Yeah, sure. Like the event of someone getting raped would be determined. Okay, sure. I grant that.
But it wouldn't
But
be
that
good or
wouldn't make
bad.
it
It wouldn't
objectively
be good.
right. It wouldn't
Yeah,
be
it would not
good.
make it right. Seeing as how morality
It depends what modal scope you're
definitionally
looking
is.
at it from, though.
Seeing as how definitionally morality is subjective.
I
Subjective
heavily
means
disagree.
mind dependent.
I
Subjective means
heavily
mind
disagree.
dependent.
Okay, would you agree
Subjective
with me?
means
Yeah, I
subject.
understand.
Yeah.
I agree. Okay, so I'm a moral realist. Okay, for the sole reason that like it's actually completely coherent. One, two, if we do have subjective morality, right, which I can grant in like such occasion, I would just say that one person can think raping someone is right, and the other can't, but it doesn't matter, right? So there is no objective moral truths in
Yeah,
subjective
there is,
morality.
I don't think there are any objective moral truths because
Okay, so
people
it's
think that
justified that I grape you. Yes.
it's not.
Yeah.
According to me, it's not. According to you, it might be.
It doesn't matter.
Wait.
It doesn't matter.
Wait. So you don't think justification holds any value when it comes to moral judgment? So if I
I
say,
don't know enough about philosophy.
is
Yeah,
unjust
here.
murder
Nice.
good or bad? W.
Well, murder by definition
I
is
fuck
is
with the new
unjust.
nails.
Okay,
Murder
great.
I
by
fuck with the new
definition
nails, by
is
the way, Cody.
unjust.
Yeah, sure. Is that a good thing?
Murder, I would say no,
Okay, why?
because it is an unjust unaliving.
Okay, and you get to that conclusion via rationality, correct?
Yeah, say so.
Okay, if you apply that rationality to logic, you get an objective answer. It is unjustified. There is no parallel or contrary to kind of argue otherwise that unjustly taking someone's life is good.
Well, Cody's better at the subjective stuff. So,
Well,
because
the problem you're really just gonna run into, which is why I've talked to Ultra heavily about objective morality and the view that we share. I struggle to explain it, but the problem you're gonna run into is that you're stuck to just preferences. So I could simply say that murder is okay, and all you can say back is murder isn't okay. You can't, it's just gonna be a back
I
and
can
forth.
prevent you.
You can
I
get
can
to a
I can
point.
commit justice. Right? Like if you actually
And also, if
commit
you want to
murder.
big screen me to see what I'm talking about, real quick, Cody.
but like I would just
I got
simply
him.
say that. Wait, let me see. Where if there's no real choice, then all choice is actually just external proposition tailing out. There's no distinction between the chosen of consent and not consent. Main reason I'm not a determinist. I mean, I'm not necessarily. I'm not really a
Cody,
determinist.
your mic is like muted. I saw you talking, but couldn't hear you.
External propositions entailing act, yes. There is no real. So the thing with that is, though, it doesn't mean that you don't have choice. It just means that all actions are already actualized. So you still have the choice to do
See you later.
that thing. All right, adios, man.
See ya.
If you want later on, I can send you over. I can send him over an invite, and you guys can discuss that because I think it's very interesting that he brings that up. First time I've heard anybody bring that up.
Yeah, a lot of them bring that up. It's not sound because, again, determinism is just stating that all time, B theory, all points of time are actualized. It's not saying that you don't have the ability to take a choice out of a multiple choice option.
Fair. You hold to subjective morality, right? Or have you finally moved on from that?
No, subjective. It is by
Yeah,
definition.
I'll-
I can't change my mind.
I'll try and give you an argument here. Ultra will be able to explain it much better than me. But okay, let's say if there are objective moral truths, then we have to treat them like normal facts, right? Like how gravity is a fact, right? But it can have certain things that can affect that fact. That just doesn't change the fact. It only changes the scenario, keeping the fact still there. Like for instance, if we said an objective truth, objective moral truth or fact in this case was to be something like murder is wrong, then we can apply certain scenarios to see if that's always the case, right? When we're saying objective, we're not always saying it's 100% certain, right? We're saying that this is almost 99% of the time it's wrong until you apply certain scenarios, but those scenarios
Yeah,
don't
it's a
affect that
semantic
actual
argument.
fact. Mm-hmm. And
I don't grant that.
how we want to treat these is abstract, like the laws of logic. They simply are. They're independent of our mind. We don't get to decide. We kind of discover them in a manner. But that's kind of like the best I can explain it.
Right, yeah. It's a good argument, but it's still dependent on the mind to make the choice. Just because we have the majority of us have innate empathy does not mean that we have an objective moral. Because again, that's based on the mind due to empathy. See, this is why being an empiricist sucks dick, because there is always a causal mechanism for it. So someone like that is going to be giving you a phenomenological explanation, but not a causal mechanism. Phenomenology tells you the experience. What is it to feel morals? The empirical aspect is going to be, why do we feel this? It's going to give you the causal mechanism for it.
Well, I should have also taken that into account with my explanation there. But you also got to remember that if you accept that there are objective moral facts, then there must be, I mean, simply
Yeah, I
put,
don't grant that there's
morality
objective
must be a
moral
thing,
facts.
right?
So
There's
you wouldn't
laws.
say
We have laws in place, but they're not objective. They're man-made laws.
right, but that's not how we're treating them here. We're treating them as if they're abstract. They're kind of like in this third dimensional realm, or at least that's how he likes to put it. I don't like to say that because it throws people for a loop whenever if I were to say that, but you gotta have to treat them like the laws of logic. That we discover them. It's not as if we're simply sitting there and
Laws of
making them.
logic are grounded in axioms. Morals don't have an axiom. That's why logic is objective to tell you if you're thinking incorrectly or not. That's why math is objective. It's grounded in axioms. Something cannot be objective if it doesn't have an axiom. Morals don't have axiom, self-evident axioms, that is.
I mean, I'm still trying to get the like full understanding of this. I'm pretty sure it's just called objective moral realism. I'm not certain if that's what it's called exactly. I'm struggling to get the explanation out, but he's
The
much
only
better
argument I like is
explaining it.
agency arguments, because there is no
That's fair.
objectiveness unless you because you have to go into semantics. But by the definition of objective, it's by both definitions. Oxford Dictionary is objective does not change in accordance with feelings, tastes, and opinions. And then the philosophical is going to be it is stance independent.
Right.
Either way,
The
morals are stance dependent.
I mean,
By
the whole
all
reason
definitions.
the whole reason that I'm even trying so hard to get an understanding of this is because it is, I hate to take the stance of subjective morality simply because I don't like to say, I don't like this, and somebody else can just say, well, I do. Now
Yeah, they
what,
can.
Right? Like, you can sit there, yeah, and that's a problem, right?
Nope.
Because then I
They
have
have
to sit there, yeah, it
justifications.
is. Right, but they can just throw those out the window because if they feel as if those justifications
Ooh,
don't
Sarah's
mean
a good one
anything.
for this. Sarah, are you objective or subjective?
My metaphysical view is appraisal relativism, which is a form of subjectivism.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know that.
Well, all appraisal relativism means is that I'm a cognitivist, so I think the morals are propositional. Meaning, when I say grape is wrong, I'm saying has propositional content, meaning it can be true or false. But the thing that makes it true or false is going to be my stances and values.
Yeah. The
So-
justifications.
Well, Ultra is here now. If you can go ahead and trying to explain this, I'm struggling, but
Explain what?
I'm trying.
Ultra, are you objectivist or subjectivist for it?
Objectivist.
Oh, you are. I like the agency argument, but I think this one kind of sucks.
Well, okay. What has Jaden said so far? I gotta make sure he has.
He butchered it. Just do the whole thing.
Yeah, I did butcher it.
Okay.
You've seen how I tried to explain it. I
Um,
can't get any better.
It gets a little jargony. I'll
Yeah,
try and
I feel like
steer
it's
away.
if I grant your semantic on objective, then I have to agree with the entire argument. I think that's what it comes
Yeah,
down
it's
to.
just mind independent. It caches out moral propositions because I think it's kind of obvious that well, we can get into that, but just moral propositions are moral facts. The place where we're caching these things out is in this like type of quote unquote platonic realm. It's not really platonic as in like theory of forms platonic. It's just ontologically separate quote unquote realm or way of existing.
Sure.
So I think that's what the way they reside. I think logic also resides in this place, and I think that logic holds some like type of prescriptive power over reality. So you're kind of hurdling over like result gaps and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because you can make the oughts because it's obviously not part of the natural. It's not part of the.
Can I
mind.
give you
So-
my Izot fix for subjective?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, go ahead. You
Yeah,
can,
I would just
I'll try and give
state-
a critique maybe.
Sure, yeah. Because this, I figured this up after I had a debate with nobody on it, because nobody's also an objective moralist, and he helped me out with the Hume problem. I didn't see it as a problem, and I think I still struggle seeing it as a problem, but I do understand why it's a
Yeah.
problem. So I grant it, even though I'm pretty ignorant on it. But
I'll try to be as least sophisticated as possible.
yeah, sure. So it's quite simply, if survival is important, then we ought do good unto each other for our own survival.
Okay, so the question becomes, so the importance of survival, importance there is doing a lot of the lifting
Yeah.
because we're making the implicit claim that that which is important is that which we ought to engage in,
Yeah.
right? So maybe connecting them may be a very wishy-washy type
Well, I
of
say that because
idea.
for some people it's not. It's like if I said survival is important, so we ought to do good to others. It's like, well, why is it important? And it's like, oh, okay,
Yeah,
fair
a
enough.
lot of people would say like, have you heard of like the maximal suffering machine?
I have, but not in a minute. Would you elaborate?
So yeah, so like if I were to hook someone up to a machine and it's like the maximal suffering that you could ever endure for like infinite time that will sustain you forever. Survival in that case could be to just preserve their life. When I would say that most people would just like turn that machine off, kill them, please. Like, so,
Okay.
like, most people would be engaging on
Sure.
that type of action where they unplug.
I see what you're saying. Okay, sure. As in survival isn't necessarily a good thing. Yeah, that's where I
Yeah,
still grant that if it's important.
Yeah. So if it is important, the question then becomes, why is something which is important something that we ought to engage in?
Oof. Well, I can't just throw in a subjective trivial, can I?
No, I don't think so. Because like, the whole point is like, imagine we have a house on fire, right?
But that's trivial.
This is like a state of
not
affairs.
the fire thing, but that is trivial?
What?
The survival aspect. Why
yeah,
should
yeah,
we?
kind. Yeah, we don't really have a reason to suspect why we should, under at least subjectivism, because it's all just preference. Maybe in like praise relativism, we're saying like, this is like in correspondence to some set of axioms that we require for behavior. Maybe that's like more like that type of praise relativism is
Sure,
stronger.
yeah, and I
but
grant
I
that
would
when
say
we
like
talk
from
about
pure
society.
Wait, I
preference
just
morality, I'd be kind of like ruh-roh.
I just want to say this whole I heard evidence say something. You realize that whether it's objective or subjective has nothing to do with how many people agree or disagree, right?
Yeah,
So
that's also true.
if someone says it's objective and everyone disagrees, that has no relevance. Or
Sure,
if someone
yeah.
says
Yeah.
Wait.
it's subjective, if someone says it's subjective, everyone could agree and it still
Yeah.
be subjective.
I would
This
argue
is
that
why
if it
like
doesn't have a
have you ever
grounding
heard of like
axiom,
intersubjectivity?
I'm still ignorant on that though. I have to look it up every single time I want to think about it.
It's fine. A lot of people misuse intersubjectivity. I think how like in literature it's meant to be used as like you have axioms for
Okay,
a
gotcha.
subjective thing, like everyone prefers XYZ, and then you can have objective goals or objective ways to reach that goal, right? Like that's kind of the way we want to talk about it. Sometimes when people are talking about intersubjectivity, they're just talking about like universally accepted subjective things, right? Which are
Sure.
not remotely the same thing.
And also, it could be the case that there could be some preference I have that will always be the case, but that also doesn't make it objective, right?
Yeah, that's
Right,
also
that would make it subject. I mean, so like I go by
No,
both.
well, no. The what makes it objective is the truth maker. If the truth maker is stance independent, then you think
Yeah.
it's objective. If the truth maker is the stance of, well, in my case, the stance of the agent, it would be subjective.
Right,
Right,
and that's
that's
why I
been
don't grant
discussed.
morals it, because I've never found a self-evident axiom for it.
Well, that's because because if you're talking about like grounding like meta ethics, you kind of have to talk about like in the cringiest way it gets like what actually is ethics, like what is like the
Sure.
ontology of goodness, or like something along those lines. If it's something which just isn't real, then you can kind of go into like the anti-realist type stuff, which I'm not a fan of whatsoever. And I feel like it
Sounds
just
horrible.
feels very unappealing.
That sounds
Um,
horrible. That
yeah,
sounds like
so
a step
so
away
if we're
from
saying, like,
idealism.
goodness
Well,
has
what's the issue with moral anti-realism though?
I
I've
just
never
feel like
even-
it's undesirable. Like I feel like to like cash out your morals into
Oh,
saying like,
moral
well, morals are not
anti-realism.
something which actually exists.
Well, you're not saying that they don't actually exist. You're just saying they
Mhm.
exist as my stance and value, right? What's the issue?
So to say that they exist merely as stance and value, well, you can there are multiple ways you can index it, right? So you're either
There's more what?
indexing it
Sorry, what
to
did you say? There's more what?
you can index it in multiple ways, right? So you can index it to like let's say preference, right? I think all moral case which index like what the value of goodness to just preference, I just feel like they're extremely undesirable once you get into like maybe reductios about the positions.
What kind of reductio would there be?
So so for any two people given preference, then so like two people who have like just say goodness is just a preference or that which aligns to preference, just like hypothetically, okay? Two people are entered into a room. They have to figure out whether like or like there's someone about to be graped, okay, and they've got to press a button to either stop the grape or not stop the grape. One guy has the preference that this person is graped, the other person has the preference that they're not graped. So there would be no real way to like refer outwards or to do any type of like investigation as long as it is just the pure preference.
You think this is just a problem for anti-realists? This seems to be a problem for realists.
It's a
too.
problem for
Too.
some realists. No, I'm happy to say this is a problem for some realists as well, which is why I reject some forms of realism.
Well, no,
I think some forms of realism are just stupid on those grounds.
even you sounds like you're a non-naturalist. You said sounds like you're a moral Platonist or something.
Mm-hmm.
If you encountered another moral Platonist, you guys could disagree on what the objective moral fact is, right? And you guys would be in the exact same issue you're pointing.
To say that we can disagree on that's not the point. Was that the investigation of the moral fact? You can disagree in the same way that like about the physical world, you can disagree whether the Earth is flat or not. You can inquire in some reasoning process,
Right,
which
we
is
see that all
generally
the
sound
time.
to engage on like a
Wait,
truth.
But you
claim
have
about
this.
that.
Wait, but when you sit down with someone you disagree with on a moral fact or moral truth, you guys are going to have the same conversation that me and you are going to have, or me and another anti-realist. What you guys are going to do is investigate your principles and see if they're consistent. That's the exact same.
No.
Okay, so how do you, and a moral Platonist, determine what is morally the case?
Well, okay, so we would understand. So when you talk about from principle, right? we can
Uh-huh.
just say that the investigation. Okay, if we look at the investigation on the anti-realist side, right? The investigation on the anti-realist side would just be the espousement of the preference, and then that would realistically be it. Unless you want to engage in like rhetoric games of like, oh, like, do you really want that to be your preference and blah blah blah. Maybe convince someone of something else, but it's not holding to anything real. For
Wait,
the
no,
moral
that's not what
Platonists-
happens. When two
What?
anti-realists encounter each other, what they do is they talk about the different principles or the different views they have on
The different
applied-
principles derived from
applied-
just like preference,
doesn't
which
matter.
are
It
entirely
doesn't
dependent.
matter.
Like,
Hold on, let me
well,
finish.
it does because they're entirely
No.
separate. Yes.
Let me no. They come together and they have an applied ethical disagreement, say an abortion, let's say for example, and they talk about the different principles they each have and see if they're consistent with each other, if they should hold to those principles, and they try to find some common agreement to
Yes,
sway someone to the
I don't
other's
think
direction.
you're understanding
That's
the point I'm
exact same thing
making.
a
Do you
moralist
think
does.
that? Hold on, just to make sure. Do you think that, for instance, if someone comes along and says that I reject all sense data, right? Someone comes along and says I just reject all sense data, and then another guy comes along and says, well, I accept sense data, and then they have a discussion about whether the moon is flat or round or whatever the fuck. Do you think that they could be in a meaningful engagement on that?
Yeah, it could be.
There could be in what way?
There could be other things they share, like depending on how they
But
reach certain
I'm
truths
not.
or
I'm just
whatever.
asking about the moon itself. Like, could they have a meaningful discussion about that? That isn't just. I think that it's my preference.
Could they
Or
have
it's
a
just,
meaningful
it's just my
discussion
position.
on-
It's just my espousement.
Could they have a meaningful discussion on what in regards to what on the moon?
Like I don't know, something about its ontology, like the way in which that it's round, or whether it has craters, or whether it's white or yellow,
yeah,
or
they
made
could
out of
talk
cheese.
about. They could talk about things like if it's logically consistent, stuff like that could be discussed.
But that wouldn't entail anything about its like case, though. That's the primary issue. It wouldn't
Well,
entail
yeah,
anything
if
about
there's
like
some logical
the actual case
contradiction-
of it. If there's a logical contradiction, then you can say eliminatively that point would be false. But for all things, so it's not a logical contradiction for the moon to be cheese. It's not a logical contradiction for it to be flat or round. It's not a
Mhm.
logical contradiction in any of those, right?
Yeah,
From the set
if you
principle.
encounter
So there would be no
yeah,
way
no,
to
I
actually
agree.
investigate that intelligently.
Wait, I agree. If you encounter someone that doesn't care about empirics, and you're having an empirical question, there's nothing to discuss. Obviously.
Yeah, so my
But who
point would be
cares?
that
What
if
does
you
that
had
have to
someone
do-
whose engagement is
Do
just
you
merely
think?
from
Do you
preference,
think? Do you think it's common for two moral anti-realists to engage and not believe in like morals or something? Do you think
that's not
common?
that's not the type of engagement I'm talking about. I'm talking about if you just had two things about some kind of foundational case about like some general like overarching thing like life is valuable or whatever the fuck it is, right?
Uh-huh.
Some kind of basal level in morality. If we're saying that
Okay.
these are just indexed to preference and this preference could be any which way or other way, then
That's not
if they
what's
wanted to
being
have a
said.
conversation about something
That's
like
not what's
applied
being said.
ethics,
That's a
what
straw
do you mean
man.
that's not what's being? What do you?
Appraisal relativists
straw man of
don't say.
what?
Appraisal relativists are not saying that the preference could be any which way. That's not what's being
Why
said.
did you? I'm not understanding why you think that all of a sudden that I'm talking. I just said, okay, so did I or did I not say that when I'm talking about this, I'm just talking about like this really like abstract position about just like preference or that which aligns to preference is that which is good. Like that was just
Yeah,
an example
that's-
position that I gave, right?
That's fine, but that's fine. But that's not. Appraisal relativists are not saying.
Did I say anything about praise relativism? No.
Yes, you said the preference
No,
could be
I
any which
didn't.
way. Who else are you talking about?
No, I didn't. What, dog. Are you even listening to me?
Who else are you talking about when you said the preference could be any which way?
Bro, I'm just talking about a hypothetical anti-realist position.
Okay, what anti-realist position can the preference be any which way?
I was just giving a hypothetical one. What is it impossible for a anti-realist position to hold up properly?
I've never met an anti-realist that would say the preference could be any
It doesn't
which
matter
way.
if you've met
Who
one or
says
not.
that?
I'm just talking generally.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the dispute? Well, seemingly, what anti-realists are doing is the same sort of dispute that realists are doing.
Yeah.
And what they're doing is they're considering the reasons. Now, the only difference in the sort of schism here between the anti-realists and the realists is that the realists are going to factor in stance-independent reasons, and the anti-realists are not. But the same disputes are being had on both.
Do you think that?
Yeah,
you
that's all
not
I was
en-
trying to say.
Do you think
is
that you not
when you get
engaging
in a room
in
with two
stance
realists or
independent?
two
You both are talking at the
anti-realists,
same
it's the
time.
same. Well,
Okay.
yeah, it's the same conversation that's taking place when you have these sort of disagreements for the most
Okay.
part. It's not.
I'm just curious. Do you think that taking in stance independent reason or not taking in stance independent reason would have any change on the dispute or the content of the dispute in of itself?
If there exists a stance-independent reason that, if considered, would change the norm, then yeah. But unfortunately, realists or anti-realists don't even recognize that those things exist. They're not even reasons to most Humeans or Hegelians or otherwise. So
No, I'm
the-
aware.
the-
My point would be that like in terms of if you're evaluating like the types of conversations that these people have, right? So they're going to be having like I think a fundamentally different type of conversation. Maybe like one that might appeal like outwards, right? Instead of like maybe inwards or whatever the fuck. But I feel like it's just a differently natured conversation.
No, that's okay. What I think you're doing is you're looking at the types of reasons, and those reasons sometimes being stance independent, sometimes being stance dependent, and you're thinking, well, at least there's something real here by, I'm considering as a realist the fact that this action would harm somebody, right? That's a reason, and I'm going to consider that because that's a real thing, and that seems more weighted because it's real. Okay, that's just a mechanism by which you weigh the reasons in favor or against an action.
No, I'm
That is-
not like referring to like suffering is real, therefore we like da da da. That's not
No,
really what I'm
not.
saying.
No, I know you're saying that. Look, there's some type of greater brevity about the realist disputes, contrary to the anti-realists. But no, fundamentally, what they're doing is comparing the reasons in favor and against, and sort of weighing them from there. The weight mechanism isn't changed. The only thing that's changed is the reasons there are.
Yeah, I'm saying that the types of reasons they're going to talk about has some value to me. Which is why I don't find
not sure what you're
anti-realist
saying.
positions convincing.
Well, my reasons have value to me.
Wait, I'm
all
not-
that I'm talking about is just like why I don't find anti-realist positions as like convincing from me, like intuitionally.
No,
That's the only claim
gathered
I'm really
that-
making a dispute about.
See,
I'm
you
saying
should do
that the
when you,
types
like,
of claims
straw
that an
man what's
anti-realist
being
wants to
said.
engage in, like the types of
Well,
reasons they're using.
I'm not clear on what your dispute is here. I'm not even sure you look.
What?
Look, just so everybody understands, because I think this is very muddied. You recognize that when the anti-realists get into a disagreement in applied ethics, they're just appealing to the reasons in favor against an action, right? You understand that?
Yeah, they're appealing to reason. Yeah, that's fine. That's not the claim I'm making. That's
No,
not what I'm
not
talking
reason.
about.
It's very. Notice
Yeah,
the way I'm
okay,
framing
reasons.
the language
Yeah,
here.
sure. Yeah, okay, reason. It doesn't
Okay,
really matter. to
and
the
you
point.
understand that when realists get into disputes in applied ethics, they also apply to reasons.
That's not
appeal to
the.
reasons.
I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. In all honesty.
Okay, well, if you agree with the two things I just said, then it seems like there is no fundamental dispute on how these two people come to an agreement. It seems like it's the exact same.
No,
mechanism.
once again, I think that the types of reason that they're engaging in, or like the reasonings, right, and the things that the reason includes, that would be at least fundamentally different to me. Does that make
Are
sense?
you just saying that the anti-realist does not acknowledge stance independent reasons?
Well, obviously, I'm saying that that would be an issue for me.
Yeah, no.
I don't
shit.
understand what's like very difficult to understand.
Yeah,
about
but
Okay,
that.
so
you
this is
haven't
how you should
illustrated
phrase
what-
it. If I
Right.
understand you correctly, if I understand you, what you've just said is, there are stance independent reasons. Anti-realists don't acknowledge there are stance independent reasons, and so I find that unappealing.
I mean, if you wanted me to explain it out that fucking simply, then sure. But like, I think that's like kind of what the gist of the point has been the
What's
entire
your
time.
dispute
No?
with Sir then? Like, what does that have to do with him particularly as an
Yeah,
What are
atheist?
you
like,
This
talking
all
about?
started. 'cause
What are
this
you
all
talking
started-
about?
'cause
This would be
all
like
started-
this
hold
would
on,
be like if
this
I
all started
encountered
because-
someone. This would be
I
like
just
if I
want to
encountered.
finish this off really quick. I'm very
Okay,
sorry,
okay.
sir. But
Yeah.
this all started because you said there is some fundamental issue to anti-realism in such a way that, you
What do you,
don't favor
when did
it.
I say there was a type of fundamental issue for anti-realism?
When you said, yeah, I would reject this appraisal relativist as well, and then Sir went on, well, what's the
Wait,
issue with it?
I never said I reject appraisal relativity. It's just not what's been said.
Wait, sir, I'm sorry, sir, are you an appraisal relativist?
No,
Yeah,
but I'm talking
yeah.
about what I have said in the conversation, KJ.
Wait, look,
The
Sir asked you
positions or
very
like the positions
poignantly,
that I may have
what's the
abstract from this
issue with
conversation
appraisal
are not
relativism?
relevant to the things that I've actually said in the conversation. The
Well,
only
yes,
things I've
it
said in the
is. You-
conversation is about that which is appealing to me and that which is not appealing to me. You
No, because
understand?
Sir asked you what the issue was with his view, and this is the objection
What are
I
you
raised
talking
with
about?
his
That
view.
was
You said
never the
there's an
dispute.
issue. You said there's an issue with anti-realism that makes it like fundamentally
And
different.
get
when
this,
there's-
guys, the issue with anti-realism is they don't recognize stance-independent reasons.
Yeah,
Holy
that's
shit.
just like repeating what this.
Oh, okay.
That's
I
just
don't
like
understand.
repeating
Like, I
what
don't know.
they-
Are you autistic or something?
Wait,
How can
that's
you not
just
track
you
the
just.
point I'm making, KJ?
Yeah,
because
that
it's
is
so
the point you
muddled,
agreed to.
and that is
When
So
you
subjective
just,
it's
ranking.
fucking obvious. I'm just saying these are not appealing reasons to me. Like the fact that they don't appeal to these types of things is unappealing to me. That's unintuitional to
And
me.
that's the problem with anti-realism?
Did I say that was the fundamental like problem why we should reject the stance in
Yeah.
wholesale? That's the only thing I was saying is that
Yes.
why that's why I find it unappealing. Are you dumb? What do you
No,
think
because sir
I
asked you
find
what
it
the
unappealing
objection
means,
to the view
KJ?
was.
KJ, what do you think I find it unappealing means?
Well, I'm really disinterested in your stances.
Okay,
The
then I
same
don't
way
give a
that
fuck what you're talking about then. If you're not willing to engage on the things
I'm
I've actually said,
engaging. Look,
I don't give a
look, let's
fuck.
calm
What is
down. Your
going on?
cortisol's
Dog, what?
maxing.
Yes, because you're
Look,
just
let's
not
calm down.
engaging on anything I'm saying.
Literally, that's all I'm trying to. Let's be very clear
Literally, you're
here.
just not though.
Sir said, "What's the problem with anti-realism?" And if I'm understanding you correctly, all you've said or tried to say is, "I don't
No,
like
when he
anti-realism
said, "What
because
is the
they
problem?"
stop
It was in the context of
talking.
what is or what is
Stop
not appealing to me.
talking."
No,
Sir,
bitch.
your response was, "I don't like anti-realism because they don't appeal to stance-independent reasons in
Yes,
moral
is that
deliberation."
real? Hold on. You understand that when he asked me that, that was in context to my statements about it being unappealing to me, right? So
No,
if
you
someone
can.
asks you, hold on. If someone asks you,
No,
why do you find that
that's not what
XYZ is
happened.
unappealing, and you go,
It's
oh,
what's happening, bro.
You came up here
can
and
you
said there's
speak
an
up for a little
issue.
bit,
You
or are you
came
just
up
gonna
here and
continue
said
to
there's an
mumble,
issue
dog?
with anti-realism, and you said that the issue is that when
I
there's a
never said the
disagreement,
issue with I said
and
the
you said
issue
you
in my
said the
appeal
reason
to it. That was the whole
you
point
said
of the
why you
conversation,
said the
sir.
reason you said the reason there's the issue is that when there's a disagreement, there's some kind of mechanism in what you have that we don't. That's kind of what you implied. And then
Yes,
I asked,
dog, that is why it's appealing for me. Are you fucking trolling?
what's the issue?
Oh my
but as we
fucking
just
god, shut the
illustrated,
fuck up. It's not difficult, sir. Right?
as Cage just
It's not
illustrated, there
difficult
is
to understand the
no.
point I'm making. The point was just about why I find it personally convincing or unconvincing, okay? Then you asked me, well, what's the issue
reason?
for you?
What's the reason you find it
Then you asked me,
unconvincing
what's
again?
the issue for you? And then I answered the issue for me that makes it unappealing.
What's the issue again? What's the issue? Why do you find it unconvincing?
Because they don't take in from the very fact that they are anti-realist, like the description of anti-realism, the fact that
Your
they don't
issue is
take
that
in
the view
the
is
fact that they
anti-realism.
don't take in
Wait, your
stance.
critique.
Oh my fucking god! Can
Your
you pay
critique of
attention?
anti-realism is that
It's
we're
not a critique. It's just why I
Okay,
find it
great.
unappealing. You stupid bitch. Are you retarded? Like, you guys are actually retarded.
Okay. I do think that Sir brought
And
up
you're
a good
stuttering over
point,
yourself,
though.
KJ. Speak up, bitch.
I do think that Sir made a good point, and that you did try to levy a critique, or at least frame it as if it was a critique. by saying
When
that
did
they
I
don't
do that,
appeal.
bro? This is schizo babble.
Look, it seems like you tried to say that in moral deliberation, the realist has access to some type of fucking finishing move that the anti-realist doesn't have. But then that's why I came up and I asked you very poignantly, hey, when we're doing deliberation, all that means is to consider the reasons there are. And the only
I got
difference
restricted.
between the realist and anti-realist is that the anti-realist doesn't recognize a type of reason that the realist does. That's
Okay.
it. Everything else
KJ,
is
can
the
you just
same.
parrot back to me what I've been saying, right, for the past like 5
Yes,
minutes?
here, I'll do it perfectly. I don't like anti-realism because there are stance-independent reasons. Which, by the way, is a tautology. You're just saying, I don't like anti-realism
So I'm just saying that
because...
I find the position innately unappealing, dipshit.
Okay, so that's not a... So you recognize that doesn't
Then
answer
it's not
Sir's
a
question.
critique. Dog, are you fucking stupid?
Okay,
I've
but
said
Sir
at
asked
least
you for a
5
critique.
times now, you fucking knuckle dragger, that's not
Okay,
the
can you
substance of the
answer...
fucking refute.
Knuckle
That's just the
Can
substance
you
of
just
why I
muzzle
find it
yourself for
unappealing,
a
you dumb
moment?
bitch.
Like you have you have a very difficult time letting people finish their sentences. So let me
Because
say
you're
this to
just
you very
framing it in the
poignantly.
most retarded way possible, KJ.
Look, that's why you keep getting restricted. 'Cause you
Look,
keep saying
this is
the
why
R
you
word.
keep getting restricted. I don't give a fuck
Look,
if I'm restricted on TikTok,
if I'm
dog.
going
It's TikTok. Why would I
if I'm
care?
going to, can
My
you
life
stop
isn't
spurting
TikTok
out?
debate, unlike you.
And you've been okay, whatever. Look, Sir asked you what Sir asked you what the critique of anti-realism was. Now, none of
Oh
us
my
here are
god, dog. You've
interested.
flipped this statement 7 times. You're just gonna keep repeating yourself, and I've already
Can
clarified
you
that's not
shut
what
up?
happened. No,
None of us
bitch.
are asking for your personal opinions. We're asking for an
Oh
argument.
my god, it's not like I came up and just gave the reason why I think it's unappealing, you stupid bitch.
I'm not
Can you please
asking
pay
you why
attention
you
or no?
find it unappealing.
Can you please
Sir
pay
asked you
attention?
for a critique of
KJ, can
the-
you please pay attention? Are you
Sir
fucking
asked
slow?
you-
Born
SK,
it.
can you stop
Born,
fucking
it's
letting this guy
threatening me
cum
now.
drizzle on you for no reason?
Sir asked you for a critique of the view, not your personal
KJ,
fee-fees.
oh my god, you're just
Bro,
repeating
you
yourself
okay,
without
bro?
taking in anything I've told you.
Ultra,
You dumb?
the TikTok is now warning me that I'm gonna get restrictions.
Yeah, you can drop me, bro. It's fine.
I'm so sorry, man.
Fucking gay J up here, bro. It's fucking sped.
Why do people say my name as if it's 2 syllables?
By the way, Cage is a realist too, so this isn't like him coming up to defend
Yeah,
anti-realism.
I've published about I've published about this very subject, this very dispute, unironically. But you know, whatever, it's fine. Anyways, best of luck.
Yeah, that guy was truly an intellectual titan. Anyways.
Yeah. So anyway, the whole thing I was trying to clear up with before that guy came up was, if you have some moral truth, right, or something that you think is a moral truth, like grape is wrong, you can say that as an anti-realist. You can say it's true that grape is wrong, and you could also say it's always the case that grape is wrong, right? And you could say as an anti-realist that's just your stance for whatever reason. And that wouldn't make it objective, right? Objective just means that what makes it true is independent of the stance, right? So if you think it's some natural fact in the world that grape is wrong, or if you think, like the guy that was up here a minute ago, that it's like in some Platonic realm that grape is wrong, or whatever, then you're a realist. You think that that's what makes that true is some stance independent matter of fact, right?
Yeah, I
But
think I agree with you actually with how you just explained that.
yeah, when I say, when I'm talking about, like if we're in some applied ethical dispute and we're talking about grape or whatever, and I say grape is wrong, what I'm saying there is I have like stances and values that make that thing wrong, right? And I'm just communicating those stances and values, right? But they are true because the thing that makes them true is my stances and values.
Right.
Right? They're just not objectively true. They're true because of my stances and values. That's all I'm saying.
Right, yeah, the definition of subjective.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That's why I hold it. Like I've heard nobody, and I suppose Ian has made a really good argument for objective as well, and I just can't grant because it kind of seems like their own arguments. Fucking cats destroying my Quran. Seems like their arguments actually align with that pretty well, but they call it objective.
Yeah,
Unless I'm
that's the
ignorant.
thing. A lot of, so the kind of like, well, I think Ian is a moral naturalist where he thinks it's some natural fact, if I remember right. And
Oh
a lot of
man.
the arguments I hear for moral naturalism, I could accept those arguments and still be an anti-realist. For example, someone might say something like, morality is indexed to well-being, right? And what is well-being is what's moral, right? I can say, look, I have that. If I had that same concept of morals, right, that they're indexed to well-being, I could have that concept as an anti-realist. It doesn't sound like they're adding anything to the discussion there. All they're saying is a stance independent. Well, when I ask what makes a stance independent, they don't seem to have an answer.
That's what I was bringing up. Like when I was talking to nobody about it, and he brought up that argument, I was like, "That's a really good argument," and I actually agree with it, but I don't agree that it is objective. Yeah, what's up, J Rob?
I was going on. Yeah, I was just going to respond to Sir. So, yeah, you could say something is wrong, but like you said, well, you said it correctly. You said you think it's wrong, and that is what I think is the issue, is that under your worldview, like it's not actually wrong. It's just your
Yeah, it
opinion.
is.
No, it's just your opinion. It's like
Wait,
like
actually, you
saying,
mean objective?
yeah, that's what it needs to be, like actually
Okay,
wrong.
again, you're doing the same thing the last guy was
No,
doing.
no, let me finish. It's like saying that, like, poop tastes good, right? Like,
Mhm.
right, you could say that, but that's just like your opinion, right? It's not actually, it doesn't actually taste good to
By
you.
actually, you mean objectively?
Yeah, exactly. That's what actually means. Like, I don't give a
Okay, but all you're
like,
all you're doing. This is J Rob. This is all you're doing, right? Imagine if you encountered someone and they said that they believed in God, right? Or I encountered you and you told me you believed in God, and my critique of your view was that you believed in God. That's my only critique. That's what you're doing. You're saying, look, you're an anti-realist, right? You're telling me I'm an anti-realist, and your critique of the view is that I'm an anti-realist. How is that a critique?
well, no, the issue is not simply that. It's that, like, my issue is one, it's like a walking contradiction.
What's the
Right? These things
contradiction?
things aren't actually wrong, but you're saying that they are, right?
Actually,
And
you
you
mean
act,
by actually you mean objective, right?
and
Wait,
if I finish,
wait.
sir. wait,
Wait.
bro. Why,
No,
wait,
you're not gonna use vague
why,
terms, not clarify them.
why are you gonna ask me to repeat the
No,
definition that
because we're getting
wait, can
we're
I
getting
finish? No,
clarification here.
let me finish.
We're
No,
getting
there's no need for
clarification.
No, there's no need for clarification.
No,
Because
no,
you,
we're
sir,
gonna.
sir,
Why
you
are
asked me.
no,
Because you asked me 5 times
Sorry,
already. You asked me
sorry,
5 times
no. You're
already.
gonna clarify
Yes,
what you mean by that,
no,
right?
sir, you asked me 5 times already.
So
We already
you're
clear.
gonna babble and not be clear?
Sir, can you be quiet? You asked me 5 times already. You asked me 5 times already. When I say actually, do I mean objectively?
Yeah.
And
So
you
let's
keep
just say what
okay,
you're saying.
okay. So can you stop? Can you stop?
The contradiction.
No,
Okay, the contradiction.
sir, can you stop interrupt me? Can you stop interrupting me? I didn't interrupt you, bro. I didn't interrupt you, bro. You stopped.
J-Rob, shut the fuck up for a
Bro,
second.
You stopped me to clarify something I've already clarified. So I don't know why you
So
keep
the
doing
contradiction.
that.
I just want to point out.
I didn't finish, bro.
The contradiction. He did say the contradiction.
Oh my god, bro.
You did.
I
You
not-
said the contradiction.
Yo,
You said the
yo.
contradiction.
This nigga, bro.
You said the contradiction was that morals are objective and they're not objective. That's the contradiction, right? Because you said the contradiction is that morals aren't actually wrong, and by actually you mean objective, right? That's the proposition. And the negation is what? That they're not objective?
Excuse me. So notice what I said. I said it's like a walking contradiction. You're saying that they're not wrong, or sorry, you're saying that something is wrong while affirming that nothing is actually wrong. It's like a walking contradiction. Obviously, it's not in the same sense, but that's my issue with it. It's like a walking contradiction.
How is it like a contradiction? I'm saying things are wrong, indexed to my stances, right? Meaning they're not objective, right? That I'm communicating my stances and values to someone. And then the contradiction is what? That I'm not saying they're wrong independent of my stances and values?
Oh my God. Do you
What's
know
the
what
issue?
you know what a parent contradiction is?
Why don't you tell me what you mean by that? Because contradiction to me would be if there's some kind of proposition I'm holding to and I'm also holding to its negation, which isn't what's going on here.
So again.
Now turn left and then take the.
This guy jumped up while he was busy to say this.
Yup. J-Rob, I can't have you up here if you're driving. So I'm going to drop you. Come back up when you're not driving.
Now I gotta ask, common sense with Alan. Are you return none? Or you
it's so ridiculous. I mean, look, you guys, you realize how dumb this is, right? They're coming up and telling me, hey, I have an issue with you being anti-realist. And you're like, what's the issue? Well, the issue is you're an anti-realist. That's all they're saying. It's like, why the hell would I care? How is that interesting to say? The critique of your view is that you have the view. They're not telling me what the issue is with the view.
Yeah, I think he was not able to comprehend the subjective part of it.
Well, it's J-Rob. What do we expect?
Well, like, I get his perspective. Like, his perspective is you're saying it's wrong, but then you're saying it's okay. So he's seeing that as a contradiction, but you're saying it's wrong due to these indexes, if that's how we want to stance it.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting is a lot of Christians, I don't know what J-Rob's meta-ethical view is, but a lot of Christians will say it's wrong because of, some nature of God, right, that makes it wrong. But that seems to be a sense of appraisal relativism too. They're just saying God is the appraiser, right? And it could be the case that if God existed, maybe he would have reasons for his kind of moral intuitions that might be better than mine, and if I heard them might convince me that I'm wrong and he's right, right? Mm-hmm. That could be the case.
Right.
And it seems like there's really no disagreement me and J-Rob have there. He's just saying, look, I'm indexing my values and stances to what God says.
Yep.
That's what he's saying he's doing. And I'm saying, I don't believe in God. I'm indexing my values and stances to what I think. Right? What's the real disagreement there other than whether or not God exists? And if God exists and he provided me reasons, I mean, my morals might be more in line with his. Right? But if God just came down, for example, and said, you know what, sir, it's objectively morally correct to eat toenails on Tuesday, I would be like, first of all, I don't give a fuck if that's objectively morally correct. I'm not going to eat toenails on Tuesday because it doesn't align with my preferences and stances. So, absent a reason, I'm not going to do it. Right? It's like, what's really the point of even saying they're objective? It doesn't it doesn't add any
I don't think
content
they know
to
what
the
objective
experiment.
means. Like, it's objective that 2 + 2 is not 5. It's objective that touching a hot stove is going to hurt your skin. I think that they're grounding the objectivity in their own axiom, that being God. And if God is the grounding axiom for what makes something true, then therefore morals are objectively true because the axiom said so.
Well, I think like another thing that they run into is that they're taking objective to be this kind of like stance of it's 100% right all the time. Like the example you brought up, 2 + 2 = 5. That's objectively wrong, right? But there is scenario, like in binary, for an example, the way that their math is used, you get different forms of equations from different, from normal equations that would get different results, but that simple change is all we need to demonstrate that God can change as well, and they don't seem to realize that accepting God can change is such a problem for them.
Well, even if morals are objective, I don't know why you don't want to believe they wouldn't change. I mean, clearly, even if they were objective, there would be different sort of duties for different agents, right? Imagine if I came across some lake where someone was drowning, right? I might have the duty to go save that person, but then also add that maybe I can't swim, right? Maybe my duty would change if I could swim.
Yeah.
Right. So maybe if I couldn't swim, I might not have the duty to go save the person because it would cause me to die too. But if I can swim, I think there would be a duty present there. So clearly, you could think that's objectively true. Like the truth, what's true there about what I should do might be objective, but it would change depending on the agent.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Right.
can
So
grant that.
clearly, I don't see, nobody should think that they're universal and they never change. Of course, they change depending on the circumstance and the agent and everything else. Like these facts, they can be true and change.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing, though, is be true, but not objective. But I guess objective still could change, because if objective just means stance dependence or not, and or, the
Yeah.
other definition of changes in accordance with tastes, which is your mind, feelings, your mind, and opinion, your mind, then it is subjective. But, something like I brought up like the stove thing, because some people don't have the nerve endings to feel the pain. So it's an objective
Exactly,
fact
yeah.
that the skin is burned, but it's not an objective fact. This can change. The objective fact can change on whether touching a stove does burn or not.
Yeah, you could also think of think of the weather, right? It's like objectively true right now that it's not raining here in Vegas, but that might change. Well, it probably won't change anytime soon, but that could change sometime where it is raining, right? And then
Right.
it's still objectively true whether or not it's raining, but the fact changes, right, depending on the weather.
Right, but is that really the fact changing, or is it just the scenario just simply affecting the fact? Because if that's the case, how we kind of want to look at this like this, then you kind of have to accept that any form of an experiment done on a so-called fact, that fact is simply not even really a fact no more. It's constantly
No,
changing.
it's the fact changes.
Yeah.
The question is it raining in Vegas? Right. That's propositional, meaning it can be true or false.
Yeah.
And the thing that makes the thing true or false is objective. Now, the answer to the question can change depending on the weather, right? So one moment it might be raining, one moment it not. And I'm saying, if someone wants to say morals are universal, like they never change, that just seems kind of silly to me, because of course they change. They change depending on the agent involved, the situation,
Right.
et cetera. Those all are done in sort of the moral calculus, right?
Sure, but
And
it,
even
what,
if you think they're objective, they change. They could change.
what I'm trying to chime out here is like I can't quite, like, I can accept that the fact can change, right? Like even though like objective doesn't always mean it's 100% right or wrong, right? But the thing is that, is it really the fact that's changing, or is it the scenario affecting the fact? Because if I want to take that it's simply the fact changing, then is it really a fact?
Are you saying like Like all else equal, given the same exact situation, would the fact always be the same?
No, what I'm saying, right? Like let's say we take gravity for an example, right? We know when we drop like my laptop here, it's going to fall, but there might be something that can affect gravity in such a way where my Chromebook won't fall,
Yeah.
right?
So
If
the
that's the
fact.
case,
Wait. So here's the fact: is your Chromebook gonna fall? Right. That's the fact. Right.
yep.
That's or that's the
Bro.
propositional content. It can either be true or false.
What the fuck?
What? What the fuck?
I don't get it.
No, look at the panel.
Oh,
Who the fuck are you?
Yeah, sorry. So I'm here to destroy all the atheists. I don't think there's any evidence for God either. So yeah. Sorry, I meant the theists. So that was a big
How is
blunder on my
this
part.
even possible?
Under what modality?
Mr. Corlini.
Yeah, that's right.
Gotta be
Okay.
like Kiki or fucking somebody.
Are you
Yeah,
Kiki?
totally. Yep, that's me.
What the fuck?
I mean, you could say we're like relatively identical.
That is hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. That is a good troll.
I don't know which one's the real one though.
Right?
That's right. It's really hard to decide. We're
Um,
both too good.
okay, why? The fuck?
I don't know what you mean. I'm here to destroy all the theists. I don't think there's any evidence for God.
When the fuck did you follow me on that account? I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, I've been following you. I'm
Really?
your biggest fan, Cody.
Definitely not. Evidence
Who's
first.
a bigger fan?
What happens if I type this in? Do you pop up? Evidence first. That is crazy that that's even possible.
No, it's not.
Users. I don't even see you in the search bar. What?
It's because I'm invisible to the human eye. I can only be seen by gods like you.
That is hilarious. I literally can't even find you in the search bar. It says you're following me though.
That's correct.
Okay.
Dude, this could be the start of a religion, bro.
Yeah, or a relationship.
Kiki, are you actually theistic or atheistic?
I'm an agnostic. I told you this.
You are an agnostic? I thought you were a full theist.
No. I don't commit myself to theism.
Okay. Did you want to actually have a discussion or are you just here to fuck around?
I'm not here to fuck around. I'm here to have a good faith, linear, honest discussion
About what?
about the topic of theism.
Okay. Stance?
My stance is that I'm an agnostic, but I feel like I can argue for any position, of course.
Sure. Throw an argument out, I guess.
Now, do you want an argument for theism or?
Well, like your voice and everything and the way you're talking tells me you're just fucking around right now, which sounds very boring to me, but I'm willing if you're going to give an argument.
Huh, let me construct an argument, actually. Let me think of which one.
Why are you whispering?
Because I just woke up, bro.
I just really, it sounds so boring to deal with. Wow. Can't believe Kiki dedicated an entire page to me. What's that mean?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing all right, brother. Yourself?
I'm chilling. Got off of work.
Mm.
Wait, so no evidence for God. This is the same
Yeah.
thing as like no evidence for a creator.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not sure if it's really evidence, but um, you know, when we zoom in on the micro view, when we look at a painting,
Mhm.
it points to a painter. It points to a mind behind it.
Mhm.
All type of creation within creation kind of points to a creative mind behind it.
Yeah.
So I guess at least for me, it seems like at the macro view, it would be the same thing as well.
Mm-mm.
Why do you think? It kind of just makes sense. Like creation, all of everything created
Let me pause you
points
there.
to a mind. Huh?
You're starting with the assumption that the universe itself is created. We have evidence that art is created and cannot exist without being created. Where's your evidence for that for the universe to claim that it is a creation?
So are you saying that existence is eternal?
Not, we don't even have to hold to that. Like, we could believe that the universe had a beginning or had something that made it be what it is. That still doesn't mean that it was created. It could have came about by a deeper mechanic in physics. It could have came about by something we don't even know exists yet. It could have been a god. Like, we don't know. But A, you have to prove that the universe at one point did not exist and then came into existence.
The mechanism of physics is interesting because I'm not saying that that's the stance you hold, but just hearing that was interesting because that would have like you can't have that mechanism outside of existence.
Right. Yeah. What exists outside of the universe?
Yeah, so it's like how could some type of mechanism create without being created or without having existed?
I
How
think I
could
see what you're saying. So when I say
Yeah.
that, I'm not saying that there's something outside of the universe. What I'm saying is that like there could be something in the universe that we don't know about yet, like something smaller than quantum, for instance, or something. I don't know. I can't put a label on it because we
Yeah.
don't know if that exists, right? So there could be something deeper that is of the universe that follows the laws of physics, that follows the laws of logic, that the universe came about from, if it came about from anything.
Well, I guess from that position, I wouldn't have too much pushback because it's like, yeah, ultimately, like I'm Christian, but ultimately, uh, we can't really say we know anything for a fact, like 110%.
Well, so I agree with that, but I also don't. So like when it comes to like if we were to break down metaphysics as far down as we can, I would agree that all things are based on observations and that we can't ever actually test or observe or experiment with the world from a third party perspective of ourselves, right? Like we get all of the information we have from our eyes, from our ears, from touch, etc. So we do have to grant axioms to be true. Now, the thing that helps with that, though, to make it true, is that things like math, the axiomatic principles that hold and ground math, if they're not true, nothing that we do would work. Computers wouldn't work. Gravity wouldn't, like, we wouldn't know how that works, etc. Like, nothing would be true if they weren't true. So even though we're incapable of observing the universe without some sort of a bias of mind filter, we're able to test it and see if it's true or not by the consistency of whether it works or not.
Mm. I'd agree with that. I'd respond with I think there's like when I said it, I think there's something deeper than math. Like you can ask why math, even though like we use it for specific purposes.
Yeah, math is.
Like
We made up 2 + 2, but two things being next to two things is objective.
yeah, I agree.
Well, I wouldn't totally agree with that. I don't think that simply. Oh my god, not returned on, motherfucker. Okay, I don't think that just because, like, for an instance, if we didn't have math, like, is always going to be the fact that we wouldn't have an understanding of something like gravity. I think there's just one way that we understand it. I'm sure enough that there could be another way that we could possibly understand it. I don't think that's necessarily true.
Yeah, that's true, but the only problem with that, like I actually just did a deep dive study on that this morning. What is more consistently replicable, repeatable? And that's going to be the mathematics that we have. So we could find some other explanation, but it's not going to be as consistent as mathematics. And if it is, we're going to grant it over.
But you can't say that. But
I can say
my
that.
thing. No. Like you couldn't say that with like an insane level of certainty, right? Because you don't know that 100%. Because there could be a possible another way that could be even better, right? Like, because math improves everything that we know, improves our understanding, gets better.
Right.
But math doesn't have to be that one true explanation.
So
Just
then
because
you
it's
don't
the
know
best
anything
doesn't
about
mean it's
anything, and
all.
you can't say anything is true about anything. And you saying that nothing could be true is therefore not true in itself, and you just self-defeated. Like, that's trivialism is stupid.
No,
And
hold
then
on,
also
hold on,
pure
hold on.
skepticism is stupid.
No. Are you saying that mathematics is the best explanation for empirical reality? Some kind of what domains is it? You know,
me?
Like an
explaining?
umbrella, bro.
When you
Well,
said
well-
it's the best an explanation, explaining what? Like in this case, because I came late in the conversation. Sorry.
Are you asking Jaden?
I'm asking you. Evidence first.
Trying to think of
When
how
you
I can
said math,
respond.
you said math has the best explanation, right? You said that.
Like,
Evidence.
if we no, I'm saying it as of right now is the best way to.
Mm-hmm.
How would you say that?
Right. As
Model-
of right now, that's my
No,
thing.
one second. Before, hold on, please. I need to understand. As of right now, has the strongest explanatory power, or something.
I'm
Or
not saying it
has-
explains anything deep. I'm saying like
Use-
when we are building
not
a
even deep,
building, the best tool
okay.
to use to do that is going to be math in comparison to, I don't know, maybe some spiritualist made up like some chi energy that also has some mathematical equation type esque.
Sure, but so that's like using a tool to like maybe model mostly, predict, calculate.
Yeah.
But I heard the word explanation because and that's where I got a bit confused because mathematics does not, that doesn't explain things actually in the empirical
No shit.
world. Like, you use explanation, so I'm just saying use the word
Yeah,
explanation.
it's because he said it's the best. It's not the best explanation, or there could be another explanation. By explanation, that is just a stupid word I just threw out there. There you go. You got me in a blunder. No, what I was saying is that we use mathematics to build buildings and to do trigonometry and to look at shapes and distances, etc. And there's not another way to do that that is more accurate than mathematics. Therefore, mathematics is the true way to do it. And how do we know it's true? Because it consistently works and produces consistent, successful results. So there's no reason to believe that this thing that isn't consistently accurate with putting a building and skyscraper together is true.
Yeah, I would also like to say that, like, to say that there's going to be this thing that, like, if math disappeared, right? Like, we logically just can't conceptualize math anymore. That there's going to be this thing that's going to replace math or somehow be better. Name the thing; it would exist
Yeah,
now.
that's yeah.
It's not. It's impossible. I think that
math is a
very much
language.
needed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's very much needed.
It's grounded in axioms, though.
It's an umbrella. Yeah, exactly. But it's an umbrella thing too. Like you got math and science. You got math and math. We got dates and times and shit, history. So it's like we use it everywhere.
Yeah, what was that argument originally for? Something about God.
But is it useful to? I don't know why you guys are bringing up math anyways. Like, that's the only thing.
Well, I was just the whole like that started because I was saying I agree with like if we reduce metaphysics all the way down to like the farthest we can, like how do we know that anything exists? We have to presuppose that we're seeing things, basically. That's what I was getting down to. Like I was accepting the fact that we don't know anything about anything, but if we don't grant, like if we don't know anything about anything, like in that perspective, but what we do know is that when we do this, it seems to be consistent. So we have no choice but to grant it as truth because there's nothing false about it.
Right, but I disagree that we don't know anything about anything. I think like if you establish, okay, certain virtuous assumptions, right, like the external world exists.
Well, that even that alone,
and then
though,
you can,
how do
and then
we
you
know
establish the definition. Well, I mean, you don't know that, right? These
Right.
are
Yeah, we have to
assumptions.
presuppose some
Well, not
foundation.
presuppose, we assume them.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, they're axiomatic to knowledge, but then you also define knowledge in a clear sense to avoid things like Getty
Oh,
cases.
that's valid. Yeah, that's good. I never thought of doing that. Yeah.
And so if you now have a functional definition of knowledge, then you can start to say, well, we can know things granted that knowledge is just justified true belief with a no false lemmas thing
Kiki,
added to
what
it.
the hell are you
plus
doing,
those
bro?
assumptions.
Like we would literally have like if we lost math, we would still be able to reason and shit. It's just like we probably would be a little stupider, I guess.
Kiki, I'm gonna have to start blocking you, bro. Like this is
What did
weird.
Kiki do?
You see evidence first in chat? That's not me.
No fucking way.
That's not me. That's Kiki. Like he's like pretending to switch sides now. It's weird.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm not playing the, like it's
What's up,
funny,
bro?
but what's up, Euro?
Dot evidence first.
I
Start
have
this
a
one.
I have a
Dot,
question I've been wanting to ask
Dot,
you.
Yeah,
for a
sure.
minute. It's not about like do you think Earth is flat?
No.
What?
Why?
Bro, because there's these people on TikTok, they're like Earth is flat.
Right.
And like I'm like, what happens like if you get to the end? Like do you just walk off the Earth? Is that
Do these people?
They don't
do
believe
these
you
people
can get to the edge. There's something called an ice wall that encircles us, which is going to be Antarctica. So they have a different map. You know how Antarctica for us is at the
Yeah,
North
I've-
Pole and whatnot. They
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
have that same thing.
Yeah, like
Theirs
Game of
is
Thrones.
surrounding.
Bullshit.
What happens
It's-
if you pass Antarctica?
You
What happens
can't.
then?
It's illegal. According to them, it is illegal because the government doesn't want you to know the truth that Satan has completely lied to you about NASA
That
and
the
space
gay
and the
Jewish
firmament, etc.
penguins,
Like
the
it's
gay NASA, the gay
Yeah.
NASA Jewish penguins working there are gonna shoot you down.
it's literally
That's
all just
stupid.
conspiracy theory.
That's so stupid, bro.
It's conspiracy theory.
literally, if you were to get past Antarctica based off of their map, you literally just fall off the
Yeah.
Earth.
Yeah.
You would just see dug up.
Stupid, bro.
Well, actually, no, that's not
That would
true.
make no
They have
sense. That would make no sense.
they have like a
because
bubble.
gravity doesn't exist.
They have a bubble like idea. So like we have like our little
Oh,
bubble,
firmament.
and
I
then
mean,
there's
sure, but
another
that's not on the
bubble.
map.
Like no,
Or,
it
like,
is on the map.
pressure.
Yeah, it is on the map.
I-
On
I-
their
no,
map,
I'm looking at what I've seen.
on their map, they
No.
have our
Yeah.
Earth, and then
Right.
once
There's
you
a
get
circle.
past the Antarctica, there's other quote unquote planets. It's just further land out of ours. There's water surrounding
Well,
all of
some
our little
flat earthers
islands,
hold to that.
basically. They like
Some flat
yeah.
earthers hold to like the infinite Earth thing, but like
I haven't
all
seen
flat
that.
earthers, they don't believe in gravity. They believe in density and buoyancy, which is like so stupid because density is not a force; it's a scalar. But besides that, if you go outside the firmament in their model, technically you won't fall down because there would be no quote unquote density and buoyancy anymore because there's no air anymore. So it would just maybe like float away, I guess, or something.
Oh, he's making fun of my nail polish. Has he seen my eyeliner though? It looks pretty good today.
I fuck with the nail polish.
I don't, but I do fuck with the eyeliner. Okay, wow.
I fucked this one up quite a bit. This one looks pretty good.
Oh.
I can see the paint got on your.
I'm an emo girl. Welcome to my. I'm sorry. I'm just screaming. But anyhow,
Do y'all think we'll like in time? Do y'all think we'll be able to like get to other planets?
we got to other
Like,
planets.
do y'all think
I mean,
there's like other
humans to go to
humanity
other
out there?
planets.
How long do you
Yeah.
think it takes us to get to Mars if we went there, bro?
It takes us half a year.
Okay. Do you think that that's
Yeah.
possible?
No. Like I'm
Well, who
asking,
asked
like, do y'all think there's other humans out there?
Other humans. What?
Maybe.
Like alien species are intelligent? Yeah, I think it's highly probable.
Yeah.
Given the abundance of planets. But here's the
Jaden,
thing.
are you showing this to try and debunk me, who was a flat earther that did believe this and did believe in the maps and knows more about this than you?
Wait.
No,
Wait.
I'm confused.
You
Someone
used to be a
says
flat earther?
Oh my
he
god,
used to be a
yes.
lot of things, but just wait.
I was a
Hold on,
biblical
hold on.
literalist.
Yeah. Let's take a pause in that. I need to know. So is it like this red little thing right here that's kind of like
Yeah, so that's like a zoom in on our area. There's also other maps that show outside of our circle. There's other circles, other quote unquote planets. Like they're gonna believe that like Mars is not a separate planet from ours. Mars is actually here on this planet. You just have to get past Antarctica to get to it.
So stupid.
Okay, yeah, I was confused because I when you were referencing that, I thought it had something to do with this red part.
Hey,
That's why.
by the way.
Sure, yeah, you could say that. It's water. Outside of that is water. Where the red is water.
Okay.
By the way, Jaden,
yeah.
don't Google personal dome of vision. Just you're gonna get even more fucked. Flat Earth personal dome. That's how they explain that that the stars rotated, different rotations depending on the hemisphere.
Oh,
Like,
yep.
Yeah, because it wouldn't make sense on the flat Earth at all.
Well, I believed that the stars were in our firmament.
I
Yeah,
know,
so let's
but even if they were in the firmament, them just like appearing to rotate, at like a counterclockwise if you're. in
Yeah, I never
northern
went into the science on that.
well,
that's
yeah,
because it
hold
debunks
on,
flat
hold
Earth.
on.
And they had to come up with this bullshit
Oh,
called
gotcha.
personal dome of vision.
I think you need to do a backstory once again, Cody.
Dude, I was the worst of the worst of the worst. Think of all the people that we debate on a daily basis. Take that, multiply it by 1,000,000. That was me.
Yup.
I follow.
Oh,
I
hey,
follow your
Ultra
keys.
finally come back up, so he can actually explain what I was trying to say.
Stone is a flat earther. Sorry, Stone is a flat earther.
Oh yeah, dude. NASA, like I believe NASA was fake and Earth was
Did you
6,000
ever
years old.
do that damn interview with GE?
No, we haven't actually yet. No, I totally forgot
How
about
did you get out of the flat Earth?
that. By debunking Jesus.
Yep.
I thought
Alright,
if I was wrong about this, I must be wrong about a lot more, and just started everything
Horizon
that I thought that I
equals-
knew about anything. I just questioned. Instead of saying I know this to be true about anything, I would look it up. If I had a math equation, I would look up, is this true? Why is this true? Do I believe that humans have a heartbeat? Is this true? Why is it true? And I had to like reteach myself how to think about literally fucking everything.
Horizon
Is your-
equals
Is
horizontal.
your family Christian?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Have you told them that like you don't believe in God?
Oh yeah. Dude.
Bro, I spoke to my dad. Bro. I'm afraid he's gonna like crash the hell out of him.
Come on, look at me.
Oh.
All right. So since we're
I'm
done
afraid to
with
tell my
that,
dad that I'm an atheist. Because you literally changed me, bro. I remember
I love pissing them off. I'm not gonna lie.
I really like this is kind of like the way I looked at it when I first had to tell my family about it. It's kind of like, well, if you simply have a problem with it, then actually talk with me about it, and maybe you can actually see where I'm coming from. If they're not willing to do that, then it's simply fuck them, right? Like to me, just because somebody's blood doesn't mean I have to give them any form of respect, right? If you don't want to respect me, why in the hell should I give you respect just because you're my blood? I think that's bullshit.
Blood
Yeah.
isn't family. Yeah.
Now thinking about it, like if you're literally the other day, told one of my friends that she's a Christian, and dude, she looked at me completely different after that, and I'm like, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
Bro. Like,
It's fucked up.
it's like I don't believe in your religion, and that makes our friendship like not like that's just stupid. No, it's just like thinking about it.
Yeah.
Christians
It's
are stupid.
conditional love. Conditional.
Yo, hold on. Yeah, I've got one. Your return. Can you refute this one argument that I've heard? I'm just curious.
I'll try my best, but don't hold me to it. That's
Horizon equals horizontal equals
Jesus
flat
Christ.
equals flat Earth.
okay. Oh my god.
Is the horizon
This is a
horizontal?
concept. The horizon isn't the horizontal axis, yeah.
Oh,
The horizontal
okay.
doesn't mean flat. Horizontal just
Can a
means that it's-
circle be horizontal?
No.
Oh,
that's
but
a
it seems
mistake.
like it
That
isn't
doesn't make
spherical.
sense.
Ruh-roh. Oh, we got him, guys. Let's go.
No, horizon just means
We
the
got him,
other
guys.
He has became a flirt. All right.
We got him.
Yeah. So
Okay, Flurf transform. Flurf genius guy here.
Oh,
I have no idea what you just said. But besides that, so Ultra, you can finally explain what I brought you here in the first place to do. Please
yeah, now that we
explain.
don't have any fucking like troglodytes going crazy for me giving a normal take, but you know it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We'll pass that. They got their rhetorical bitch and it's fine. So, I got you. I'm guessing you want me to explain to Cody. Cody. So did you heard me explain like the third realm stuff, right? Like the other ways that things exist.
I would just re-explain it because I doubt it.
Reread that.
Yeah. So
Who's Cody, by the way? Sorry, who's Cody?
Cody's evidence, the host.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, if we say that
Pause. What's this argument for?
moral, like for the way I think that morals are real,
Objective.
or not cashed out. Yeah. 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 So not
Okay,
not
sure,
not
sure,
cashed
sure.
out in so far as like a person.
Okay.
So for me, okay, I'm gonna kind of go through like the bedrock and then kind of just build up to it. So I think there are kind of three main ways things exist. Maybe one is reducible to the other, but I think there are at least three, and the third one matters the most. So you have the physical stuff, right? So that's like rocks and shit. Yeah, I think that a rock exists in a different type of way. It's got a different, stuff to it than, let's say, like gender or society or unicorns, right? I wouldn't say that they're of the same stuff. Would you?
Well,
say
that's
that?
I mean, yeah, that would be a category error.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that the reason why it's a category error is because they exist distinctly, right? I think they exist distinctly in their ontology. I think that for physical stuff, there is a distinction between the mental and the physical, right? That would be my first claim.
Okay, mental states and thoughts, but The brain
Do
is
you want to
physical.
make this clear?
I would
I
say
don't-
that the brain is.
Are you a
not
dualist?
cash-
You're a dualist.
No, pluralist. So I'm beyond. So I think dualism
I
is
don't-
true plus an extra row.
Do want to make this clear? Don't totally agree with him on this, but
It's fine. This is the lesser important part. Okay, this is the lesser important part. So we are trying to say that pretty much there is more than just physical stuff. That is the primary claim that we want to make in this argument, right? So maybe like subjective things or whatever the fuck. If preferences are indexed to the physical, blah 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 blah, right? Just the claim is that, at least for my view, that mental, right, things which exist through the mental, so like unicorns, counterfactuals, all this other stuff, do not exist in the same type of way as like a rock does or as a tree does or any of these other things. They don't have the same type of existence, like qualitatively. So that's the dualist aspect of it. But when I say I'm a pluralist, that just means I think there is more than two. And the one that I'm talking about now, you may call it like the transcendental realm, platonic realm. There are many different names you can kind of punch to it. But if we look at the mental realm as like mind-dependent abstract things, so things which are non-physical but are mind-dependent, that's kind of what we could say the mental is, right? Would you agree with that? If it did exist?
Just sure, I think I'm following.
Yeah. So I would say that there are things which are abstract, so things which don't
Right.
exist as a part of the physical process or physical reality, but are mind independent. So things which are not dependent on the mental, but exist out there, right? So I would say things like truth, maybe logic would exist in this way. If you think that maths is something which is real, I'm not too caring about the mathematical realist stuff, but if maths is real, then maths would be in there. So like these types of mind independent, objective, but non-physical things, right? And what I would say is that the best way for me, or the place that I would cash out or posit that morality exists in, is that third realm, right? All our moral statements, all our moral facts are cashed out to something which corresponds to facts in that third realm.
I'm following.
So when I say that murder is wrong or murder is right, the question is, okay, sure, these moral facts exist, okay? Just hypothetically, they exist. In this third realm, how do we even get to them? How would I know anything about whether murder is actually wrong? How would I know anything about that? Because, just because they might exist doesn't mean we would have access to them. The dispute becomes about the types of reasons that we're going to use to get there. So in the physical, we may investigate the physical using like empirics, right? Or like reason from induction, right? So like, oh, are all swans white? Something like that. And then, so that'd be using induction. Well, what about the mental? How would you investigate? Maybe like seemings, like prima facie, like what is like immediately true to you? Like maybe like gender. Do you think that like gender, well, it's like an immediate experience? It does love, hope, hate, that these things exist? Like you experience them through that type of reason. For this abstract realm, which is, not mind dependent, maybe we should appeal to like deduction or something like that. Like we can deduce that maybe truth exists in this particular way. We can deduce that logic exists in this particular type of way. We can deduce that like particular moral statements are true or false, right? So could we give a compelling reason to align to a moral fact to say that murder is wrong? I think you can probably do that. But yeah, you'd have to go through the argumentation to actually get to that point. In the same way that if you're talking to a flat earther, you'd have to go into the argumentation about whether the earth is actually flat or not. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay, that's pretty much the view.
Phenomenal conservatism.
Insofar as what?
I mean, like, if someone, it doesn't, none of that made morals objective. Objectiveness requires an axiom.
No. Objective just means independent of stance or independent of minds, right?
Right.
When you're saying that
Objective requires an axiom to ground it objective to the mind.
Sorry, what?
All things that are logic, for instance, one of your things that exist in the second realm is grounded in axiomatic principles. That's why we can objectively say if something is false.
No, I'd say that the grounding of or like axiomatic principles, etc., are grounded by logic and by truth and by existence. I would take the inverse view. You can have alternate views on how axioms work.
I'm trying to wrap my head around and see.
Sure.
How the
So,
fuck
like,
do you do that?
if I gave you an axiom about math, right? So, like, the succession of 0 is 1. That's
Right.
a really basic common axiom in math.
Right.
would that be true, supposing that identity didn't exist? Supposing
No.
that one wasn't one, supposing that succession wasn't succession. Yeah, obviously, it would never be true. All axioms are based on things in this category. So axioms about maybe like suffering is good or bad, that's like a moral axiom. We would agree?
That's not a math axiom, though. It's an axiom that math is grounded in. It's an objective axiom of reality in the laws of physics.
No, so that is a mathematical axiom.
Yeah, it's an
the succession of 0 is
math
1
is
is a mathematical axiom.
grounded in axioms. Math is built
Okay, well, what do you
upon
mean by an
by
axiom?
axioms.
What do
Things
you mean by an axiom?
exist. Like 2 plus 2 is grounded in the idea that 2 things next to 2 things is more than 2 things. So we made up the symbols.
Oh, okay. Do you deny a priori?
Not totally. I'm a natural empiricist, so I grant a priori, but it's dependent on like the argument, like
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would be the disagreement. I think that raw a priori can establish things you obviously don't distinct, or you think that a priori makes references to physical empirics, and then from those empirics we make like the a priori, right?
yeah, I mean it's dependent really. Like I'm not a hard empiricist, I'm not a hard naturalist. I'm like I don't
No, I
I
know
think it's
you're
kind
not.
of dumb
I
to
know
be
you're not,
hard
yeah.
on any of those. Like I can't
Yeah,
prove
yeah.
things abstract with empiricism, right? So I have to grant logic. Right. And then I
Sure,
have to
I
grant
agree, yeah.
reasoning to be able to grant logic. Well, then how do we grant
Yep.
reasoning? Well, in objective reality. Well, how do we grant that?
So-
By observation.
So my primary issue is, well, that's the part I think that you could ground reason, but when you're talking about like the grounding for logic, right? You're talking about like phenomenal conservatism, and you're saying, well, I think this bottoms out in like seemings in the experience, right?
Yeah. I
Okay.
grant that if there's no like defeater argument, like for
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
instance, my tarot, right? All
Yeah,
the
sure, sure.
justification that I have for it is really sound. If someone brings up something that makes it unsound, I'm
Yeah.
gonna drop it.
Okay, yeah. I think that phenomenal conservatism, I don't like it when it starts talking about transcendental categories. For me, I don't think it aligns to that type of position. I don't think it makes contentions about that type of position, right? So when I think you're talking about like, for like experiencing your seemings, so like non-doxastic or like
Right.
propositional attitudes, whatever the fuck. If you want to say that, well, for like, let's talk about like physical things, right? I don't doubt the physical world exists because of XYZ, right? Because of my seemings, okay?
Right.
And there's nothing to disprove my seemings, therefore the physical world is accurate. I think that works only to a limited extent because
Yeah, every
I-
epistemology only works in its framework. Yeah.
well, the argument is more or less for like this third realm. We're talking about the things that ground axioms and like the things which like cause axioms to be
I
coherent
see.
and things
Okay.
like that in like an
Interesting.
interrelated way. So, for instance, like I asked you this before, but like, do you
Interesting.
think any axiom could exist without truth?
Well, considering I consider them as the grounder for truth, I'd say no. Well,
Okay.
they are what
But-
determines truth. So
So if something now, this is a very interesting issue because now you know Agrippa's trilemma, right?
let me look it up real quick. I've heard it a million times, but
If
you
you haven't already picked up on this, I argue this a completely different way because I'm not certain if I agree with like his third realm idea. That's why I try and attack it from an objective moral facts stance, and I like to make the argument from there. I think it's just much harder to get across this idea. I'm just not certain if I'm convinced by it. I am hoping that
That's fair. I just
me and
think
you
that it's a
can-
more complete view if you take this route.
It is like I can agree with that, but the thing is that the people that I talk to on a daily basis just wouldn't accept
No,
that
that
by
they
any
wouldn't give a
means,
fuck
and
for all the actual background.
so I
They wouldn't.
don't grant
it-
dogmatic stopping points as a bad thing because, for
Okay,
instance,
yeah.
like a self-evident truth is the evidence
Mhm.
for itself. It's not begging the question. It's justifying itself by external to itself.
The one I'm talking about specifically is about the circularity clause. Okay? So I
Circularity.
think you're falling into the circularity
Sure.
because you're saying that truth is based on axioms and axioms are based on truth, right? So
Well,
that's the circular proposition you're
How
holding.
could I
up.
think about that? Okay, so things exist is grounded by the idea of the impossibility of the contrary. That's what I would use that for. So that wouldn't
Things-
even be circular.
Things exist because of the possibility of the
Impossibility.
Contrary.
Like it's not possible
Okay.
for nothingness to be or obtain or have attributes. Therefore,
Okay,
things
well, would we
existing
say
has to be
okay,
true.
Would we say so? Well, it's not about I'm just talking about truth, right? So
Yeah.
would you say like, okay, imagine we're trying to build a worldview from the ground up, because this is kind of off topic now a little bit, but I think it's maybe
I think
important
it's
to bring up.
probably on topic. I mean, we're deep in
Um,
metaphysics right now.
Well, we're getting into like meta philosophy now, so it's
Yeah.
gonna get even more deep. So
Fucking hate it so much, but I like you, so it's okay.
Thank you, Cody.
I love this talk of morality. That's why I keep on bringing Ultra here to help me.
So,
I fucking love
and
this.
yeah, imagine you're trying to build a worldview, or you're trying to build a view of everything, your
Mhm.
philosophy, right? Worldviews have to be complete. Like, you can't, like, just to make espousments about metaphysics isn't a complete worldview at all, right? That's not what we mean by worldview. Worldview is all aspects of philosophy conjoined together in one, not one statement, but just in one worldview,
All working
right? In
together.
one idea, collection of ideas.
Yeah.
Right? So you've got your epistemology, your logic, metaphysics,
Right.
blah, 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 right? When we're trying to think, how would we even make that from the ground up? Because a lot of people want to start from the top and maybe go like, okay, well, the physical world exists, and then we do this, and this.
Right. How do we
How
even
would we
know?
even ground that, like,
Yeah.
so
That's an
for
assumption.
logic, yeah, so for logic, right? If you want to say, or like truth, just do truth, okay? If I wanted to say, why does truth exist, or what is the way in which truth exists, right? If truth is merely a mechanism by which we're establishing other things, then truth is more or less like deflation, right? It's called deflationary. So it's just not, it doesn't really mean much apart from semantics. So to say something is true is nothing more than just making a semantic espousement, right? I think that that's unsatisfactory. I think truth has to mean something in a real way, right? Maybe it has ontology, maybe it exists, right? Truth actually exists. When you say that something is true, you're talking about something which is real, right? Or would you disagree with that?
No, I can grant that.
Okay. And we have to now.
What do you mean by real,
question-
actually?
Yeah, that's
exists within, it just exists. So, but by reality, I don't mean physical reality.
Well, I mean,
That's
like
not
Harry
my view.
Potter exists in the reader's mind.
Yeah, but hold on. So that's the clause you have to add. To say that Harry Potter exists, that's a very vague, that's not a
The
coherent
idea of Harry
statement.
Potter exists,
You
but
can say
only
the
in the
idea
mind.
of Harry Potter exists, and that's completely true.
Okay, sure. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
We're good.
Yeah, and we would say the idea of Harry Potter exists in reality, and that would be a factual
Yeah,
account, right?
with
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, good.
With that, like not like literally Harry Potter's walking
Yeah,
around in New York
because
right
you
now.
have to make the clause about the type of thing you're talking about, right?
Right, yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Fucking
So-
hate semantics.
Don't worry about it. So I think that we're agreeing now. So like truth has to exist in some type of real way, right? It can't just
Sure,
be
yeah.
like arbitrary bullshit.
Yep.
So what is the way in which it exists? If it exists merely to motivate, or if the way in which it exists is from an axiom, well, where are we getting this axiom? Are we saying the axiom is false prior to it grounding
Oh,
truth?
I see how you're circulating this because the axiom cannot be true if that would be begging the question. Yeah, I see where you're going
Yeah.
with this.
So I would say personally that to make the espousement that truth exists insofar as that it grounds axioms, and axioms exist insofar as it grounds truth would be not really explanatory. Truth has to exist outwards in some other type of way. And I think it exists as an object.
Well, what
right?
about this thought though? Okay, because like, for instance, like if I call someone I'm arguing with an idiot and then explain it, like if
Mm-hmm.
I attack their argument, explain why I don't grant their argument, they say nuh-uh, and then I say you're an idiot. Here is why it is wrong. That's not a ad hominem fallacy. It is an
I
ad
don't-
hom. I am attacking them, but it's not a fallacy. I'm not being fallacious with it. So is begging the question necessarily wrong? Same as ad hominem is not necessarily wrong.
Sure.
I
So
would
you're
argue that
referencing
no.
something called virtuous versus vicious circularities, okay?
Sure, yeah.
This is a kind of a classical distinction when we're talking about foundational things, to say that, well, it's not actually an issue.
So are you
that-
arguing it's not virtuous?
I'm saying it wouldn't be virtuous, yeah.
Interesting.
Because when you're talking about the ad hominem, for me, I actually wouldn't even call that an ad hominem. I just say you're insulting someone in a debate, which I think is obviously, as you can tell by how I debate people, I think that's completely based and completely fine, right?
Yep.
As
We're all
long as
adults.
that's not your argument, that's
Right.
fine. That's not an ad hominem, right? When you're saying that something is virtuously circular, maybe insofar as like a word, like the identity must exist. The reason why identity must exist is because suppose that you're saying that identity doesn't exist, you're using identity, right? Something like that, like a performatively circular. I think that's maybe
I mean,
virtuous.
the negation of identity can't be.
Yeah, but I mean, you're using identity to establish that, right? Like
Are
all
we?
so I mean, I agree with what you're saying, but it is like kind of begging the question argument because if you go, sorry,
I
like
don't know if I
okay,
can
if you
grant that
deny
it's
identity,
begging the
if you
question though.
hold on, look at this, right? So if you go, I deny identity, and then you go, but denying identity means that maybe you're engaging in identity, or like give me an object that has this property of the lack of identity, and then if it doesn't have that property anymore because it's not itself, then it doesn't have it, so it's like self-affirming.
Well,
You're using
here's
identity to argue for it.
problem with that, right, is a circular argument. Begging the question is literally using the conclusion in the premise. But if we say that things exist is true, we don't use
Sure.
that premise, the conclusion for the premises. We say that nothingness
It's
cannot obtain.
but is it within the argumentation?
When asked to elaborate,
Sure, and I think that to use it within the argumentation is employing the very thing you're trying to establish, right? So
it's explanatory power, though.
do you that's the heuristic, right? You can deny the heuristic about that, which I think is okay, but the claim is just generally for very basic level. You can't argue for truth without using some level of truth in the argument, right? You can't argue for identity without appealing to identity in some way.
I'd say we argue truth for. I see what you're saying, but it kind of sounds to me like truths come from using another positive notion to substantiate it. But I'm not doing that. I'm using is the impossibility, is the negation of this being true even possible in any way? And how do we know that? Well, we can test and observe that, and that's not circular.
Okay, so hold on though, but aren't you appealing to some truth about observation, about argumentation, about logic there?
But then again, that's grounded as well by repeatability.
Can you even repeat things? Is that true? Is it true that you repeat things?
Well, consistently it shows that it is. Like it's not.
Well, you're just like appealing back. The argument, the contention is that when you talk about like,
I think the contention is our semantic.
No, it's not semantic. It's just it's kind of very muddy. I'll concede that it's very muddy.
It's very muddy.
I do want to ask.
The point is just like really quick. I'll wrap it up. Sorry, Jaden, but like the point is that to say that truth exists kind of like intermediately as like a tool to establish axioms or whatever have you, that's unsatisfactory. As opposed to saying that truth has ontology, which is
ask me about a truth thing, and we're going to let's see if I can defend what is something true and if it is made true, and if I use a fallacy, tell me. Let's do that.
Okay, bet. I'm done. But Jaden was going to say something, so I feel like I don't want to be mean.
Oh no, it's no problem. I mean, I'm barely tracking this conversation by any means. I'm trying my best.
Low tier.
Yeah, true.
I think like the thing that I'm a little bit curious about. Do you take something to be true if it's simply just repeatable and it's consistent?
No, not even, because it can be consistent that the Wizarding World of Hogwarts consistently has these things that work and or don't work, and coherence does not equate to truth value. So it's like it's dependent on so many different things. I don't think that coherency makes truth.
Right. So how are you treating truth then? Because like you're bringing up observation.
He's talking about like correspondence.
That's what I'm saying. Like the negation, is the negation even possible in accordance with all things that are observed, repeatable, testable, etc.? If it's not repeatable, why should I even grant it in the first place? If that all stand on agnosticism.
Here's something to refute. Can you say that something is possible or impossible, or talk about logic without truth?
Yes.
Okay. How?
For instance, abiogenesis, right? We don't know for an absolute fact which part of it is true.
Is it true that you don't know?
Ooh. Damn. God damn. That was clean as fuck. That was a hell of an uppercut. Holy shit.
Oh, sorry, dude.
Well,
It's
like,
hard to hit you.
I go about with negations though. Like, is it possible for evolution to not be true? Okay, yeah, let's look into that. What is possible about that? And you keep going down the line, and once you hit a hard wall where it's not possible for this to not be true, it must be true. That is the truth dictator.
Okay, so do you want me to give you a little bit of maybe help on how you can determine truth? Aside from like what we've been talking about, like how you cast truth out, just generally like how maybe truth
Yeah, I
works.
guess I'm pretty ignorant on
So you're making like a distinction about like maybe how you would justify something to be true. So like the epistemic form and the ontology of like what makes something true.
I mean, again, like when it comes like to the axioms of empiricism, like if it is not true, then things will not work. So it proves itself by showing and demonstrating
Well, if
itself.
it's true, if something isn't true in reality, it just doesn't exist.
Right. So
Yeah, but that's not an issue, right? Like, well, right. There are two like I'm sure you've heard like correspondence to reality is a theory of truth, right? So that which is true is that which corresponds to that which exists and is in reality.
Sure.
So if I say that a tree exists, or it is true there is a tree in front of me, I'm saying there exists a tree in front of me, which is within reality.
Depending on if you're actually in front of a tree, though.
Well, yeah, obviously, but
Right,
then that would
yeah.
just be like yeah, that would make the statement true or false because then my correspondence to reality would be false. Like it would be not in correspondence to reality to say that I'm in front of the tree because I'm in Turkey or whatever the fuck.
Right.
But obviously, they
You
don't
don't
have any
think
trees.
trees are in Tokyo?
No, they don't exist. It's all buildings. Okay, it's all buildings and desert over there. No trees. But
I do want to ask, how do you make the distinction between like, if I were to think, well, the apple in front of me is there, but in reality the apple isn't there. What's the distinction you would make there? Because obviously my thought is in reality. Like I don't see the
so
distinction.
this is why I don't actually adopt this view. And Cody said something before, which is that coherency doesn't lead you to truth, and I disagree. I am a coherentist. I think that coherence within scope, right? So coherency isn't just X is consistent, therefore X is true. Coherency is that according to axioms and principles, X is within these axioms and principles, therefore X is true, right? So if you said, like Spider-Man wears blue and red clothes, okay? For a correspondence theorist, that would be always false because Spider-Man does not exist, okay? He's just not a real character. But for a coherentist, what the statement would just be is that, well, no, hold on. If you add the clause, if you make the coherency, if you add the axiom
Yeah, if
within
we
fiction,
add a prior, absolutely.
yeah, if you add the axiom within fiction, that becomes a true statement.
And that's
So-
why logic requires those. Like that's
yeah, sure.
one of the
It's
axioms
the
of many.
conditions. For sure,
Right,
yeah.
but then
But Jaden, when you're talking about I believe or I think there is someone in front of me, but is there actually someone in front of me? The distinction there is
Yeah.
the exact thing you're talking about. It's the distinction between what you think is true, and it can be true you think something is true, and there can be a distinction between what is actually true of the physical
to further add
reality.
into this, I actually wholeheartedly grant true skepticism when I talk about truth values and getting down to the most meta philosophy I possibly can. I grant that we don't know anything about anything, but we have to grant things as true to be able to consistently go on in life.
Sure. Okay. So like you're like performatively just saying like as a matter of like performative or pragmatic requirement, we grant things to be true. Okay.
Yeah.
I would say I'd kind of be okay with that. My only issue is that if you're wanting to do explanatory work, then it kind of falls apart. You can pretend as though you're doing explanatory work, but if you want real explanatory work, you have to have something to like cash out into. It can't just be like back, kick the can like 10 miles down the road, and then there's just no more road left.
I
It's
hear
like,
what you're
the fuck?
saying there, but I don't think that there is any absolute epistemology.
When you say no absolute epistemology, what do you mean by that?
Absolutely objectively factual of where all things come from, including that of the abstract. Like there is nothing that explains how can I know that I do exist without mind-dependent things. So like I could take that and go, okay, I must be now an idealist, which would be fucking stupid.
Yeah,
Or
no,
I
you
can
don't-
say
you don't
I
have to
don't
do
have a
that.
good explanatory power, so I'm going to remain agnostic and subscribe to what I do and am capable of knowing, which I have good reason to.
Well, you know what
believe
the cash out is? The third realm. You just say everything which is true is corresponding to some like values or principles in the third realm.
Oh, I grant
and
that.
Then the third realm
I
passed
can
down.
grant that. I can grant that everything corresponds to some idea of some framework.
Yeah,
Like,
but the thing is that like the
liberals and
so
conservatives
like
both think that they're equally correct and hate the other.
yeah, no, so like when the idealists or when whoever is like making the positions being like I don't know, like whatever position you want to make about like the nature of reality or whatever the fuck, For someone who believes in this like type of third transcendental realm, all that you're saying is that like, oh, when you guys make the claim that something is true, that's not you reducing it to just like, oh, I don't know, or I can't make this espousement. We're saying, well, actually, there is just this way in which things exist, which we are going to call transcendental. So like fundamental things. These things have different rules and have different ways to exist. So when you try and talk about them in the same way you might want to talk about, I don't know, like fucking physicalism or idealism or like the mind-dependent stuff and the mind-independent stuff, they have different rules and regulations to them, pretty much, because of the way that they exist. And then that, I feel, cashes out or solves so many more issues than saying it's not. And then you kind of reroute this back, like, way the fuck down the line, and then you're just like, well, you know, let's look at the things that are in here. Oh, look, morality should probably be in here too.
Well, so, like, how do you know that anything exists?
How do I know that anything exists? Okay, yeah. So the reason why I think things exist. What do you mean by anything? Like physical, like just anything in general?
Abstract, period, universe, you.
Okay, literally anything. Well, we argue very strictly. My view is that sophistry is the name of the game. I think that for you to make any foundational espousement, it's a rhetoric tool. Okay, when you make an espousement about what truth actually is, that's just a rhetoric tool. But I think the rhetoric tool is of importance. If we are trying to say that reality in some way, or like, how do I know anything exists? And I ask you, are you even asking me that question right now? And the answer is no. I don't have any burden to answer it. It's like all other positions are self-defeating, right?
Well, then
and
you
if you were to ask, sorry, what?
Then you don't know anything.
Well, you do.
But you're not able to provide a justification.
The justification. So, do you know? So there's something called via negativa. Have you heard of that before?
Mm-mm.
So you can justify something through the lack of other things. So, for instance, imagine I was describing you, but I only described you by the things you're not. Could I have like a decent picture of you even doing that? If I said,
sure.
If I enumerated every possible characteristic someone could have,
sure,
and I just stripped them all away, and then I had the ones that you actually have left,
right,
well, I'd be describing you. I can do the same thing about worldviews. I can say, okay, do things exist? Well, if you're saying no, then that's just not because your worldview wouldn't exist.
Reductionist
And then you're not even,
supreme.
Yeah, so you just reduce, you just hit like as many reductios on other positions as possible, pretty much, and then that's the justification system you're using.
Then basically you can't reduce it past something not existing, therefore things must be, because nothing is
because
reducible past
okay,
it. But I still don't grant that as knowing it. It's just based on these things aren't true.
It's justified. It's justified.
Mine's justified.
I agree. I agree that yours would probably be justified.
But then using that, they both break down to a point where neither of us can justify.
Well, what do you mean? How so?
So, like, you're not justifying it based on a positive, this is true. You're basing it off of none of these are true. But then how do you know that? Well, reduce like, it's the same, like, it's just a vice versa.
No, you can, because you can make the statements, because if you're trying to just say none of these are true, it's not because of a lack of evidence or any crazy shit like that. It's literally by showing how they're demonstrably false, right? Like showing the direct issue in saying.
Well, I would do the same thing, just kind of in an opposite way, by showing how something impossible cannot be true. I then know that this must be true. So I think it's just a semantic game that we're playing right now.
No. I'm fine with you saying that. You can do that, right? I don't mind that. I think that's kind of how we ground worldviews anyway. So like, if you want to say my worldview is literally nothing, or I don't think anything exists, then you're saying your worldview doesn't exist. So your statements espousing that belief doesn't exist either. So you're never even making the statement.
Sure.
So you can reductively. Sorry, my bad. Yeah. You're like reductively going through all the processes. I don't have an issue with that. I don't think your worldview has no grounding. That's not the point. The point is to say that truth and all these other things are grounded in like some clause about like maybe like something in physical, something which might be arbitrarily determined. These are not satisfactory because they don't do like the work. They don't have the I don't know, the weight in terms of the parsimony of the position. Like, could something physical really determine that much about our worldview? Could something mental really determine that much about our worldview? I think that when you're casting it out, you're talking about the third realm. That's probably the best explanation for the amount of weight or like pulling that these fucking
by
concepts
third realm now, and not like literally a third realm, just a third line of thought.
Yeah, yeah. So like it's like the third like none of like to say it's physical, to say it's idealist, or to say it's mental. They don't do the amount of pulling weight that you fucking need to like espouse these positions, because these positions are not just metaphysically important, not just like epistemically important. They're important to the foundation of the worldview itself. They're
Yeah.
important to whether you think there are physical things or are like idealistic things.
The only
It's
thought
important to
with
all of
that is like, so like I did this really early this morning, going back to that base grounding question of how do you know what you know?
Mhm.
How do I say this? God, these are such fucking in depth.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. I know I'll work you a little bit.
It does come back to the observation, and that is circular in the sense that it is based on the observation to know if the observation is true, but it's not the observation determining whether the observation is true. It's the experience and testing of the objective world through observation that is telling you if the observation
So-
is true.
Now my question is, do you think reasoning is a type of observation?
Yes,
Okay.
it's an experience.
It's
It's testable.
Okay. It's testable. I think you're a rationalist. I just think your semantics of testing and observable are just not what really empiricists mean. Because if you think that you can say that, okay, suppose like the physical world doesn't exist, you still think that in at least some way you could have like conversations about like foundational philosophy, as we literally just did before. We had a conversation about axioms from like building up a worldview, and we agreed that like physical shit is at the top, and we was talking about the
Yeah,
bottom,
yeah,
like building
yeah.
it upwards. So
Yeah.
clearly you do think that in some way you can have like rational inquiry without the physical world, right?
No, definitely not. Because
Well,
if I don't test something even rationally, how do I even know that it's rational, right? Like I have to have some sort of observation for it to be rational.
But
So
when
even
we're talking, okay,
rationality stems in the foundation of testing it.
no, okay, so here's my issue now, right? We just had a conversation about building a worldview from the bottom up. And you was using reason, you was using like compelling argumentation to talk about things which were entirely, admittedly non-physical,
Yeah.
because we already prestated that everything that concerns physical stuff and like kind of empirical meanings is really at the top of the worldview. And we was talking really foundationally. I think that shows that you can have reason or reasonable argumentation without even engaging about the physical whatsoever.
We can do that, but we only know if it's true or not by testing it and observing it.
Okay. Why would you say that's the case?
Wait.
Because
I
I don't think that observing the law of identity would show you that it's innumerably true.
But it would, because nothing else would be able to be true, and it hasn't been proven to be false.
But when
It's
you,
consistent.
but that's the second part, right? So you're trying to say that from the things we've observed, like physical observations, this remains true. That doesn't enumerate.
Well, I
it
don't
to be
not
necessarily
exist
true.
to be able to genuinely have rationality and only rationality. Rationality requires observation and experience. So you can't have rational thought without experience. It's not possible. So you're like trying to get me into this. You're trying to like argue from we don't exist and our brains don't exist. Let's use or the world does not exist. We have no experience. We have no observation. Now let's rationally talk about things. But you can't rationally talk about things rational to the world if you haven't observed the world and what is or is not rational.
Do you think that necessary truths exist?
Yeah, when it comes to like things existing, yeah, that's necessary.
Okay.
And I know that
we're
because
using
I'm
that
able
in,
to
like,
observe that it's not possible for the contrary.
How would you observe non-possibility?
Thinking about the impossibility of it and whether it coherently aligns with logic, physics, etc., and if it has been demonstrated to be real, if it is able to
Okay,
align with
so-
these things.
Okay, so the physics part, I disagree. So, okay, see whether it aligns with logic, I agree with, but I think that's non-physical. When you're talking
I agree
about
that logic
physics-
is non-physical. I agree that rationality and logic is non-physical, but they are grounded in axiomatic principles is the thing. You're grounding all your axioms in rationality, but that's not how it works. Logic was built from the axioms that are built from our observations of the world. So it's impossible to get into these mindsets.
They're codependent. Like my argument or my point.
Well, logic hasn't existed forever. It started to exist with our observations as human beings 400,000 years ago by
Do you
testing
think that
things.
identity didn't exist previous to our existence?
Identity exists in a rock, which doesn't have any observation at all. But we only know that because we are observers.
This is the distinction. So the distinction now is between the knowledge of things and the thing in of itself. That's the distinction I make.
The thing can exist without me existing.
Yeah,
but I
no,
only
that's
know
right.
it exists because I'm an
I'm
observer.
not talking about, to clarify, I'm not talking about epistemology. I'm only talking about the metaphysics.
You're talking about
I'm only
truth. That is epistemology.
No, I'm talking about ontology here. I'm talking about the way in which things literally exist, not about whether we know they exist.
Right, but how do you know that your ontology is true?
That's a separate
That's
question.
epistemology.
But you can't say that all claims reduce to epistemology or all claims.
Oh, sure I
reduce to X, Y,
can.
Z.
How do you know
Well,
that your claim is
okay.
true?
Well, hold
Epistemology.
on. No. Okay, that's not about the position. It's literally just a category error. If I said that there is a tree that falls in the woods, okay, then I can say that, oh yeah, it would be true that a tree fell in the woods. And if no one experienced that tree falling in the woods, there was still some process which happened to the tree. My knowledge of that thing isn't actually affecting it directly, because remember, knowledge is about belief and justification, not just truth itself. Truth is constituent to knowledge. You need truth for knowledge, but knowledge or saying that something is true does not entail necessarily you're making a knowledge claim. Saying something is true is just talking about the ontology of that thing. So, like, all
I
triangles
can
have
grant
three
that
sides.
perspective.
Yeah. So, like, that's the type of thing I'm talking about. I'm not talking about like.
But how do you
we-
know that the
we-
tree does ontologically exist?
So that would be a dispute of epistemology.
Right.
But which I'm fine to have that conversation about, but it's just a different conversation than the one.
Well, I'm saying
I
it
was
all
trying to
comes
have.
back to it. Like we could talk about like bringing up a worldview from the meta, but it all comes down to how do we know which one of the worldviews should be picked and is true, which is going to lead into like all of it goes to
No.
epistemology.
I agree, but it all also leads into ontology as well.
I agree, but you can't have ontology without epistemology because you can't know if something does exist.
You can't have epistemology without ontology.
Yeah.
But so what that means is that for like a genuine separate, because we agree they're separate. We agree that ontology is not the same as epistemology.
Sure.
Right. We have to have some distinguishment in what we're talking about. The distinguishment is about talking about the thing in which something is, and then
Well,
the
we
thi-
can
the knowledge of
sure
the
we
thing
can
in what it is.
rationally see that things exist. Sure, yeah, and we can ontologically know it exists. But
But
how
no,
do I
I'm
know
just
that that's
talking- okay,
true?
so-
Is where
No,
I
no,
go to.
that's a different question, and I'm happy to concede that is a different question. The statement isn't about like whether you know something to be true or not. It's just about like what actually would be true, right? So if I'm saying like it is true that all triangles have three sides, could we understand that or get that through reason? That's like an epistemic claim, right? So
You can get it
that-
through reason, but you can't get it through reason if you've never seen it.
Okay, now this is the primary dispute. Could you see all possibilities?
For an impossibility that is incapable of being even thought of, no.
Don't we engage in impossibilities all the time though?
Think about a square triangle then.
No, not in that type of way. Conceivability isn't what we mean by that. What I mean, okay, think of you remember when I talked about counter possibles a while ago, right?
Right.
That's what I'm talking about. To say
Yeah,
that
for something logically possible, yeah, or something conceivable, but like I would argue that a square triangle is not even conceivable.
Okay, so hold on. So okay, suppose this. If Jim drew a square triangle, then a square triangle was drawn.
Yes,
Okay, we would agree that would be true.
that is logically coherent, but isn't even
That's
possible.
logically
That-
coherent, but it contains impossible clauses.
Right. That's why I don't
So
even
which one
grant
would it be?
coherency as truth.
But okay, that's fine.
Because it's an
But-
impossible coherent argument.
But does the statement exist?
The statement exists, but not a square triangle. It's not
Does the
possible.
statement have meaning?
The statement over Jim did this thing, therefore Jim did this thing is true. Jim drawing a triangle that is square is not actually possible. So
I agree.
the statement
No,
is true in the
I
fact
agree.
that Jim did something. But if we said square triangles are drawn, therefore it is possible for square triangles to exist, no, that's not
my
true.
issue is that the conditional under the empiricist view wouldn't be accepted, because you would have to say that for you to make the clause of the counter possible, so the if part, like the if p part, that would have to be something which is observable. That would never be observable because it's impossible. However, a rationalist could just take a step back and go,
But yeah, it
"Oh,
doesn't
no,
exist. And a
But
rationalist
then
can't
the
even
state.
make it exist either. Neither of us can make it exist because it's impossible. It's not possible. It
Well,
hasn't been
you
observed. You would
they
only
can't
know
because
if
they
it's
can.
possible
They
if you've
just appeal
observed it.
to they just appeal to pure reason. They don't appeal to it being like something which
It's
we
n-
know
it-
or grounded from experience. Okay. When you make that statement,
Interesting.
we agree that the square circles or square triangles don't exist.
Right.
Both of us agree on that.
But it is
But the
reasonable to
distinction-
assume that Jim did.
Sorry,
Jim
say
did
again?
an action is reasonable to assume. And in a
Okay, yeah.
framework of him doing
I'm
an
gonna be heading out
impossibility,
here.
but that requires granting an impossibility being done. So even that alone is irrational. But yeah, no, I'm like the action being taken. Yeah, you can formulate through pure reason. I agree with that. But we only know that it's pure reason and even reasonable based on observations of how the objective world actually works. So like it all leads back to empiricism. But I can't argue for empiricism when we go to the absolute bottom barrel meta of how do I even know that I know that I know. Like that I have no answer for, but neither does reasoning because you still require observation for that. Logic still requires observation. All other thoughts require observation to some degree.
Hold on. I'm gonna be heading out. I do just want to ask this. You keep on bringing observation, right? Like, I'm like, are you like are I don't see this big importance that you're making for it, right? Because obviously you can't observe everything, right? So if you haven't observed something, and like for an instance, you know red is red, but let's say you've never seen red. Does that mean red is no longer red under your view?
No,
'Cause
but you can
haven't
still
observed it?
demonstrate it to some degree. Observation is not just eyes. Like you can still test it with tools that can tell you when a specific light through a specific prism shines a specific color into this detector and it beeps at you telling you this is red red. Like you don't have to only see things to observe it. Because even blind people observe the world.
I don't know. If, I think that'd just be a semantic difference between me and you, but I'm gonna head out for a little bit. I'll stop back in probably like 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, I got to be heading out here soon anyway as well.
Alright. I guess I'll kind of give my last thing because I somehow also have to go.
Good timing.
So the claim dispute specifically about the counter possible shit is just that for an empiricist that wouldn't even be like a statement to even suppose, right? Because the contents of the statement itself make the observational clause of it not capable, right? It's not capably
Yeah.
observable. Therefore, that statement would be
Well, it's also not
obviously
rational as
false.
well, though.
Well,
it's not rational because
but
it's
when
not
you say
observable.
when you say rational,
It's not
that's
coherent
not-
along with reality.
that's not what we mean by rational, though. What we mean by rational is just that it can be reached through reason, right? So,
but it can't.
the coherency clause of it is what allows us to get to the reasonability of the statement or like the truth of
how
the
do you know
statement.
that it comes to a reasonable justification?
What do you mean? What do you
Like,
mean?
let's say,
how it comes
let's
to
say
reasonable
we were
justification?
able to get square triangle to be reasonable somehow. How would you even do that? Like, if you knew
It's
that
not
it was
about
reasonable.
a square triangle being reasonable. It's about the conditional being reasonable, right? The rationalists can say that the conditional can be reasonable insofar as that it's respective to a clause or some type of reasonable axiom or coherence.
Same for
and that would be the
empiricism.
reason. Empiricism can't make that claim because they don't care about counterfactual or non-existent like clauses. This would be a non-existent clause because it's dealing with something which is impossible. You only care about existing clauses, so things like physical things.
Well, I'm not a hard empiric. I use all of them. We need all epistemology for everything. Like, I can't empirically prove an abstract, but I can logically deduce through reasoning. Like,
No, I can
no
appreciate
one
you're
should
not a hard
hold to
determinist.
any. If you hold to one epistemic justification, you're just dumb and philosophically ignorant.
No, I agree, but my point isn't that I wasn't thinking you was a hard empiricist. Obviously, my point was more aligned to even for your view because these things can't be observationally verified.
I mean, I would try to rationalize it, but we can't even tell if it's rational unless
It's
you observe
mostly-
it.
No, I'm making like that's the distinction I'm making right now. I'm making the distinction between observational and rational.
Okay.
So obviously it's a very obviously this conversation is absolutely fucking cooked, but
It's fun though. This is really fun
Yeah.
philosophy. I like this philosophy.
so like the statement that you make when you talk about that for an empiricist, I would say that they can't like not make sense. They can't engage in that type of statement in accordance to their view, right? They wouldn't be able to say that is a true statement or anything. The rationalists can go, well, yeah, that would be a true statement. It's just vacuously true. Because it, like, whenever you say it, it's not in accordance to any observational case, right? For us, it would be in accordance to a coherent axiom.
Yeah, but we know about the axiom through some sort of observation.
See, when you say we know about the axiom through observation, what observation are you using?
Seeing, we can see if things
You
work
see
together or not.
axioms?
Yeah.
You don't
I-
see axioms.
yeah.
You see products of things that you want to say come about from an axiom. You don't see the axiom.
Well, like P and not P. You can see that is not true.
No,
A
you don't
tree
see things that are
cannot
not
be a
true.
cat,
No, you don't see things that are not true.
or a tree cannot not be not a tree.
You don't see things that are not true. You just see the lack of things happening. That's not seeing something is false. That's not the same thing.
I would argue that I can absolutely say it's false
it-
that a tree cannot not be a tree.
Not for observational metrics.
Through pure
'Cause-
observation alone, I can absolutely say that.
Is it through?
I know
okay,
for an
is it-
absolute
are you saying
fact.
something is false because of the lack of evidence of it occurring?
Because it's not possible for a tree with the identity of tree to have the identity of cat.
That's a rational.
or
That's a
have
purely
the identity
rational
of not.
case. That's not an observational case.
I mean,
That's
yeah,
not
I would
using
definitely agree that we
senses.
get through that through using logic. I definitely
But
agree
no,
with that.
that's like pure rationalism, though. Like an empiricist would have to appeal to some sense data to make that claim.
I don't think you would need to use. I mean, it
But
is
do you
through
think it's
sense data. Yeah,
observational?
it's absolutely through sense data. Yeah, like you don't
Well,
need to have
how?
logic to say that is true.
Well, okay, this is the issue. Because, okay, here in my mind, this is how it works. Rather, you are going to say that it's from pure reason that you're establishing this, and I agree.
Well, I could say it's from pure reason, but I could also say that that's from and due to pure observation too. Like we should be using both one and the same. Like I
the
don't have to
inference you're
observe
making can't be that.
anything. Well, actually, yeah, you do have to observe to be able to even reason.
But the inference that you're making wouldn't be in like observation.
Well, I mean,
Like,
okay,
so-
for instance, let's put reason on a piece of paper. Okay, can you make a reasonable argument without eyeballs, mouth, or ears or touch?
that's about the verbal like engagement of it.
Well, you wouldn't
if
even
you're
know it
talking about
exists.
does
You can't even learn.
No, that's not
Like
the
everything
point.
falls into
No,
observation.
that's category error. That's not the type of thing we're talking about, right? You can make a critique of like if the physical world doesn't exist because you do anything. That's not the type of thing we're talking about. We're talking about is the inference you're making reason or is it observation, right? When I see like I don't know, if I kick a ball at someone, right, and it hits against their face, that is an observational inference. That's an empirical.
also make a
inference that I've
reasonable
kicked a ball and
argument
hit
for it,
someone's
too.
face. Well, I would disagree. I don't think when you say reasonability, that I don't think you would reason that from just kicking the ball. Like it wouldn't follow. But the observational thing would be true. I don't deny empirics works. I just think it doesn't work wholesale, right? So when you're talking
I'm
about
not
the
saying
tree-
that it does work wholesale. I'm just saying.
Okay.
Like no,
Well-
I absolutely agree. Empiricism, hard empiricism, is fucking stupid. I definitely agree with that.
Yeah. Okay. So my claim is that when you're talking about the tree, right,
Mm-hmm.
and the cat not being a tree, it falls into like two argumentations, right? So rather it is purely reason, in which case you accept at least some forms of rationalism, and if it's not
I
purely
absolutely can.
okay, if it's not purely reason, right, then it's an argument from ignorance because you're saying that there is no observational data to corroborate X, therefore X is false.
Well, I can observe every. So okay, so like I take this thing, right? I take this.
Oh,
Can I
W.
turn it into a tree? No, I can observe that. Is it
Well,
a tree?
when you say,
No,
well,
I
can you
that.
observe? I don't. You can't observe counterfactuals. You can't observe them.
testing
You just
them, we
observe
can.
the reality.
Like we can,
We-
we
you
could
can't endorse
do
that.
something incredibly unethical and like put fucking tree sap in their bloodstream or like.
Well, counterfactuals include things which are not a part of the natural world. Like counterfactuals include things like magic. Like, could you snap your fingers and turn your cat into a thing? You would never be able to test that.
I just tested it.
Well, that's because of the natural laws of reality. Like, suppose
Yeah,
the
through
natural laws of reality were
observation.
different. But hold on, suppose the natural laws of reality were different. Can you engage in that counterfactual?
Yeah, we can do that with reasoning. Yeah, but if we're talking about truth values,
No, but he said, can you observe the counterfactual?
Can I observe it? No. That is pure
Reason about
reasoning.
it, of
Okay.
course.
You can add.
Okay,
That is
so-
where reasoning comes into play on things that are not.
I think you're more rationalist than you are a person.
I probably am. Yeah, I don't hold to any hard epistemology at all.
I mean, I'm a positivist. Well,
Okay, but I was
I'll
serious.
blend
I do
both.
have to go. So it
Damn.
was a great chat.
That
Hope I
was
didn't
really
bore
good.
yourself
I
too much.
appreciate the hell out of you, brother. That was fun.
It's no problem, dude.
Have a lovely day,
problem.
Ultra. Anyway, I'm a positivist. There's something close to that. You know what that is?
No.
It's like a thing that it blends empiricism and rationalism essentially.
Yeah.
It was
Okay.
established. It had to do it. Well, it was established by
Are
John.
you talking
Bacon,
about
like,
are you talking
around
about like Kant synthesis?
No, that's transcendental idealism, which inspired. Well, I guess it was kind of the ground of positivism. Positivism is just like empiricism and rationalism. They contribute something foundational to something like science or like a systematic, accurate study of the world of reality, and like them alone, like rationalism alone, you can't really infer any accurate claim about reality just from
Well,
rationale alone. and
that
vice versa.
started out by we broke down everything that we know back to just straight up meta, and then how do we even know the axioms exist is where that all stemmed from. And my
What do you mean
argument
straight
was
up
through
meta?
observation.
Like straight up rhetoric?
What's up, guys? We all
Yeah,
Meta.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Transcendental idealism is a bit different. It's saying that like it's slightly different. It's like saying what acts as like the possibility of experience itself or reality, those transcendental objects like space, time, what have you, are subjective. And that's a different dimension that science doesn't really hold to that philosophically.
Interesting.
Based modestly. But that's Kant synthesis. And it was like both a rebuttal against hardline, fucking gray, sad empiricism and like naive rationalism.
Gray,
No, I'm
sad
sorry, this-
empiricism. I mean,
Gray,
it's not
boring
necessarily
empiricism.
wrong. Like, I can't say that's false. Like, it's fucking boring as shit.
Oh, it's boring. Oh my god.
It's so
We
boring.
can't determine anything. There's a problem with induction. Oh, like, bro, so
I
boring. How are we
actually
gonna get to Mars
argue
with that attitude?
induction is still requiring observation to some degree.
Well, so okay. What the problem with induction is that what's his fucking name? I forgot his name. He's a famous Scottish philosopher. That what he raised was that you can't
let me get
make
it
a
up while you
successful
say it.
inductive case. You can't make a successful inductive case essentially empirically alone. Like an example would be you can observe that the sun rising and setting for like millennia, but like you can't deduct that, or you can't like infer that tomorrow it will
Oh,
rise
that's right,
again.
with
You have to observe that. But and Kant, when he read that, he was like, "Oh shit! Oh no! Oh ah!" But then he blended. He was like, "Well, that's a valid objection, but like, you can solve it by not just relying on pure sense data. That's also naive in its way, and sad and gray and boring. But rationalism is naive in its way because it assumes that the faculties of reason are the same as the faculties of empirical reality, external reality, that like through big abstract concepts you can reason about the world and you can but that's just going to get to major problems. You can't a priori, I don't think you can a priori reason to get to things like black holes or gamma ray bursts or whatever. But no, what I mean is like with black holes are the
I mean, we know
real
about them
existing
because
objects.
of a priori, and then because of some empirics.
No, we know them because of observation, and then
I mean, we know it because of observation, sure,
So
but
here's the thing,
the
here's the thing.
plausibility is through a priori and other testings.
Well, here's the thing. So, what I mean is, black holes are abstract objects, right?
Sure, yeah.
They're concrete.
They
and
started
they have
out
a
that way,
physical-
though.
What do you mean started out? Like, isn't like when we start talking about them?
Yeah, like when we first started talking
when
about
Einstein
them.
inferred his existence of
Yeah,
sure, we can
yeah.
argue that.
Like, it
fine.
started out
but
from-
but also he got that from like whatever. But what I mean is, sorry.
No, I know
what
it
I mean
all
is-
goes back to like the observation. I'm just fucking being
What
a
I mean
dick.
is, so like with what you started with, when you give that hypothetical of like a dude who is devoid, he cannot ever obtain sense data, nor touch, nor smelling, nothing like that. And what he's left with is just him visualizing, conceptualizing pure a priori categories. Just working with that. You can't, or at least you can't successfully, plausibly infer things like black holes. But even if you can't corroborate that with external reality. So even if in your mind's eye, you can get to, with just pure a priori reason alone, logical reasoning alone, you can get to things like black hole. If you can make some kind of complicated argument for the existence.
Yeah, like you got a million years to just sit there and think about it.
Yeah, but like if it sits within the realm of empirical, immediate, accessible reality, then the part that empiricism provides, with the rational part that rationalism provides, you blend them both, and then you establish scientific method. Shout out to John Bacon.
I think we have to. Like, yeah,
Francis
I think
Bacon,
it's dumb to only hold to one epistemology and then like believe that
like that
logic
critical
is
thinking
through.
skills,
Yeah, I think that's stupid. I think it's important
like
to
that.
use all.
But science even holds to that even. So like, science uses mathematics, and it's before, and then it goes up to
eating that. Oh,
what?
You're so cute.
Oh, the
I think
cat.
the cat was eating my
You have a very cute cat. Is it a British short hair?
Actually, just a rescue.
Show me the cat. I might identify the breed.
Oh, come here.
Oh my god! Oh, I think I know what this is. It's not a British short hair, but it's one of those. Hold up. Cat breeds that look like Russian blue but aren't.
Yeah,
It's
it
not
definitely looks
fucking
like a
tabby.
Russian.
But it's. Oh yeah, hold on. I think I found it.
Not chubby enough though.
A This is probably either a Nebelung, a Korat, or a Chartreux. Hold on, let me.
Tell you one thing, she's a
that's
hunter.
Nebelung.
You pretty hunter.
Do you know when it rains, there's like a smell that only human beings can smell?
Yeah, better than sharks can smell blood.
Yeah, petrichor.
Fucking awesome.
I'm smelling it.
We
right
know
now
that
'cause it's
thanks to
raining.
empiricism.
Yeah, but we know that it's true because we corroborate that with empiricism.
Yeah.
That's the main point.
So like me and him, our disagreement was in like I was stating that we only know about logic and reason thanks to our observations of the world, and that logic is grounded in axioms that are founded and by observation.
I think logic, just as like mathematics, it's not a thing to be empirically discovered or corroborate. I think it is more of a, it's an a priori device,
Yeah, I agree with that.
Can as a language, as a system, can be used to predict things about the.
Yeah. Now you made it up. Oh no, you lost some connection.
Oh shit.
Okay, I do gotta call it a day though. I'm on 4 hours of streaming. And I'm losing you, man. Come back tomorrow though. I wanna continue this on tomorrow. I'm gonna have to say goodbye to everybody. I love you guys all. I appreciate you. This is a fun stream. I got some really good actual philosophical discussion that we never do. Vegan, yes, I do love that a lot. Yeah, I do like that with the little kitty. Love that. Love it, Anne. Love it. All right, appreciate you guys being here. I will see you guys tomorrow. And YouTube, the favorite child. Appreciate you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Fucking absolute legends to the moderators because I wasn't paying attention for dick. So appreciate you guys. Adios. Have a good day.